Chapter 301. Along the way, Tianchen and Ziliuona have heard countless similar discussions, and they can hear that everyone is very optimistic about Tongfu Dumpling Restaurant and Yanchuan Restaurant. Is it really like what they said? Tianchen, do you have any special information here? Send us a copy. Zirona said to Tianchen somewhat tangledly. She was a little lost in judgment by these people. Nazi also looked over silently. Okay, I'll give you a copy. Of course. It's a cut version. If you know everything, it's boring. Tianchen smiled slightly, and immediately raised his hand to touch the eyebrows of the two women and tapped lightly, concealing the golden light, and conveying the information to the two women's minds, without being noticed. Then, the two women felt a lot of information in their minds. Mainly some of the past and deeds of the Dumpling brothers, some information about the Little Master, some information about Yanchuan. More are gone. The main reason is that I don't want to be spoiled, so that Sirona and the others will know the course and results of the dumpling contest and the subsequent G East Special Chef test in advance, so as not to lose the sense of expectation. So that's it. The Dumpling brothers' methods are a bit despicable. Some of me don't want to eat their dumplings anymore. The competition should be upright. Be small in the background. What are the methods? Sirona frowned in a low voice. This kind of character is very offbeat. She saw from a distance that there was a crowd full of people, and the older brother Takeo of the Dumpling brothers who hypocritically entertained tourists. Sharona felt very uncomfortable. Nazi also nodded. Tianchen shook his head amusedly. So, I don't want to give you information in advance, which will disappoint your appetite. Fortunately, I only gave a little bit. Hehe. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration. Let's go? Let's go to various stalls to try it out. This kind of competition, the unknown, is more exciting. Sirona gave Tianchen a playful smile, took one of Tianchen and Nazi's hand, and ran forward. As he ran, he used his mind to obscurely line up the people who were squeezing from both sides. She didn't want to squeeze with these people. It was too bad. There are many good and bad people here. She is such a big beauty crowded in the crowd, and there is absolutely no shortage of people with low hands. In fact, even if she didn't do it, Tianchen would do it. He and Sirona and Nazi both have a good impression of each other. In Tianchen's heart, both of them are Tianchen's scheduled daughter-in-laws, and he can't let them be taken advantage of. The three of them ate all the way, and it was already more than an hour before they arrived at Yanchuan. No way. There are too many booths and too many people, so I can only follow the crowd roughly. At this time, it happened that Xiao Dang's dumplings were just out of the oven, and Sirona immediately pulled Tianchen and Nazi towards them, and said to Dudu, bring us 3 servings. Okay. Pretty sister. Dudu looked at the elegant and very beautiful Sirona slightly. It was the first time that she saw such a beautiful big sister as Sirona. In addition, she also noticed that Nazi on the side was also very beautiful, but it was different from Sirona's style and was deserted. Also, Tianchen is also very handsome. These thoughts passed through her mind in an instant, and then, with the help of the little master, she took out 3 dishes of 18 dumplings from the steamer and handed them to Sirona, Nazi, and Tianchen one by one. Finally made a pleased gesture. Please taste. If you like it, you will like it. It's delicious. Sirona picked one and put it in her mouth to chew. The next moment, her eyes became crescent-shaped, and she couldn't help but praised. This is definitely the best one among the many dumplings they have eaten today. The Dumpling brothers who are diagonally across from the little masters said they haven't eaten them yet, and Hirona still has a little opinion about them. Tianchen has been counting the number of empty plates on both sides, preparing to wait for the last moment. Be sure to eliminate the influence of the 3 of them, so that the number of empty plates on Zaidujia's side and Takeo's side are the same. Because he still wants to watch the second round showdown between Xiao Dongjia and Takeo, and he wants to try dragon dumplings and Tanglong dumplings. If because of their influence, this second round of the duel is gone, it would be a pity. Tianchen absolutely does not allow it. He had already said this to Sirona and Nazi, and the 2 lesbians agreed. At this time, aesthetic food can't bear it. It's really better than the others. Nazi also nodded slightly. Not bad. Tianchen praised. Hehe. Thank you for your appreciation. If you like, eat more. There are plenty more. When Dudu heard what they said, there were smiles on his face. A delicious sentence is already their greatest encouragement and support. After that, Tianchen and Zirona ate 7 or 8 dishes each, and then they went to the next house and Dudu and Xiao Dang's dumbfounded. Please ask for flowers. I can't tell. The 2 beautiful sisters are so good. They are so good to eat. Seeing the sound of Tianchen and the others going away, Sienna muttered softly. Yeah, well, Dudu, don't be in a daze. Come and help. Hey, coming. Little master, go ahead and make dumplings. Here I will entertain you first. Good. Tianchen and the 3 of them didn't walk very far. With their hearing, they could hear Dudu and Zaidujia's conversation without other abilities. Hehe. Say you can eat it. Tianchen joked to Sirona and Nazi. It's a blessing to be able to eat. After practicing physical skills, these things are not enough for daily consumption. Sirona replied with a blushing smile. She sometimes feels distressed by this. However, more often than not, I am happy. Because, no matter how much you eat, you don't have to worry about getting fat. Moreover, her physical fitness has improved, and she will not even eat 100 ice creams without stomach pain, nor will she gain weight. This is simply the gospel of food. These foods are not enough. Nazi also replied softly. Then continue eating. You can eat as much as you like all day today. Tianchen waved his hand. Then, Tianchen and the others continued to shuttle back and forth across the street in this game, constantly eating dumplings from each family. They didn't feel good, so they won't come over in the next round. Of course, if you keep eating dumplings, even if the types and tastes are different, you will get tired of it. This situation is inevitable. Tianchen will also take out snacks such as juice and ice cream from time to time to change the taste with Zyrona and others. In the middle, calculating the number of empty plates on the side of Little Master and Dumpling Brothers, Tianchen also took Ziliuona and the others to the Dumpling Brothers' stall to eat their flame dumplings. I have to say that although the character of the Jiaozi brothers is problematic, the three people agree that their income is not much worse than that of the Little Master, which is the difference of 999.0. The Little Master is slightly stronger. Chapter 302. If the Dumpling Brothers hadn't deliberately put a lot of salt into the sauce of the Little Master before the start of the game and ruined the sauce of the Little Master, it would have been delayed for a lot of time, and there might be no second round. In the middle, Master Longman, who visited by Weifu privately, was rejected and ridiculed because he wanted to eat an extra plate of Dumpling Brothers' dumplings. Then, Master Longman went to try their dumplings again. Finally, the official from G East came over and publicly revealed the identity of Master Longman. Master Longman, under everyone's horrified gaze, educates the brothers who slapped the face in dumplings. Let Little Master and their dumplings catch on fire. Time passed quickly in this lively atmosphere, and it soon reached 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the last sunshine disappeared at the end of the western sky. At this time, the moon has risen to the top of the sky. However, there are so many tourists, which shows that there is more enthusiasm for the dumpling contest. 277000. At this time, the official who presided over the game ordered the person to ring the gong and announced with a simple loudspeaker. Okay, participants, the game time is up. Please stop your actions. Wait for the judges to come and clear the space. The number of discs. Guests who want to know the final result of the competition, please wait patiently for a while. When the results of each participating store are counted, the final result of the competition will be announced. The time is about half an hour later. More than. The tourists all cheered and looked forward to it. Of course, there are also people who feel tired and quit the game one street, ready to go back to rest. As for the outcome of the game, just ask others tomorrow. Damn it. On the side of the G-State Dumpling Restaurant, their boss was standing at the deserted door and a cold wind blew by. It looked so desolate. Thinking about the number of empty plates in this game, the boss left a humiliation when he slapped the table. Tears. Dumpling brother of damn it. I'm never finished with you. All of this was caused by the Dumpling brothers. If they hadn't deliberately attacked his reputation in his shop beforehand, how could he have fallen into this field in this competition? Of course, poor people must have something to hate. Since winning the dumpling contest last year, G-State Dumpling Restaurant has been full of swelling up and down. Price increase, poor service attitude, obsessed with the glory of the past, did not sink the heart to further improve the cooking skills. The combination of factors, coupled with the deliberate provocation of the Lone brothers, directly caused the grievances of the diners to erupt. The results after that can be imagined. The reputation of Tongfu Dumpling Restaurant is stinking all of a sudden. In the final count of the results of the competition, the participating stores are also in various situations. I'm trying my best to eat my own dumplings, and I want to make more plates so that I don't lose so ugly. There are also people who feel complacent about their results this time being better than in previous years. There are also those who sigh sadly and give up. How about it? You have control over the number of plates on both sides of the Little Master and Dumpling Brother, right? Is it the same? In the corner of the dinner, Zyrona asked Tianchen in a low voice, a little worried. Nazi also looked straight over. Haha, of course. I'll do the job, don't worry. You just wait for the second round of the rematch tomorrow. Tianchen smiled at Mimi's reply. He really can't rely on eating to control the number of plates on both sides to achieve the same, but he has space magic. Wouldn't it be easy to cheat and adjust the number of sets on both sides to be the same? Soon, half an hour passed. Oh. After a blast of gongs, it was time to finally announce the result of the game. The following begins to announce the results of each participating store. Baiyuan Hotel, 147 dishes. Tao Tao Pavilion, 198 plates. Continue to announce the Guangzhou Dumpling Restaurant that won the championship last year. How about count? 6 dishes. Half Choi Restaurant, 97 plates. Next one, because there are too many discs to be published on this stage, please look over there. At this time, everyone found an elephant coming from the side of the venue. Behind the elephant was pulling a large carriage, which was piled with white porcelain plates. Wow, elephant, everyone exclaimed. The host then announced. Next, it is the Dumpling Brothers that everyone has watched. Their total number of plates is 467. Wow, everyone cheered again. Sirona whispered silently. Is it really necessary to get an elephant to drag it? It's just more than 1,000 plates. Is it a lot? Well, it's estimated that the organizer of the competition did it deliberately in order to make a gimmick. There are wooden shelves in the middle of the carriage. There are many looks on the outside. Tianchen smiled and replied, if you don't do this, how can you start the dumpling contest? Let this topic spread more widely and pave the way for the next dumpling contest? I knew it. Sirona nodded silently. Nazi nodded silently. Let us despise the organizer together. Next, the last restaurant is left. The number of votes for Yanshuan restaurant is at this time. Another elephant chirping sounded, and another elephant dragged a carriage full of plates and walked along another channel that was partitioned off. Wow, another elephant. Once again aroused the exclamation of the tourists. The host of Acting Online, pretending to be surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, there is actually an elephant." So, the final number of votes for Yangchuan restaurant is 1,467, the same number of votes as the Dumpling Brothers, the same points. Both of them set the record in the history of the conference. Dumpling Brothers and Yangchuan restaurant are tied for first place. Speaking of being tied for first place, the host is really a bit confused. He only knew in advance that there would be two elephants dragging the empty plates of the two with the largest number of plates to show, and he didn't know that it was such a coincidence that they would share the same score. This is the first time this situation has occurred, so what should I do? He obviously couldn't be the Lord. He quickly sent someone to notify the Elder Guan of Guanglian and let them make the final ruling. How come? Even the same points? At this time, the Dumpling Brothers who learned the result were stunned, looking unbelievable and unacceptable at 3.9. Actually, is the same score? The same score. The little master also hugged his head with a tangled expression on his face. This kind of unsatisfactory result made him very crazy. It's only one plate. Could it be that a plate was missed, and where did it fall? Dudu directly searched around the booth, still muttering, trying to find a plate. They actually got the same score and tied for the first place, especially with the despicable Dumpling Brothers. This result was unacceptable for Dudu. It's just that the first master is holding his hands, a look of humiliation and humiliation. He has experienced many winds and waves. Although this result is a bit unexpected, he can face it. Chapter 303. Good job. In a corner of the venue, Sirona gave a thumbs up to the sky, blinked, and praised. Nazi followed with a thumbs up, and then quickly retracted her face, blushing again. Haha, I said it. There will be no surprises. Waiting for tomorrow's rematch. Dragon dumplings and Tanglong dumplings. I am looking forward to it. Tianchen laughed happily. Julong dumplings and Shenglong dumplings? What kind of dumplings are they? It's not really related to dragons, right? They are made of dragon meat? Tell me. Xirona's curiosity was enough by Tianchen, took one of his hands, and shook it. Don't say it. Don't say it. If you say it, it's boring. Let's wait for tomorrow. The answer will be revealed at that time. Tianchen shook his head persistently. Then why are you saying a name now to make someone's appetite? You are not good, Xirona said, stretched out her hands to pinch both cheeks of Tianchen, and fiercely pulled Tianchen's cheeks, uncomfortable. Don't say a tender sentence. Tianchen replied a little because of his face being pulled. Forget it. Forgive you. Tomorrow. Now we go back or wait for the final result to be announced there. Xirona stretched her waist. Her body showed a nice arc. Tianchen's eyes were a little straight when she looked at it. He quickly moved her eyes away and said, Then let's go. You will have to wait for the crowd to be crowded. That night, Tianchen and the others did not return to the small space, but stayed in the complimentary yard on the side of Xidangia World. In order to improve the quality of life, Tianchen also specially used transformation magic to transform the entire yard, making it more comfortable and tidy. Especially the bathroom, kitchen, and several bedrooms are the key areas for renovation. After an hour, it looked like the old ancient house from the outside, but the inside has changed a lot, like a modern and luxurious decorated room with classical decoration. After that, Tianchen arranged a large number of magic arrays, protection, psychedelic, and spirit gathering inside and outside the entire courtyard. Magic arrays are all ready. Home appliances combined with magic lights and magic lights are also installed. Transformation magic is really convenient. I decided. I also want to learn this magic. Tianchen, you have to teach me. Xirona witnessed the whole process of Tianchen's transformation of the yard and said to Tianchen with bright eyes, I want to learn too. Nazi also agreed. Not only because of the convenience of this magic, she also feels that this magic is very practical, and the test is the spiritual power and the ability to control and shape magic. In this regard, she has an advantage. Haha, good. Teach it all. Wait until I'm done. Tianchen replied with a smile. Everyone who has seen him use transforming magic to build and decorate houses will be moved by this magic. The old man, Granny Pelusica, and Wendy are already studying. Tianchen, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to Yangchuan for a bite. Nazi stretched her hand to pull the corner of Tianchen's clothes and whispered, What? Tianchen turned back when he said differently, and then when he saw it, Sirona nodded again and again. He could only helplessly stall his hands and said, Yangchuan probably hasn't opened the door now. How about we go to another restaurant to eat some, or I will cook. We choose the last one. Sirona and Nazi said in unison. Obviously, they have been waiting here. Okay, but you have to help. Hehe. Okay, let's go. Early the next morning, the three of them got up early. As usual, go to Pirate World to practice body art for 1 hour in the morning. Then, after having breakfast, I went back to the world of Little Master. In the process, it was inevitable to be asked about the world of Little Master. Tianchen and the others roughly talked about yesterday's experience. I really envy you. I can enjoy the delicious food on the dumpling contest. Can you bring us some back? At breakfast, Kana said with a look of envy. Others also think this idea is good. Okay, today I will bring some back for everyone to try. When the recruits are recruited to the young masters, you can place an order directly through the group chat when you want to eat. Don't be so troublesome. Tianchen replied with a smile. This is good, father. Old Lu, what are you doing? What else? Go to the dumpling contest. Huh? Isn't the dumpling contest yesterday? Where is there today? Are you always confused? You don't understand this? Yesterday, Yangchuan Restaurant and the Dumpling Brothers who emerged this year tied for first place. Elder Guan of the Guangzhou Kitchen Federation and a person named Master Longman unanimously decided that the two of them will have another try today. How can I miss this duel? I'll go and get a good position. I think you are greedy, right? Then are you going? Go? Why not go? Wait for me. Back to the world of Little Master. After leaving the yard, Tianchen and the others heard a conversation between two old men from nearby neighbors. Tianchen turned his head and smiled, and said to Sirona and Nazi, "Look, no surprises. Today is a big showdown. Hurry up." Hee. Sirona and Nazi both nodded happily. Without using any other means, they just walked towards the playing field. It took more than 10 minutes to arrive at the competition venue. Today, because there are only 2 stadiums here, the stadium is moved to 2 40 centimeters high open-air platforms. The stadium is surrounded by fences, and the crowds can only watch outside the fences. By the time Tianchen and the others arrive, there will be crowds of people here. Everyone is early enough. I'm late. What should I do? Sirona and Nazi both looked at Tianchen eagerly. No way 280. I can only use extraordinary means. Tianchen shrugged, and immediately put one hand on one of the shoulders of the 2 women, and his inspiration radiated to the surroundings, bewildering the senses of the people around him. Then, swipe, brought the 2 women directly to the backstage of the judges. In the same way, they used telepathy to hypnotize Elder Guan, Master Longman, and others, and added false memories that they were friends and acquaintances in their new year, and asked them to order 3 of them to add 3 positions to the judges' seats. Then, together with Elder Guan and others, appeared in front of the judges and sat down grandiosely. Isn't that the big brother from yesterday? The beautiful big sisters? Why did they sit on the judges' bench? Among them, the 3 handsome men and beautiful women be ********** D among the old men, so eye-catching, was noticed by Dudu. She was very surprised and slapped the little master on the shoulder, motioning him to read. Soft. The little master immediately followed Dudu's gaze to the judge's bench, and suddenly said in surprise, "Really?" The 3 of Tianchen and Sirona over there also noticed the gazes of Dudu and Xiaodo, and they all smiled and nodded with them. This is the cook they ordered, and the relationship still needs to be handled well. It is also convenient for what you want to eat in the future. Chapter 304. Okay, don't look at it. The identity of these 3 people is not easy. Concentrate on preparing for the next competition. At this moment, Master GD came over, first nodded at Tianchen and the others, and then said to Zaidangjia and Dudu, "Yes, and Master." The little master listened to it, and quickly collected his mind, and began to devote himself to the preparation work. "Hey, Dad, do you know them?" "Why don't I know?" Dudu looked at Master G and asked curiously. "Specifically, I can't tell you exactly. They live in a large yard not far from our Yangchuan restaurant. You only need to know that their identity is not easy." Master GD explained a little bit, so I won't go into details. In fact, any mysterious identity can be said to be false or true. All of this is the result of the world transaction between the system and this world, which is the identity of a source point purchase. Since I live near Yangchuan, there are naturally some virtual memories related to the first-class people. This Tianchen, Hirona, and the others accepted it when they first arrived. Of course, for Master GD, they always say that this memory is true. In a blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock. With the beating of a gong, the game officially began. Next I announce, the second round of the dumpling contest of the Dumpling Brothers will be played by the young master of Yangchuan Restaurant, and the finals will now begin. Elder Guan announced loudly after the host made a short opening remark. Wow, there was another gong sound. The young master who was given the order and the older brother Takeo of the Dumpling Brothers instantly turned on like a machine and began to quickly process their respective ingredients. First of all, it is naturally the flour used as dumpling wrappers. Then it is the filling. Both of them have a tacit understanding of choosing lobster as the main filling. During the whole production process, dragons and phoenix dance, knives and ingredients are flying all over the sky. Can you cut vegetables like this? It's really unscientific or magical. Sirona saw the ingredients flying and falling on the plates in a regular manner during the cutting process, and couldn't help but vomit. I haven't paid much attention to it yesterday, and many of the materials were prepared in advance yesterday. And when she looked at it today, she discovered that the cooking in this world is very unscientific. Obviously, it is a world with basically no extraordinary powers, and it is not surprising that such unscientific and non-magical things will appear. Nazi nodded. Her eyes straightened as she looked at the little master and Hideo Takeo's swordsmith over there. This swordsman, it's a pity not to practice kendo. There will be more surprises to you later. Soon, you will see what is called luminous cooking. Tianchen said cheerfully. It's not scientific or magic. The cooking in this world is so unreasonable. Tianchen has already noticed, and this seems to be the result of being affected by this special law. I just don't know if I can show the characteristics of luminous cuisine if I go to another world. Tianchen felt his chin and thought to himself. Time soon came to noon in the competition between the 2. There are also 3 or 4 hours during this period. The big house is not boring. It is really the superb knife skills of the young master and Takeo, as well as the various methods of handling the ingredients. It is very pleasing to the eye, just like a show. Seeing that the sun had risen to the middle of the sun, the gong was struck again. The host announced, Alright, time is up. Next, please two contestants submit your work. At the same time, please line up in an orderly manner for the audience who want to try the dumplings. First of all, it's the dumplings of the Dumpling Brothers. Takeo saw him, and with a smile, he put his dumplings in front of the stove with his brother and introduced to the audience. Everyone, what I made today is dragon dumplings, which are made with shrimps mixed with some ingredients. Steamed dumplings. Welcome everyone to try it. A group of viewers listened to this introduction and were very curious. What kind of dumplings can be called dragon dumplings? 1. I saw that Takeo over there had slowly opened a cage of dumplings at this time. Suddenly, the colorful rays of light bloomed from the steamer. Wow, what a dazzling light. The dumplings are blooming. I seem to see a real dragon taking off. This light shocked many audiences. Sirona and Natsi on the side of the judge's eyes widened and murmured, "WH, what's the situation? Is it my dazzling? Tianchen, why is there light blooming in that steamer?" On the contrary, Elder Guan and others have become accustomed to it, but they don't think there is any strangeness in the light of the dishes. This is fundamental to them. This is the cooking of this world. As long as the dishes reach a certain level, they can become luminous dishes. Every luminous dish will not be bad. Tianchen explained to the two women with a smile. There is such a thing? It's amazing. I want to eat this. Hirona and Natsi swallowed as they were amazed, desperately wanting to taste the glowing dragon dumplings. Goo, someone has brought it here. Tianchen listened, raised his chin, pointed to the waitresses who were walking to the judge's bench with the steamer, and said to Sirona and Natsi, "Giant dragon dumplings? Such a magnificent name. Let me have them. I'll try it too." You have appetite when you hear the name. After Takeo's introduction, and at the same time seeing that the dragon dumplings actually reached the level of luminous cuisine, the curiosity and appetite of the audience were mobilized for a while, and they lined up to wait for their turn. The dragon dumpling? When Xiao Dongjia heard the name and saw the appearance of the giant dragon dumpling in the steamer, he was a little stunned. What a coincidence. He also chooses shrimp as the main ingredient of the filling and also expresses dumplings in the image of a dragon. Of course, his dumplings are quite different from Takeo's dragon dumplings. After carefully observing Takeo's giant dragon dumplings, especially after focusing on the shrimp heads used for decoration, thinking of the connotation of his dumplings, the young master quickly calmed down, and he was full of confidence in winning. How come? They are all giant dragon dumplings. On the contrary, Dudu was even less worried, and looked at Xiaodujia with a worried expression on his face, and said softly, "Little lord, is it okay?" "Hey, no problem." The little master nodded confidently, and then, looking at Takeo's giant dragon dumplings with light in his eyes, he intently praised. Although it was a bit unexpected, Takeo's cooking is also great. Toot. And the first, you deserve to be a young master. At this time, I don't forget to exaggerate my opponents sincerely. Chapter 305. You guy? When is the time? Still praising your opponent. Your dumpling crashed with him. Dudu angrily stretched out his hand to pull Xiao Dongjia's cheek, angrily. The little master was pulled back by the pain on his face, struggling to get rid of Dudu's evil claws, and complained, "What are you doing? Dudu, what do you mean?" Dudu stared at the young master fiercely and asked, "Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. My dumplings will not lose to the Dumpling Brothers. Don't worry." The little master replied with a peaceful smile. "I hope so." Seeing Xiaodujia's self-confident look, Dudu couldn't say anything. He could only temporarily suppress the worries in his heart and wait for the audience to try the dumplings of the Dumpling Brothers with everyone. This is so delicious. Much better than yesterday's dumplings. On the judge's table, as soon as the dumplings were placed on the table, Hirona and Natsi couldn't wait to pick up a dragon dumpling and bite off 1/3 of it. Then, staring at the dumplings on the chopsticks with bright eyes, praise rode. You can eat as much as you like. Eat more if you like." Tianchen smiled slightly, and immediately beckoned to the female service lady next to her, and ordered them to find those cages and give them to Hirona and Natsi. He himself ate 2 giant dragon dumplings before he stopped. This dumpling is much larger than yesterday's. 280 is better than yesterday's. It is worthy of the name giant. The taste is really nothing to say. Tianchen feels much better than his own craftsmanship. Sure enough, my art is still far behind. I can learn and improve my culinary skills here. Tianchen thought to himself. He didn't do it for anything else. It's just that I'm interested on weekdays, so I can cook some delicious home-cooked dishes for my family. In addition, if you encounter good ingredients outside, you can also process them yourself to maximize the effectiveness of the ingredients. He had enough of a general concept of Ling Chu in his mind, and hoped that by then the young masters and the others could help themselves to perfect this path. If you can get the initial inspiration together, then whether it is the Sea King meat of the pirate world, the fierce beast meat, or the beast meat of the fairy tale world, the spiritual vegetables, and the spiritual rice of the small space, it can be inspired by the way of the spirit country. The greatest effect has become another cultivation resource without side effects. Next, it's the steamed dumplings of Xiaodong. Please also Xiaodong contestants to submit their works. After the test of Takeo's dragon dumplings was finished, the host announced that he would start to try the dumplings from Xiaodongjia. Okay, my dumplings are also shaped like dragons. I call them Shenglong dumplings. The little master took a fist, then opened a steamer and showed it to everyone. They are also giant dragon dumplings. Coincidentally, so unfortunate, that little master is unlucky here. With the giant dragon dumpling Zhuyu of the Dumpling Brothers in front, he will suffer a lot. Yes, and look at his dumplings. If the dumpling brothers are dragons swimming in the ocean, then the little master looks like a sleeping dragon. In terms of momentum, it is completely different. Don't know how it tastes. Seeing Xiao Master's dumplings, not only the audience below was in an uproar, but the Elder Guan and others above shook their heads and sighed. It seems that the scale of victory has completely tilted towards the dumpling brothers. It seems that the odds of winning the Jedi counterattack are not great. Ah, Takeo over there saw him and was slightly surprised, marveling at the talent of this kid. Then, he hugged his hands, looked at the little master ironically, shook his head, and said, "The little ghost is a little ghost. Although you can conceive the idea of the dragon dumpling in such a short period of time like me, no matter it is the sword skill, carving, or taste, you are so far from me. However, at your age, this is already remarkable. AAA." The words at the end sounded like they were complimenting the young master, but they sounded a bit harsh. UB asterisk 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 D. Little master's dumplings are definitely 10,000 times stronger than yours. You can wait for me. The result hasn't come out yet. Don't take the posture that you have already won. Slightly, but beeping, he made a grimace at Takeo and said ironically, "What? CDDJ?" With a superb look, even the judges of Elder Guan and others do not have your Wushonyo? Little master, isn't your dumpling finished yet? I always feel that something is still missing. It doesn't look like your style. There shouldn't be anything you haven't expressed, right? On the judge's side, Master Longman, who is very fond of the young master, shook his short beard, pondered and asked. Last night, he also specifically learned about the young master from Master Shirkwan, and asked himself that he still had a certain understanding of this genius boy. This is a miracle boy who can repeatedly create miracles and bring unexpected surprises to people. Whether it is the water test of Xinjiang cuisine or the shredded pork with red green pepper, which breaks the tradition of Yanchuan, Master Shirkwan is full of praise. For such a talented young man who has repeatedly performed miracles, Master Longman does not believe that he will make such mistakes, presenting works with obvious defects. When the others listened, they fell silent and looked at Xiaodujia curiously, waiting for his reply. As expected of Master Longman, Xiao Dongjia smiled and hugged his fists at Master Longman and said, "My dumplings do still have the last process to be completed, but it's not troublesome. Just heat it up a little bit. It's like this." With that said, Xiao Dongjia didn't wait for others to question that what he turned in was an unfinished work. He directly stepped on the blower under his feet a few times and instantly heated the steamer baskets that were still on the steamer. Soon, the whole row of steamers on the steamer steamed hot white steam. After 10 seconds, the little master directly reached out and lifted the top steamer lid. Wong! Suddenly, the colorful rays of light burst out from the steamer, and it was so dazzling. Taking the light away, everyone looked in the steamer. Moved. The dragon dumplings moved. Really? Come alive. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the originally sleeping dragon dumpling, at this moment, unexpectedly began to wake up, slowly standing up from the bottom of the steamer, and the whole dragon's feeling became majestic. How can this be? At this moment, whether it was Master Longman, Takeo, or all the audience, there was an unbelievable look. Dumplings, can you move by themselves? It is unimaginable. How on earth is this done? Master Longman raced over from the broadcast station with a trembling voice, got closer, and observed it carefully. He didn't see the reason, and couldn't help asking the little master. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Chapter 306. My giant dragon dumplings. I call him Shenglong dumplings. Of course it will move. Master, you will know if you eat it. The little master bought a pass, made a pleased gesture to Master Longman, and Dudu handed over a pair of chopsticks. Good. Then let me try it first. Master Longman smiled happily, but did not refuse. He took the child, picked up the Shenglong dumplings, blew them, and tried to cool the dumplings. Then, he took a big bite and chewed. Shout! What's so great about the dumplings, even if they move? It's just a trick to fool a kid. The kid is a kid. It's still too young. Takeo over there also calmed down a bit from the previous consternation, regained some composure, and said loudly, "You." After Dudu listened, Lu's eyebrows were erect, and he couldn't wait to step forward and grab this guy's mouth. Soul is pale. It smells too bad. This mouth. Is it a kid's trick? You'll know soon. Little Master stopped Dudu, of course, with a sharp look on Takeo's eyes. The courage of the two of them makes you look forward to it at first glance. This Takeo is too cramped. Not as good as a child. Sirona shook her head speechlessly. Such people, if they cannot repent, even if they have a short-term achievement, it is difficult to achieve higher achievements on the national road. Delicious. Very delicious. This is, Master Longman suddenly praised loudly. These words made him look a little ugly, as if he slapped Takeo directly on his face. The deliciousness of the shrimp is perfectly wrapped in it. Also, if I read it wrong, Xiao Dongjia, your dumplings will move because you use 2 different layers of dumpling skins, right? There was an incredible look in Master Longman's eyes, looking at the little master. This kid really deserves to be the son of a miracle. I can come up with such a brilliant idea and make such an outstanding work in just one night. After changing him, he may not be able to do better than the little master. 2 layers of leather? When everyone heard the analysis of Master Longman, they all showed surprised expressions, looking at Master Longman and Little Master, waiting for their explanation. 2 layers of skin? What is going on? Takeo also thought in a bit of astonishment. Little Master, You should explain this to everyone yourself. Looking at everyone with scorching eyes, Master Longman said with a smile. Okay. The little master clasped his fists and then began to explain the mystery of shenglong dumplings. It mainly uses two kinds of skins of different materials, and the two kinds of skins have different degrees of expansion when heated. Xiadangia uses this principle to make dumplings move. Cut. I thought it was a great mystery. It turned out to be just like this. At that time, even if the dumplings move, what's the point? Doesn't it have any effect on the taste of the dumplings? Takeo once again expressed his disdain. As if there was any chance of hitting the young master, he was reluctant to let it go. No, you are wrong. This makes a lot of sense. Xiao Dang shook his head and explained solemnly. Because the degree of expansion is different, when the dumpling is moving, the excess steam and voids in the dumpling will be discharged, but the delicacy of the shrimp is tightly locked in the dumpling skin. Inside, the dumpling filling inside is made more compact, and the taste will be greatly improved. It's really different. Master Longman nodded. You hum. Let's wait and see. I believe everyone will choose me to make dumplings. In the end, Takeo could only snorted coldly, withdrew a few steps, and looked on coldly. Everyone, let's try it. The judges' seats are also served here. After talking for so long, Master Longman, who felt that he could not delay any longer, returned to the judge's seat by himself. The host quickly announced and organized officials to continue to arrange for everyone to try. Well, it's delicious. Sure enough, it's more delicious than the Dumpling Brothers. It feels like it's alive. Hirona couldn't help but praised when he bit off half of the Tanglong dumpling in one bite. Uh-huh. Nazi nodded in agreement while drinking and eating. Dumpling brother, if you weren't the judge, I would really like to beat you up. Wow. After the tasting session lasted for more than 10 minutes, the session really ended with the sound of a gong. The host announced loudly, the tasting is over. Please go to the judges and the audience for the tasting and start voting. Remember, if you think the dragon dumplings of the Dumpling Brothers are more delicious, please put a red ball in this big urn. If you think the Tanglong dumplings of the little guys are better, then please go to this big urn, throw a white ball inside. Ask for flowers. Speaking of this, the host looked around the tasting audience below and finally announced, then, I announce, the voting session is just beginning. Please queue up for the tasting people to vote in an orderly manner. After that, everyone was extremely qualified and started to line up and then began to vote one by one. Takeo and Xiadugia were very nervous looking at the big meal above, looking forward to it. However, because of the angle, they could not see whether the audience was heading the red ball or the white ball. On the contrary, all three of Tianchen had mental powers, and with a slight scan, you could see the situation in the big urn clearly. Ah, it's a little unexpected. So far no one has voted for the Dumpling Brothers. Obviously their dumplings are not bad. Zero Zerona was a little surprised to transmit voice to Tianchen and Nazi. This is easy to understand. Tianchen smiled and nodded. Under the circumstance that only one of the two can be chosen, it is natural to choose the better one. Xiaodo's dumplings, in appearance, fun, interesting, and taste, are better than Takeo's. The key point is that he really used the deliciousness of shrimp to the extreme, and Takeo obviously ignored a little. Sirona listened, and suddenly looked down slightly strangely at the empty steamer basket left over from the table, picked up the dragon head, left over from Takeo's dragon dumplings, and the dragon head, left over from Xiaodong's shenglong dumplings. One contrast. She suddenly found out that it turned out that Xiao Dang had already taken the delicacy of shrimp brains completely, and added them all to the fillings. But Takeo's abandoned this part, and didn't use it at all. With the same ingredients, one made the most of the deliciousness of shrimp, while the other ignored one important point, plus other factors. This time the game is basically doomed. Shrimp brain. How come? There's actually this trick? Tianchen's discussion here was not small, and Takeo naturally heard it. He hurriedly ran to Xiaodong's house, and picked up a dragon head, to take a look. His face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and his heart felt sad. Chapter 307. After a while, Takeo adjusted. Looking up at the very clean little master who smiled happily over there. Somehow, the originally gloomy heart seemed to shine into the warm sunshine. He suddenly felt relieved. I really lost. This kid is a real genius. Takeo said with a relieved smile. Brother, please don't say frustrating words. The results of the judging have not yet come out. I believe that you will win, brother. Takeo's younger brother, Aru, who is a big cow, said with a look of excitement. Then, the results came out very quickly. After voting over there, the host ordered someone to smash the big voting tank. In the next moment, countless white spheres spewed out from the broken wagon. White ball, still white ball. It's incredible. All of them are white balls. The final victory of this matchup, 280, has obviously been announced. The winner is undoubtedly the young master player from Yangshuan restaurant. Let us congratulate him. The host exaggerated the atmosphere and announced loudly. Ah, congratulations. Yangshuan's little brother is amazing. Congratulations, little master. As soon as the results came out, no matter it was the audience, Master Longman, other chefs in Yangshuan, or several judges, they all sent congratulations. Is that so? There isn't even one person who voted for me. Although he had already given up, Takeo was still a little unacceptable when he saw the ground covered with white balls. Are his dragon dumplings really that bad? Didn't everyone still think that his cooking is also delicious? How come there are no supporters? Did you lose so thoroughly? Elder brother? Seeing his elder brother's loss and sadness, the younger brother called out softly, and then saw the young master abandoned by the opposite side and the celebration scene. For some reason, there was infinite anger in his heart, and suddenly erupted. With an extremely tough posture, he pulled away from the crowd and rushed over in annoyance, grabbed the collar of the little master, and yelled, "What a joke! The dumplings made by my brother can't compare to this kid? I'm not convinced. Alu, stop it." At this time, Takeo also recovered and screamed at his younger brother in a flustered manner. At the same time, he ran over quickly. It's just that there are all people on the way, and you can't rush through for a while. What do you want to do? Don't let go of the little master. Stop. Dudu, Master GD, and the others met, and they immediately exclaimed that they hurriedly stepped forward to stop Aru. Do you want to do it if you lose? What? Brother Jiaozi is such a character? It's disappointing. Originally, I thought it would be an honor for them to lose. When the other audience saw it, they stepped back several meters, and at the same time looked at Aru with a look of horror and disgust. No way. It's not that they are weak. It's that Aru's figure is too deterrent. In G East in the south, there is a guy who is more than 2 meters tall, sturdy, and full of tendons, which ordinary people would be afraid of. The thought of yesterday that this guy dug 2 hollow iron balls the size of a wash basin with his bare hands was like playing, and everyone felt even more fearful of Aru. Don't stop. At this time, Elder Guan and others on the side of the judges also stood up and shouted violently at Aru. Aren't we going to make a move? Sirona and Nazi looked at Tianchen and said, Of course you have to do it. Tianchen smiled slightly. How could this opportunity to get good impressions be missed? Seeing that Takeo was about to run to Alu to persuade him to retreat, Tianchen seized the opportunity and flicked a chopstick in front of him and pointed it at Alu's wrist, which was holding the young master. Snapped. Okay. The next moment, the chopsticks hit Aru's wrist instantly, and the intense pain made his mouth feel painful, and the hand that held the young master suddenly became loose. He bent over and covered the hit area with his other hand, and looked at Tianchen with a little horror. Then, looking at Shang Tianchen's indifferent eyes, he took 2 steps back unconsciously. Little master. At this time, a few people in Yanchuan caught Xiaodang's house in time, and at the same time, Dudu, Didi, and Xiaodang's all cast a grateful look at Tianchen. Tianchen responded with a kind smile. Are you all right, little master? Especially when he checked the little master with worry, he asked at the same time. I'm fine. He didn't hurt me. The little master said to Dudu, blushing in embarrassment. That's good. Dudu breathed a sigh of relief, and then he turned his head to Aru and Tako over there and scolded. Hey, why are you so mean? Do you want to do it if you lose? I sneaked and injured my dad before. Prevent him from participating. Later, we used despicable means to destroy the special sauce made by Xiaodujia, and we almost lost the game. Now we dare to blatantly do it? Are people like you worthy of being a chef? The picture is really overwhelming, so I just exploded all the previous grievances. Wow, is that so? I didn't expect Dumpling Brothers to be such a person. For the sake of winning or losing the game, it's too unscrupulous, right? There was an uproar in the audience. When Elder Guan and others heard this, they couldn't help but frown when they looked at Brother Takeo, their eyes filled with disgust and spurning. In this way, people who are unscrupulous in order to win or lose in the competition will not become a chef at all. Are these all true? Takeo, Elder Guan said solemnly. I have nothing to say. Takeo suppressed his younger brother who still wanted to say something, and shook his head calmly, and said, I admit that I was really lost because of my temporary fame. Until yesterday, I met the little devil. I gradually rekindled the blood and pride of being a real chef. I want to compete with him dignifiedly. I was convinced that I lost today's game. Speaking of this, Takeo looked at the little master and said with a relieved smile, You are really an incredible guy. What I saw in you is what a chef should have. I completely lost today. Here you are, little devil. At the same time, I am convinced to lose. 3.9 thump. Having said this, Takeo suddenly knelt down at Elder Guan and the others, clasped his fists and confessed. I plead guilty to all the previous things, and am willing to accept punishment. I also sincerely regretted it. Elder Guan, Master Longman, can you allow me to continue working in the cookery? Go down this road. Please. At this time, Takeo's eyes are clean and pious. It can be seen that he really repented. However, this matter involved a lot of people, Elder Guan and Master Longman, and it was not easy to make a ruling at a time. Elder Guan, Master Longman, can I say something? At this moment, Xiaodang's family exchanged glances with GD Master, stood up, clasped his fists. Chapter 308. What? Elder Guan and several others looked at Xiao Dongjia in surprise. If you have anything you want to say, please tell me and listen. Just when Elder Guan and the others thought that the young master wanted to hold Takeo accountable, the little master clasped his fists and said, I can see that Takeo really regretted it. Master and I are not going to pursue their guild anymore. Please adults can give Takeo a chance to reform. Please. GD didn't speak behind Xiaodang's house, but also nodded slightly, indicating that he really meant it. Boy and you. When Takeo and his brother Alu listened, they both looked at the young master with a stunned expression. They didn't expect that the young master and the 2 victims would actually come forward to intercede for them. The more so, the 2 of them felt more ashamed. Perhaps it is the reason why they really have regrets, which inspires their good side. After all, the 2 weren't bad guys at first. They were just forced to step by step. Now it seems that there is still a rescue. Therefore, Master Longman and Elder Guan exchanged their opinions, and finally Elder Guan agreed to exempt the Dumpling brothers from other 23 penalties, only to disqualify him as a chef and let him start from the beginning. Come to think of it, with Takeo's ability, if you really regret it, then it will be a matter of time before you want to obtain the current qualifications or even surpass the current chef rank qualifications. In a word, Master Longman and Elder Guan still cherish their talents and hope that Takeo can truly embark on the right path. At the end of the game, in the afternoon, Yangchuan, at the request of the foodies, specially organized a Tanglong dumpling meeting for the little ones. A large number of Tanglong dumplings are made for diners to buy and taste. Naturally, Tianchen and the others would not have been out. Besides, they came here for the whole purpose. Tianchen, big brother, sister Sirona, and sister Natsi. Come on, sit down. Seeing that Tianchen came with Sirona and Natsi, Zidingjia and Dudu hurriedly greeted them to sit down. First, give us 6 servings of Shanglong dumplings, and then 100 servings to pack. Are there enough materials? Can I get busy? Tianchen asked the little master. 106 copies? The materials should be enough. Other people in Yangchuan helped to help, and they did it too. But, can you finish eating so much? Little master asked in a bit of astonishment. Can't waste it. Don't worry. It's because there are a lot of people who bring them to the family, and they all want to taste it. Naturally, they can finish it. It won't affect other diners to eat, right? I can provide it if the ingredients are not enough. Tianchen said with a smile. It's not necessary. The material is sufficient. It's just that it will take longer. I hope you don't mind. The little master smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. The packing can come slowly. Let's not hurry. Tianchen shook his head and said, Then it's okay. Then I'll go ahead. The little master was relieved when he heard it and hurried to continue his work. The 6-person Shanglong dumplings were quickly brought up. After Tianchen and the others ate these, they ran to meet the first master, explaining that Natsi and Shineduo, using the magic technique, behaved as a human appearance, and Tianchen's own idea that he wants to study cooking in Yangchuan for a period of time. At the same time, Tianchen also offered a generous apprenticeship. Because of their sincerity, the apprenticeship quota system of Yangchuan restaurant has been abolished because of their young masters, but it doesn't affect them to study here. However, let me first declare that our Yangchuan rules are very strict. Don't stick to it then. Master GD finally warned. We are absolutely fine. Several people in Tianchen laughed. Why don't I let my Xanadu also follow suit? At this time, Sirona spoke to Tianchen. She felt that she had to train herself such a chef who mastered luminous cooking. In this way, when it is not convenient for her to come here in the future, she can also taste these top delicacies at any time, right? She also saw that Tianchen, who made Shinedo also come to learn this, only remembered. Tianchen replied affirmatively. After that, he talked to Master GD, but he hesitated a bit, but agreed. Tianchen and the others have mysterious origins and full of sincerity. Since all 3 are allowed, there is not much more than one. So, when will our learning begin? And the first master? Tianchen asked. A week later. It's the spring festival time recently, and everyone will be on vacation. Of course, we will hold a spring festival dinner in Yangchuan tomorrow. If you are interested, you can come over. Master GD thought about it and replied. Can you? Then we're welcome. This time, Tianchen hadn't spoken yet. Zirona agreed with bright eyes. How can I miss something delicious? The time is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Remember to come early. Master GD didn't mind. He rarely replied with a smiling face. Sure, Tianchen, Tanglong Dumplings JPG, at all members, you have got the food you want. Now you will give out red envelopes, a total of 100 points. Everyone grab it. After finishing speaking, Tianchen directly used the 100-cent Shanglong dumplings he had just obtained to the group in the form of red envelopes. Makarov received the red envelope. Laxus received the red envelope. Hawkeye Myhawk received the red envelope after 2 breaths. All the red envelope rights have been received. And, soon, the group will be fried. Laxus, damn. How come these 280 dumplings still glow? And why are they so delicious? 4 servings are not enough. Can Tianchen send a little more? Makarov, glowing cuisine. Tianchen, this gourmet world must not be simple, right? It's delicious. It's just a little bit less, only 9 servings. Laxus, excessive. Old man, is this deliberately showing off? More than twice as much as I am. Laxus felt sour. Hawkeye Myhawk. It is indeed a rare and supreme deliciousness. It is a pity that the ingredients are still a bit common. If you use sea king or fierce beast meat, it will be better, right? Urza, it's delicious. 0. 6 servings are too little. Kana, I regret not following it. Is it too late to come over now? Keys, haha. Kana Sasko with my dad. I suddenly want to travel there. Tianchen, there are only 100 servings for the time being. In addition, there are indeed a lot of food here, but not everyone has a level. This Tanglong dumpling is the work of the champion of the G East dumpling contest. They are talented chefs. Chapter 309. Makarov. Pull him into Fairy Tale. In addition, find more chefs of the same level or better to join Fairy Tale. In this way, our food level will be greatly improved in the future. Hey, Laxus, agree with the old man's opinion. Eagle Eye Myhawk, Ibid. It's unrealistic for everyone to go. From the perspective of ingredients, the level of the world should not be high. Those of us who are overspec go too much, which can easily cause unnecessary turbulence. Of course, The main reason is that there is no need to waste the original point. Myriad, president's grandfather's suggestion is very good. We poor people can't afford to go to the world over there. Tianchen, I will try my best to bring some excellent chefs into Fairy Tale. At that time, you can order meals directly from them and deliver meals through the red envelope function. Laxus, oh, this is not bad. I think it's good. People like me who often float on the sea this way can't be more suitable. Others obviously thought of the benefits of this method, and they all agreed. In the next few days, in addition to the daily fixed training time, Tianchen spent most of the time in the world of Zydugia, playing and tasting the food in different stores. Really lively. Huxiao New Year. The three of them were walking on the street, watching red lanterns hung everywhere, and every household was plastered with fu in black and red on a red background. Zyrona couldn't help but praised. Nazi also nodded again and again. Her eyes kept looking at the pomp on both sides of the street. It's normal. The Spring Festival is the biggest and busiest festival here, which is equivalent to your Christmas. There are even more than that. Tianchen replied with a smile. Whether it was before or after the crossing, he hadn't enjoyed this lively and full of Huxiao New Year for a long time. It's still a bit heavier in ancient society. By the time of the previous life, the New Year has lost most of its interest. Look, there is acrobatics over there. It's so lively. Let's go and see. Suddenly Sirona pointed to a crowded place not far ahead and said to Tianchen and Nazi, Ro, Laxus, when are you going to pull the little master into the group? After eating Tanglong dumplings and then eating the food made by the chef on the warship, it always feels so much worse. It is totally incomparable. In fact, he carefully selected the chef on the Laxus warship from the headquarters, and his cooking skills are pretty good. However, this thing is afraid of comparison. Guildarts, same question, or I should come to your side. Tianchen, it will take a few more days. Here is the Spring Festival. Everyone is on vacation, so you have to find a suitable time, right? It's impossible to cook for everyone if they are on vacation. Laxus, Spring Festival? What is this? Hermione, I know. It is a grand festival in the East, similar to our Christmas, which represents the annual farewell and welcome to the new. It is very important. Laxus, forget it. I'll wait a few more days. Just use these days to gather more good ingredients. Guildarts, wow, good idea. I did the same. The ingredients in New World are still very good. New Year's Eve. Tianchen took Ziliuona and Nazi as scheduled to Yangshuan to participate in a dinner party. He also specially brought a large piece of sea king-like meat and a large piece of fierce beast meat and gave them to the little master to cook. This sea king type meat and fierce beast meat can't be cut with ordinary knives. Let me help you cut it. You see what kind of dishes are better. These are all super premium ingredients. After eating it, the body is very big. Good. Tianchen added. Whether it is a sea king or a fierce beast, the toughness is not low, and ordinary knives can't help it. Oh, is that so? But your knife skills are okay, right? Little Master and Master GD looked at these two pieces of meat a little surprised, and then said to Tianchen with some uncertainty, Don't worry, not worse than you. Tianchen banged his chest. Just kidding. His swordsmanship is at the pinnacle level of swordsman, and he is by analogy. Isn't it easy to cut a piece of meat? Besides, his cooking skills are actually okay, compared to ordinary people. Count. Really? That's just to be seen. Hearing Tianchen's words full of confidence, the little master and GD master were slightly startled, and then said with a laugh. Tianchen knew that they were still a little unbelievable, and he didn't say much, and immediately joined their discussion. Soon, Zydangia and Diha Master created many dishes based on the external specialties of these two kinds of meat. Then, Tianchen started to show off his knife skills in accordance with their requirements. Lee material, thin slices, cuts, shreds. The precise and swift knife man, and the little masters who watched them were all surprised. This swordsman, you are almost humble like us? You kid is really not strong in your own cooking. Master GD was a little surprised. That's right. At least I don't know how to cook. In this regard, I still have a lot to learn. Please advise me later. While maintaining the high-speed knife work, Tianchen was also distracted to reply to the questions of the first master. This kind of performance made GD Sherfu and others even more surprised. This kid hides a lot of secrets. At this time, Master Shirkwan took the wine gourd, drank the wine, and looked at Tianchen, which was meaningful. In order to become a judge of the dumpling contest that day, Tianchen instilled a lot of artificial memory in their old fellow. Therefore, in the memory of Master Shirkwan, Tianchen was indescribable. There are so many chefs gathering together inside the Yangshuan restaurant, but in less than an hour, 2 tables of delicacies were prepared. Looking at the food on the table and the fragrant food surrounding the people, Sirona and Nazi stared directly at the food on the table, moving their index fingers. Open hello. Don't be stunned. Start serving. Then start eating. Time is running out. Money. As it approached 6 o'clock in the evening, the food was finally ready, including sea king-like meat and fierce beast meat. Great. Eat. Eat. I'm already hungry. I can't wait. Today's meat is so fragrant. Hearing this, everyone cheered and got up and started to serve food. After a while, they all took their seats and began to enjoy the food. Chill. What kind of meat is this? Not only is it delicious, but it also seems to be very filling. I feel like I am full of blood after eating it. Really, eat it. It's warm all over. Soon, the guys in Yangshuan discovered the powerful effects of the dishes made of sea king meat and fierce beast meat, and they all cried out. Ada. Chapter 310. Even Master GD and the others looked at Tianchen with a dignified look, and then Master GD said, "This is the alien animal meat that Tianchen brought over. It's very precious. Just eat it, everyone. Don't go around afterwards. Promote, otherwise, it will be dealt with by the door rules." Master GD obviously didn't want to cause trouble to Tianchen. Tianchen nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. He is a person who is afraid of trouble. No nonsense. That's right. That's right. Little brother Tianchen will come to learn later, right? That's a family. We won't cause him trouble. That's right. I just don't know if I will have the chance to eat this kind of meat in the future. I feel that I have only eaten a little bit, and my body has a tendency to get better and stronger. Several guys promised to make a promise, and at the same time asked Tianchen jokingly, "If you like it, I'll bring some here in the future. Don't say anything. Eat quickly, otherwise it will be gone." Tianchen replied with a smile. He doesn't care much about a little bit of Sea King type and fierce beast meat, and it is impossible to bring it every time, but it is okay to bring a little bit of it for everyone to try. Haha, yes, eat quickly. Tianchen atmosphere. Several guys happily gave Tianchen a thumbs up, and then ate them with their open legs. Of course, Sirona and Nazi are not slow at all. What they eat is not the precious Sea King meat, but their craftsmanship 283. This taste is many times more delicious than what we made ourselves. Even, I think the effect is better. Is it an illusion? Sirona transmitted a voice message to Tianchen and Nazi. It's true. It's not an illusion. It seems that my conception of the spirit still has something to do with it. Tianchen sent a voice message to Sirona and Nazi in reply. Lingua? What is this? When the two women listened, their movements were stagnant, and they asked through voice transmission one after another. Spiritual time is an extraordinary cook that can maximize the effects of ingredients, and even through the combination of ingredients, allows ingredients to exert their treasured medicinal effects, but with almost no side effects. Tianchen explained to the two women. Of course, this explanation is still very rough. Regarding inspiration, he now has only one concept. When he is ready to wait for the young masters to join Fairy Tale, he will tell the young masters of this concept, and at the same time provide them with enough spiritual materials to see if the young masters can figure it out. Of course, when the time comes, it is inevitable to teach the young masters to teach them magic, martial arts, and so on, so that they themselves can step into the extraordinary realm. Is it the way to become stronger by eating? The rumor that Hirona and Nazi's eyes lit up, asked. CDDJ? Understand it so. It should be the case for diners, and Lingshu itself is equivalent to an alternative pharmacist? Tianchen himself was a little uncertain. Let's know more about it then. The two women are obviously also quite interested in this. I have no objection. 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, Tianchen and the others had dinner together in Yanchuan. Today is a work dinner, and it has been a few days off. Tomorrow, Yanchuan restaurant will officially open, and Tianchen and their apprenticeship will be officially opened, and the first master specially asked them to come over and have a meal together. After the meal, Master GD and Master Shirkwan started drinking. Dudu ignored Master's objection and drank 2 glasses. Then the cheeks were flushed and began to go crazy, and both of them started to talk to Zaidangjia. Little master, someone is looking outside. It's a big beauty. At this moment, a guy ran in from outside, looked at Xiao Dangjia with a smile on his face, and said, "You kid, you can hide it. What is the matter?" "What?" The little master said hello with a face. "What's this all about? Beauty? Looking for me?" However, since he said he was looking for him, he naturally had to get up and take a look, and he was also quite curious about who was looking for him. He can't remember any beauties he knew outside. What? Beauty? Looking for the little master. At this moment, Dudu, who was still half drunk, listened to it, half awake in an instant, and hurriedly chased it out. "Let's go out and have a look. I don't know who it will be." Seeing everyone's gossip, Master G shook his head helplessly, got up, and took the lead. He was actually a little worried. The young master is young and has a simple personality, so he is more likely to be deceived. He is definitely not worried about his daughter. Oh, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, haha, walk around. I am also curious about the relationship between this big beauty and the little master. Who says no? A group of guys all got up happily and followed. Sirona and Nazi also dragged Tianchen gossiping to keep up. Who would it be? Tianchen, do you know? While walking, Zyrona asked Tianchen. Probably the sister of the young master. Tianchen smiled casually. With the character of being a small master, where would you know any big beauties? It's not the stage of starting to travel after becoming a super chef. This kid is innocent. Sister. Sirona and Nazi both looked curious, and they knew that there was an older sister in Shadow's family. Tianchen gave very little information before. At this time, the little boss outside had already arrived at the gate. With the moonlight, he could barely see the face of the incoming person. Then, his eyes widened, his emotions became agitated, and his hands trembled slightly when he looked at the girl on the opposite side. Let me see. At this moment, Dudu floated over, with half-drunk dead fish eyes, looked up and down the opposite girl, and then smiled cheerfully. What? It's not very beautiful. Not as good as me. Hey, elder sister. In the next moment, the little master rushed directly into the arms of the girl opposite, and Barcelona cried out with tears. Dudu. Sister. Dudu looked at the girl held by Xiao Dang with a look of disbelief. What kind of oolong is this? Is she jealous of her feelings wrong? How are you? I am Xiao Dangjia's sister Jingling. You just begged. I heard Xiao Dangjia mentioned you in the letter. It really looks very beautiful. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Dangjia during this time. Jingling greeted Dudu very kindly and expressed her gratitude at the same time. She could see that Dudu was just like that because she liked the little head. Not only did she not feel offended, she was happy for the little head. This kid has been stupid since he was a child, and she was worried that he would not find a wife in the future. Unexpectedly, now there is no need to worry. She could also see that Dudu is indeed a beautiful and frankly good girl, very suitable for a young master. Wow, it's the sister of Little Master. Tianchen, how did you guys guess? The guys just rushed over when they heard the voice from outside. They were slightly surprised, and at the same time they gave Tianchen a glance. Duh. Chapter 311. Guess it. You guys don't want to think about being a little master. Can you really know the big beauties outside his family? Tianchen smiled and spread out his hands. Also, everyone laughed happily after listening. It's really such a reason. Next, Master GD and they also stepped forward to greet Jingling. Jingling also explained the purpose of her coming this time. I heard that Xiao Master has been approved by Admiral Li and will take part in this year's GE Special Chef Test. Knowing that he will need some utensils and special materials, came here specially. Speaking of this, she looked at the young master, expecting and a little nervous in her heart. I know this kid has always wanted to inherit his mother's footsteps, and becoming a super chef was also agreed with Admiral Li. I believe him. So, you have to work hard for the little master. Of course, don't put too much pressure on it. Just play normally. The little master nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go ahead. It's cold outside. Toot. Go and help the young master move things. And the first master said, okay, Dad. Dudu hurriedly responded, and started carrying the luggage brought by Sister Jingling together with Xiaodo's family. Tianchen and the others returned to the house. What? It's so heavy? During the transportation, Dudu found that one of the packages was really heavy, and complained that at the same time, she was also very curious about what was inside. She immediately took the bag away, and then she was speechless. What? It's a stone? No wonder it's so heavy. What's this? Someone's prank. This kind of thing. Sure enough, I threw it away. Thinking about this, Dudu took the stone out of the package directly, moved it out of the warehouse with great difficulty, and threw it out. Then he clapped his hands and went to find the little master. All the way back to the garden with Spirit Tianchen, who was watching this scene, shook his head and smiled slightly. He did not correct Dudu's mistake. The little girl was a little careless and resilient. This was a good lesson, and it was also an opportunity for her to have a further relationship with Xiao Dangjia. Tianchen was not prepared to change this. Since Jingling is here, then, the special chef test is about to begin. Guosher has no double-sided and non-noodle dishes? Some expectations. Tianchen thought to himself. In a flash, more than half a month passed. These days, Tianchen and the others are learning cooking skills with Master GD and Yanchuan. Needless to say, Tianchen's learning ability, with S-level savvy talent, strong physique and control over the body, as well as good chef skills, it is extremely fast to learn. In just over half a month, his cooking skills have been advancing by leaps and bounds, almost equal to the current level of Xiaodujia, and he has also mastered the skills of luminous cooking. In a short period of time, the culinary skills have been pushed to a good position. They all said different things. And Sirona, Nazi, and the two Shinado are not bad, and they learn very quickly. This has a lot to do with their mental power and the ability to control the body brought by the body. In the eyes of Master GD, they are all geniuses. Kana. When will the special chef quiz start? Then remember to broadcast it. You didn't broadcast the dumpling contest last time. Humph. Tianchen, haha. Didn't you forget it? This time it will be live. Don't worry. Moreover, this super chef test will definitely make your eyes shine. Wait and see. Kana, huh? It seems that this test will be very unusual. Laksa. I am looking forward to this competition. I also want to know how such delicious dishes are made. Hawkeye my hawk. Look forward to it. Although there are many great chefs in Pirate World, there are undoubtedly more special things in Little Master World. Makarov, wow. I will be able to eat super delicious food every day, and it will be more relaxed. Although he doesn't hate cooking or anything, but if you want to say how much you like it, it is definitely fake. When the young masters join in, he will be able to relax completely. 5 days later, the day for the super chef test has officially arrived. Go on, little master. Jingling saw the young masters off at the gate of Yanchuan. The special chef's quiz is not allowed to go in and watch, so they can't go either. Dudu, little master is pleased to you. Then Jingling asked Dudu again. Her brother is often careless. She is really a little worried. Okay, Sister Jingling. Dudu grinned back. For flowers then. The two went on the road together and rushed to the test site. Shall we pass now? After the little masters had gone far, Sirona asked Tianchen softly. No hurry. They are just going to listen to the rules and questions of this test, and come back to prepare the materials. Just go later. Tianchen smiled and shook his head. There is still waiting to go now. It is totally unnecessary. All right. This time we will be a mixed judge. I want to taste the work of every outstanding contestant. Sirona obviously thinks that Tianchen's brainstorming idea last time is very useful, and she wants to continue this time. Yes. After listening, Nazi nodded again and again. Okay, just do it. Triple it. Tianchen agreed with a smile. 2 hours later, Tianchen and the three of them set off to the test site together with Xiaodujia and Dudu, who came back to pick up the things. Hey, why are you going there with brother Tianchen? They don't accept the audience, right? Dudu and Xiaodujia both asked with doubts on their faces. You will know by then. Keep it secret now. The three of Tianchen smiled at Mimi and replied, all right. Dudu and Xiao Dongjia were suddenly speechless. It's mysterious, they really can't understand. However, in view of the last dumpling contest, all three of Tianchen could become judges. Dad often said that Tianchen and their origins were mysterious, and Dudu had no way of doing it. It seems that they are going to participate again. Sometimes I am really curious about their specific identities. From Yangchuan's side, watching Zaidangjia and Tianchen leave, Master Jidi shook his head helplessly. Haha, Master Shirquan laughed and said, don't ask, we will know when we know it. We only need to know that they have no bad intentions for us. What are you doing? 2. Master GD nodded in agreement. Then he took a group of buddies back to the store. Today the store is definitely going to open. Without Zaidangjia and Tianchen, the store will only get busier. Chapter 312. Special Chef Test Location. Now I announce. This Special Chef quiz has officially started. This time the question is noodles, and the subject is guosher wushuang. What kind of noodles can be called guosher wushuang? This requires everyone who participates in the test to give full play to your imagination and creativity, and create works that can satisfy us. The time for the test is until the burning of the big incense sticks, about 2 hours. Please grasp the rhythm of the time. Then I announce. The test has officially started, as the examiner finished his speech in one pass. Dang, the gong sounded, and the game officially started. In a copper furnace over there, a big incense with a thick wrist was also ignited, and green smoke floated. Tianchen, Sirona, and Nazi were sitting on the second floor attic with the main judge at this time. Looking down, you can see the whole game below. Of course, 23. Tianchen did not forget to open the live broadcast, so that everyone in the group can watch it. At this time, the group is very lively. Kana, wow, is this the world of Little Master? It feels very simple in style. Is it another ancient world? Sirona, yes, I'm used to living in the modern world. It's good to come to this ancient world to experience life once in a while. Tianchen, that's because we can go back to the small space at any time, and there are modern residences, and we still have extraordinary powers. Otherwise, you wouldn't think like this. Triplet, is ancient life really good for modern people? The answer is of course no. Not only is it not good, but the experience is very poor, except for Tianchen and the others. Hawkeye my hawk, I agree with this point very much. Even compared to the pirate world, which is not particularly advanced in technology, life in the ancient world is very unfriendly. This point, Ingyan has a deep understanding in the world of Lu Xiaofeng and the world of Xiaoao. Aside from other things, just an accommodation problem made him feel bad. He doesn't have Tianchen's transformation magic. Now he has experience, and at most he can bring some modern things that he needs to improve his quality of life. If possible, he and even Yi Guqing and others would choose to return to the suite in the small space for the night most of the time, and wait until they sleep well before continuing their mission to the world. Hermione, just think about it, and you can feel the inconvenience of life in the ancient world. After all, the standard of living in the modern world is too far apart. This is still the ancient world of Daxia, and the experience will only be worse if the Western world is replaced by the ancient world at the same time. Hermione, as a schoolmaster, knew this very well. Sirona, hey, okay, I'm too naive. However, it feels great to travel with Tianchen. Don't worry about these trivial matters. He can solve them perfectly. Nazi. Agree, Oyuo. Mira Jane, damn it. Are you showing off? When I have enough source points, I will be with Tianchen next time. Urza, +1. Kana, +2. Lisena, +3. Gildarts. Kana sauce, isn't it good to be with Dad? Kana, no. In the end, maybe you still need me to take care of you. Humph. Uncle G's life is very casual and compelling. Kana doesn't want it. Bri Dundo, huh? I didn't expect Tianchen to be so popular. Makarov, huh? Young man, I have the style of the past. Polyusica, what about the face? Can you compare to Tianchen's boy? As someone who came by, Polyusica said very well. The B************* D Makarov was also a B********* D when he was young. Makarov, the children are watching. Polyusica, can you save me some face? Granny Polyusica met, and she simply stopped paying attention to Makarov, but quietly watched the live broadcast. She may not want her to go to the scene, but she still likes this kind of live broadcast. You don't need to go to the scene to meet nasty humans, and you can still see wonderful games that is there anything better than this? At the live broadcast, a group of contestants soon began to start, one by one, began to show their operations, all at once, and the ingredients were flying all over the sky. Frying pan again in the group. Gray, hey, is this really a level that can be achieved by a group of people who haven't entered the ranks of spiritual practice? This kind of knives and speed, this kind of food flying in the sky is obviously not magical. Kana. It should be said that it is magical, but the problem is that these people are not magical. They are ordinary people. It's unbelievable. Is this really an ordinary world? Dr. Oki, same question. Also, I don't know if there are instant noodles in this world. It's best to use this cooking technique to make instant noodles. They must be delicious and convenient. Sirena, Dr. Oki, the name of Dr. Instant Noodles is not to be taken off. Of course, it is estimated that he himself never thought about removing it. Tianchen, instant noodles or something. Doctor, don't think about it for the time being. I really want to eat it. Wait for the little masters to join Fairy Tale and order food online at any time. No need to spend extra time. Dr. Oki, haha. So too. I think it's bad. Looking forward to their joining. Tianchen. As for Kana, your question. This world is undoubtedly an ordinary world. It's just that Taoism is a bit special. Don't be surprised. Why can't I find it? Where did I put it? I clearly remember that I brought it. At this time, the little master also found that the stone used to make the alkaline water was missing and immediately searched for it anxiously. What's the matter, little master? What are you looking for? Dudu asked with a puzzled face. After this meeting, don't you start preparing quickly. What are you still looking at? I can't find a very important material. Dudu, come and help me find it. The little master didn't lift his head. He rummaged for it and replied anxiously. What is it? A stone-like thing. That is the key to victory that I used to make Guasher Wu Duo, but I can't find it. What should I do? Little Master 3.9 is crazy. Without this, he would not be able to start as a national scholar today. Dudu was shocked when he heard it and said with a bad face, What? A stone? Is it a black stone? This reminded her of the stone she discarded. Yeah, that's it. Dudu, you know. The little head suddenly raised his head and then looked at Dudu with surprise on his face and asked, Little Master, I'm sorry. I threw that stone. I don't know how important it is to you. I'm going to find it. You have to wait for me. Dudu looked regretful and immediately rushed out of the arena, riding a horse, rushing towards Yanchuan restaurant. Chapter 3:13. The little master sat cross-legged on the ground and began to wait calmly. Anxiety is useless at this time. He doesn't want to mess up his mind. This is the best way to deal with it. Kana. The people in the red clothes and blue turban are the little masters, right? They leaked the ingredients? Why are they so careless? Tianchen, don't you help bring the ingredients? With your ability, you can do it easily, right? Tianchen, no hurry. Dudu will do it. This is their careless lesson. If they directly help them solve it, they may not be able to remember this profound lesson. Sirona, Actually, this guy Tianchen knew this would happen a few days ago, but he was not prepared to interfere. I guess it will be fine in the end, right? This is already the norm. Tianchen obviously possessed a lot of information that they didn't know. Kana, I guess so. Tianchen often does this. Humph. Tianchen, I don't mind saving some tragedies, but I don't want to intervene in some lessons that are not so fatal. The young master needs this lesson to grow better. 23. If you do this kind of thing, you may not be rewarded with a source point, or you might be self-defeating. Why bother? Makarov, I think Tianchen handled it very well. This is the right way. It's not good to indulge blindly. You little guys remember this. Wow, is that lotus? Why is it wrapped in lotus and lotus leaves? What's the name? Wow, that bald chef has such a crude cooking style. He can still make such exquisite dishes. Obviously, he has a good grasp of knife skills and heat. Did Duda haven't come back? If this goes on, can the little master really finish it? As time went by, each player showed his talents, and the test became more and more exciting. Every chef who participated in the quiz has a different style, which is quite interesting and makes everyone in the group feel very fresh. When the whole stick of incense was half burned, Dudu finally got the stone. Huh, little master, I brought the stone, Dudu said to the little master who came to the house out of breath. That's great. Toot, you are awesome. Let's start. The little master jumped up from the ground excitedly, took a handful of Toot, and then quickly took out the stone from the bag, evoked a hammer, and smashed the stone into small pieces in a few strokes. Then, all were dropped into the boiling water and boiled. Then, he set up a pot on another stove to temporarily fry wheat, and then began to grind it into flour. Kana, this kid, are you just starting to grind flour now? It's too late, right? Many people are almost done. Bridundo. Obviously, he has his own ideas for doing this. It can be seen that he has very strict requirements for materials. Laxus, what are you worried about? Since Tianchen has said that the young master is a genius, he pays so much attention. This kid must be a character like the protagonist, and he will succeed in the end. Laxus said he had already seen everything. Everyone agrees with Laxus' words. Sirona, little master should be fine. He is very good at creating miracles. Right. Tianchen. Yes. Just look at it. There will be a chance to try it soon. Sirona, I'm looking forward to it. Nazi, Myriad, damn it. Are you changing us on purpose? Can you give us a taste? Makarov, I guess it won't work. For this test, the weight of each contestant's work is quantitative, all of which are judges, so there will be no more. Let's wait until the end of the test. Myriad, it's a pity. Tianchen, just like the old man said, after the test is over, I will let everyone make more contested noodles for everyone to taste. At that time, it's almost time to pull the young master into fairy tale. During this period of time, Tianchen has become familiar with Xiao Dongjia, and they should be fine. When? Xiaoan from Dongjiang Hall. 8 treasure noodles. Passed. Which Jiling? Game noodles qualified. When? Banlin Restaurant small order qualified. Soon, some contestants finished their work, and several judges of Tianchen and the others began to try them one by one. Of course, the appearance of the 3 young men among the judges also caused quite a stir. However, they were all suppressed. Not everyone can pass it. There are only 5 places. Many people do not even have the qualifications to try their works. This round of quiz tests not only cooking skills, but also understanding of the test questions. If the title can't be subscribed, there is no need to taste the work at all. Of course, at the request of the group of friends, these works were not wasted. All of them were collected by Tianchen using deceptive methods and sent to the group with red envelopes. Most of the flavors are pretty good, at least better than those made by ordinary chefs. Obviously, those who have the courage to take the super chef test are of a certain level. Only a handful of parallel imports of food are really unpalatable, and several in the group have been recruited. When the young master was still rushing to work in the world, the passing gong sounded again and again, but in 10 minutes, 3 players passed. There are only 2 places left. There are only 2 places left. Little master, how long will it take? Dudu said to Xiaodang 283 anxiously. Don't worry. I'm about to start kneading the dough now. When Xiao master devoted himself to cooking, he was very calm. He did not feel flustered because of the reduction in quota, but rather calm. There are only 2 places left. What did that genius Fei do? It hasn't been completed yet. Wang Hu very strangely looked at a Fei who had just walked in with the dough, and muttered. He thought this genius had already done it. Can't figure it out. Wow, what is that? At this moment, a Fei actually began to take further action, removing the lotus leaf lotus that was wrapping the dough, and actually began to spin in place. It's dancing. Is that thread? No, that's noodles. It's just so thin. What kind of noodles is he coming to do? I saw that the dough was quickly pulled apart as ALFY was spinning and dancing, and gradually turned into a thin line, not only crystal clear, but also extremely delicate. Soon, after the noodles are pulled, add the cold ingredients, and the noodles are ready. Kana, it feels delicious. Can you try for me? Tianchen. Chapter 314. Tianchen, farewell. Just a little bit. When the test is over, I see him pull into Fairy Tail to do it for everyone. Why not? Tianchen also just decided. A Fei is undoubtedly also a genius. Just before he was in the dark cooking world, he was included in the command. Wouldn't it be better to cook for everyone? The character of this kid is good. Kana, okay. I am tragically killed. Makarov, ahem. It's okay to pull in. This kid doesn't look easy. Gildarts, yes. Haha. The more good chefs, the better. When? Lan Feihong qualified. Soon, the tasting was completed, and ALFY passed this preliminary test without a doubt. Seeing that there is only 1 place left. At this time, even with the composure of the young master, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, the more this kind of moment, the better he knows that he can't panic either. At this point in the test, the whole cinnamon was almost burnt out. There are not many people who can stay and work hard to cook. Many people have already begun to give up, put away their things, and start to leave the test site. Toot. I'm done. That's great. Yeah. 5 minutes later, the little master finally finished it before the incense was burned. After listening to Dudu, he was overjoyed and celebrated happily. It seems to have successfully passed the test. Gray, these 2 idiots. Don't apply to the judges quickly. The next King Tiger will also be completed. Myriad, really? I always feel that this kid is very unreliable. Tianchen, don't you remind them? He can't pass it, right? Judging. I'm done. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Hu also finished his own work and directly raised his hand and shouted to the judges. Judging. We are done. Xiadangjia and Dudu were a little bit behind with hindsight and hurriedly shouted. However, the judges didn't look at them like this. Dudu panicked suddenly, hastily waved his hand and shouted, It's done. We're done. We're done for judging. Wang Hu is faster. Review his work first. The main judge announced directly. Kajn. Dudu and Xiadangjia wanted to call Tianchen and the others when they met, but Tianchen glared back. 2 bastards. Can you have a relationship at this time? Do you want to take the quiz? Dudu and Xiaodangjia met, and suddenly closed their mouths angrily, not speaking, looking at the jury walking towards Wang Hu with a little worried and faint expression. Kana. 2 fools. Gray, I knew. Laxus. Is this self-made? This kid looks very unreliable. A group of people in the group feel very speechless. Why Mao always has problems at such critical moments? If the 2 of them jumped in excitement, they should be able to judge before that Wang Hu. It's all right now, and I have to worry about it again. Wang Hu's tasting started soon. Kana. How does it taste? It must be bad, right? Tianchen, no. It's actually pretty good. Sirona. Indeed, if it's just the taste, it is undoubtedly qualified. Nazi. It's up to him to ask questions. It's delicious. Is this sweet and sweetmeat from Dompa? It's delicious. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other 2 judges except Tianchen couldn't help but praise. Humph. It's Dompa meat. Wang Hu hugged his hands proudly and began to explain. Then, Wang Hu, how can your face be called the warriors of the kingdom? The main judge put down the tableware and asked seriously. Wang Hu was clearly prepared for a long time, and immediately replied confidently. Everyone should know that the great politician of the Song dynasty, and also a great poet Su Dompa, who invented Dompa meat, was undoubtedly a state scholar. Unparalleled poet. It seems that this is really the case. Yes. The few contestants who had not left next to the test couldn't help but talk. Isn't he also qualified? Little master, don't we have a chance? Dudu said to the little master with a frustrated expression. The little master is also a little confused. Then, the 2 looked at Tianchen together. Tianchen just smiled back at them, and they couldn't figure it out. Myriad, this fool. Isn't there really no chance? Urza, didn't Tianchen say it all? It should be fine. This person must have a problem with the question review. Does anyone know who Su Dompa he is talking about? Gray, I haven't heard of it before. Obviously it's a celebrity from the past in that world, right? Hermione, I have heard that there is this person in our world and history, but I am not familiar with it. That seems to be a historical celebrity from an ancient country in the East. Do you know the principal? Dumbledore, Chia? I really know this. As this person said, Su Dompa was a great poet in the Song dynasty of the ancient Eastern country, and he was very famous. This person must have a problem with the examination of the question. At this time, in the live broadcast screen, the main judge spoke, the Shaolin Pavilion King Tiger. Yes. When Wang Hu saw the chief judge calling him, he was shocked and looked at the chief judge with confidence and expectation. When he wants to come, he should be sure about it, right? Unqualified. However, the reality is often cruel, and the chief reviewer directly threw these 3 words. What? Suddenly, both Wang Hu himself and other players present exclaimed. Why? What's wrong with my noodles? Didn't you say that it was delicious just now? Where's the problem? Tell me clearly. Wang Hu was a little unacceptable. The master roared in a measured manner. It seems that if he doesn't give him a reasonable explanation, he will pick up and beat people. The main judge said with an indifferent expression, because you obviously don't know enough about Su Dompa. Dompa's meaty Dompa is really taken from Su Dompa's Dompa. He is a noble and thrifty person all his life, has always set aside personal wealth. However, you actually decorate Dompa meat with all kinds of precious mountain and seafood, which is undoubtedly inconsistent this person's Su Dompa. So, unqualified. Wang Hu obviously couldn't accept this explanation. He slammed the stove with both hands and shouted angrily, damn, what kind of explanation is this? I don't care whether he is frugal or frugal. As long as the noodles are delicious, it's okay. Unqualified means unqualified. Please leave immediately. The main judge remained unmoved, and at the same time stepped back secretly and waved to several officers and soldiers behind him. Then, these officers and soldiers directly picked up Wang Hu, who wanted to run away, and threw him out of the test venue amidst his struggle. Chapter 3:15. No, please give me another chance. I'm not impulsive anymore. It was not until he was thrown out that Wang Hu began to pounce back in regret, wanting to intercede with the judges and give him another chance. Kong Dang, F#82 hashtag. Unfortunately, what awaits him is a closed door. So severe. The rest of the people in the test field were shocked by this scene. Kana, haha, really failed. That's great. I've seen this bearded man upset. Let's leave the quota to the little boss. Gray. Sure enough, there is a problem with the examination. It is a bit strict. It not only tests the chef's craftsmanship, but also tests the creativity and imagination of the chefs. Dr. Omyu. This test is a bit interesting. However, I am more concerned about the taste of these noodles. Tianchen, remember to come back and get a copy. Makarov, Ibit, Gildarts, same as above +1. Then, everyone spoke out and expressed their interest in these aspects. Tianchen, spare me. Xiadangia and Afei will pull in Fairy Tale in the future. You can find them by yourself, but the others will leave after the test. They are not all from the G East region. Not good. I found it. Dr. Oki, okay. 2 are enough. 283. Wang Hu has done it, and Tianchen and their reviewers have come to Xiaodang's side again. Next, start to try your work from Xiadangia. Yes. The next process went smoothly. The soda lard noodles made by Xiadangia are first-rate in terms of taste and chewiness. The noodles are very chewy, and they can bounce to the teeth when they are eaten. It is very different for the main judge. After understanding the production process and raw materials, the main judges suddenly realized. At the same time, it also became clear that, in addition to Li Admiral's optimistic person, Xiaodangja is also a Sichuan fairy, son, the proper second generation of genius. When Little Master's alkaline water surface qualified. After the Little Master said the illusion of Guoshi Wushuang Han Xian, he successfully clicked the question, passed the test, and won the last place to enter the finals. After that, 5 qualified candidates entered the arena for the final test. In the process, even though the time has come to the evening, everyone in the group can't get tired of it. No one left the live broadcast room and was still watching. Of course, the stomach will be hungry too. Kana. Tianchen, can I trouble you to order some food for us? President and grandfather did not cook today, so hungry. Gray, same question. After watching the food test for a long time, I died tragically. Although I have eaten the works of those unqualified players before, it is not enough to be full. As a bodybuilder, each of them has a great demand for food nutrition. Makarov, ahem. Come on. After the little days, we still have time to watch the game and don't have time to cook. Moreover, after seeing the cooking skills of these chefs, I don't have the mood to cook anymore. After hearing this, other people also spoke out, with the same meaning, and asked Tianchen to help order some food. Even Laxus, a major general who has his own warship and chef, is the same. He didn't feel good when he had eaten more delicious ones, and eaten ones with poorer cooking skills. Tianchen, okay, wait a minute. What else could Tianchen say? He could only say hello to Sirona and Nazi, and then walked away from the fighting arena, and went to Yanchuan to take a look. Realizing that it was closed, Tianchen immediately ran away several restaurants nearby by teleporting, and each ordered a table of dishes. After waiting for half an hour, these dishes were all ready one after another. Tianchen went back and collected them one by one, and distributed them to everyone in the group through red envelopes. Kana, thanks. Now you can eat and watch. Do we want to put together a table together? Put the dishes everyone grabs together and eat together, so that you can eat more kinds of dishes. What do you think? Gray, I join. Myriad, Humph. Our 3 brothers and sisters also join. Makarov, CDDJ, well, Why don't you come to the exchange center to make a few tables? You can have a dinner together and watch the test. I have seen it. This live broadcast function can switch the film and television mode, and you can see it without direct projection. Guildarts, huh? Let's get together then. Laxus, count me. Eagle Eye my hawk. Our Kendo team has joined. Soon, all the members of Fairy Tail, including Tianchen, Sirena, and Nazi, returned to the exchange center, formed 3 or 4 tables, and started to eat. This fried pork is awesome. This green vegetable is also very refreshing. The chicken soup is also very fragrant. Everyone was full of praise for this meal. Obviously, the meals ordered by Tianchen are very good. Of course, I always ordered the shop. They are all the specialties of the famous restaurant in G East. Tianchen said with a smile. No wonder. This is a treasure world. When the origin point is a little more generous, I decided to buy the access rights over there, go there, and walk around the world in that world. Dr. Oki nodded rarely. Tianchen said a little bit amused. Doctor, your research house has such an idea. It seems that everyone is almost the same. I think it's pretty good. Ha! Everyone roared with laughter. It took an hour for dinner to end. On the other side of the battlefield, the test is still going on fiercely. Compared with the scene that seems to be done in one go when watching anime, the real test is not like this. Not only the young master, but everyone else is constantly experimenting, researching, and thinking step by step to perfect their own noodle dishes. Time is passing while everyone is watching. Wait until 4 o'clock in the evening. Dang, a brass gong sounded. It's time for the quiz. Please stop, everyone, and submit your work. Next, we will have a tasting session. It's okay. It's okay. Just finished. Hearing the announcement of the judges, the little master patted his chest and smiled with some rejoicing. Come on. Dudu smiled and encouraged the little master. Yeah, I will. Kilda, late? Is it finally finished? Let's see what their 5 noodles and non-noodle dishes are. Tianchen, uncle, did you not go to bed? Guildarts, no. With my current level of physical skills and magic power, it's no problem not sleeping for a few days. But you are still young. You should take a break. Be careful not to grow taller. Duh. Chapter 316. Tianchen, hey, don't worry about this. I'm already 1.7 meters tall, so I won't be too short. In addition, I use deep meditation instead of sleeping, so I am not sleepy. Sirona, me too. Nazi, same. I often use meditation instead of sleep, but it is actually better than sleep. Guildarts, yeah. Are young people so good now? Makarov, hey, old. I slept for 5 or 6 hours before getting up. Is it the last moment? Can the little master win? Tianchen, sure. Everyone look forward to it. I'm Leihua, the lead judge this time. Next is the tasting session. You first need to take turns to try your opponent's work before you can proceed to the next round of mutual scoring. So, now, let's start with Jiling's work first. The following links and results are no different from the original work, except that each of them had to make an extra 3 points for Tianchen and them to taste. Everything was the same. Soon, the father and the others saw that Jiling's use of poppy flower juice in an attempt to deceive other players was exposed by Xiao Dongjia and a Fei. Then, LFY revealed that Jiling used a silver needle to pierce the neck of the young master to numb his sense of taste. Jiling was directly deprived of her qualifications as a chef by the furious Mrs. Leihua and completely lost the possibility of becoming an upright chef. Makarov, fantastic. Let me just say it. From the beginning of the qualifiers, I felt that this woman was not right in her mind, and it would be better to deprive her of her qualifications as a chef. Dr. Oki, it's true. Every world has a lot of opportunistic and unrighteous people. Dumbledore, light is always accompanied by darkness, which is inevitable. Therefore, when we teach younger generations, we must be more careful and pay more attention to psychological quality education. Tianchen, speaking of education issues, the Enlightenment Academy in a small space is almost ready. Then let the minors in the group enter the academy to study. Dumbledore, listen to your words. As if you are an adult. Are you not going to not participate? Tianchen, isn't this certain? What can I learn when I go to Enlightenment Academy? This teaching is a relatively basic thing. I have finished my self-study a long time ago, so please forgive me. Dumbledore, that's true. Makarov, but you kid don't want to be lazy. If you don't be a student, you have to be a teacher. You have learned well in transforming magic and alchemy, so let's open 1 or 2 classes at that time. The old man had obviously regarded transforming magic as a compulsory course for everyone. The purpose, Tianchen, okay, keep watching the arrangements. But there won't be more courses. He himself also needs to practice, research, and explore other worlds. It is almost enough to spare 1 class a week. Makarov, haha, there are not too many courses in these 2 aspects. Relatively speaking, there are more courses in culture. Natsu and the others are a bit naughty. They have to teach as soon as possible. As an insider who knows the plot of the future, the old man does not want Natsu to follow in the footsteps of the original. That kind of saboteur is definitely not what the old man wants. At the Colosseum, the test is still going on. Next is Xiaohan's work, cat ears. It was just that the things came up, no matter it was Zaidugia, a Fei, or Xiaodian. They didn't even have the idea of eating, and sat motionless. Why don't you guys eat? When Xiaohan saw it, he asked very puzzled and annoyed. Idiot. Because there is no need to try your work. Xiaoshan hugged both hands and replied unceremoniously. A Fei, indeed, little master. It's not wrong at all. Why? Why do you say that? What am I doing wrong? This is my hard work. Xiaohan slapped the table angrily and roared at the three of Xiao Master. Xiaohan, don't you understand? At this time, Mrs. Leihua looked at Xiaohan with disappointment and said, there is really no need to try your work. No matter how the shape changes, the noodles are the noodles. This is the most difficult G-East special chef test in the country. You are trying to qualify for the special chef with your barren imagination and creativity. It is too small to underestimate this special chef test, right? You should come back in 4 years. The final ruling for you is disqualified. You can leave. Hearing what Mrs. Leihua said, Xiaohan suddenly realized that he had made a very simple common-sense mistake. After 2 steps on the hind legs, he hugged his head and roared unwillingly. In the end, with a lonely face, he held his fist at Madame Leihua and said, I understand. Madame Leihua, I took it for granted. I will work hard for 4 years, and I will come to the next special chef quiz in 4 years. Goodbye, everyone. 4 flowers. After finishing talking, Xiaohan packed up his things, and under the leadership of 2 officials, he walked out of the gate of the battlefield and left the place where his dream came true. Next, the remaining 3 people tasted their works one by one, and the 3 Tianchen also walked aside and ate happily. Even, in exchange for the old man, they also asked for half of the split. After that is the mutual scoring session. Like the original work, Xiao Shan knew that his work was not as good as Xiao Dangjia and Fei, so he deliberately cheated and gave Xiao Dangjia and Fei's works the lowest point, causing his total score to surpass Xiao Dangjia and Fei. It's just that he was also a little confused by the victory and defeat, and he didn't want to think, how could Mrs. Leihua leave such an obvious loophole for him to drill? In the end, he was also directly disqualified from the test later by Mrs. Leihua and asked him to come back in 4 years. After the final self-grading session, Mrs. Leihua also specifically asked Tianchen and the others to discuss the final result evaluation. Because Fei and Little Master's brother performed equally well in the link, Mrs. Leihua also had a headache. Now, announce the final review result. Fei, Little Master, exist. Congratulations, you have passed the qualification test of this special chef at the same time, and I grant you the qualification of special chef. In the end, after careful consideration, Mrs. Leihua agreed with Tianchen and the others, and included Fei and Xiao Dangjia in the ranks of Dao's special chefs. Yeah. The next moment, Xiaodujia and Duda hugged and jumped up. That's great. I'm a super chef. Mom, did you see it? Little Master said excitedly. This is his dream all the time, and now it has finally come true. When Fei and Mrs. Leihua met, they all smiled heartily. Abe, your son and apprentice have now become super chefs, and have embarked on the same path as we did in the past. I really look forward to where they can go in the future. Mrs. Leihua thought. Chapter 317. Yes, Lan Feihong and Xiao Dangjia joined the chat group. After the special chef test, Tianchen pulled Xiao Dangjia and Fei aside, and after a good conversation with them, he pulled both of them into Fairy Tale and the group chat. Yes, join the chat group with the first and Shirquan masters. Later, he invited Master GD and Master Shirquan to the Fairy Tale and chat group. All 4 of them are talented and superb chefs. He was too lazy to score a few times, so he just pulled in at once. That is to say, the Master Steel Baton Solution and Rin have not yet appeared, and he does not want to spend time looking for them. Otherwise, he wants to pull in these 2 people now. Makarov, huh? For people are welcome to join. From now on, everyone will be a family. Dr. Oki, welcome. Laxus, welcome +1. Urza 28-7, welcome +2. Next, everyone in the group came up and welcomed the 4 young masters. Little Master, thank you everyone. I just know that there are more worlds outside of the original world. It turns out that big brother Tianchen, you are not from our world. That's amazing. And chapter. Thank you. I would like to take care of you in the future. The ingredients you took out recently are from other worlds, right? I said how could it be so amazing? I doubted it before, but didn't ask. Now, everything is clear. Master Shirquan, the heavens and the world? Old man, after digesting this information, my blood boiled a little. Tianchen boy, you really gave me a big surprise. Tianchen, hey, didn't you lie to you? This is definitely a dream opportunity for a chef. In the future, everyone can use ingredients from different worlds and learn different worlds to make more perfect works. In addition, I have another idea about the Tao of Spirit Kitchen I want to discuss with you. Then, Tianchen told the 4 masters in the group about his ideas about the way of the spirit country. At this time, not only the 4 master GD, but also the others in the group were boiling. Laxus, damn, your kid is flexible. You can actually think of the route and usage of the teacher abroad. Please be sure to research this spirit as soon as possible. The way of the country is here. We are so impressed. If you have any requirements for ingredients, please mention it. This is another way to improve your strength by eating. Guildarts. It's the same on my side. I will often hunt for some high-end ingredients and put them in the public food library of the exchange center. You need to deliberately use them at will. Little Master. Thank you everyone. I will work hard. Strive to create the way of the spiritual kingdom mentioned by Brother Tianchen as soon as possible. Tianchen. It is recommended that you first practice meditation, physical exercises, and internal strength or magic. Slowly improve your physical fitness and strength first. Let's talk about it. The way of the spirit country is one of the extraordinary ways in my imagination. It is definitely impossible to explore with ordinary methods. Master GD. That's reasonable. But, don't you guys plan to learn how to cook in the future? Tianchen, no. I will learn from time to time if I have time. Hey, just forget it. This is not the way he wants to go. And the first master. Hey, I know. Try your best. Don't waste your talent on the national road. Master Shirkwan. Indeed, your talent on the national road is even stronger than the little master. Don't waste it. Boy, Tianchen. Well, I can only say try my best. Makarov, huh? This kid has outstanding talents in all aspects, so he should choose it himself. We can't do too much interference. He has a good heart. Your Excellency, I have good wine here. Come to the exchange center for a good drink. Master Shirkwan. Huh? Can't ask for it. Coming soon. He is the best wine. And the first master. Since His Excellency Makarov has said so, I won't say more. You can decide for yourself. I can't force this kind of thing. Even now, his head is still a little dizzy, and he has suddenly received so much information about the collapse of the three views, and he needs to slow down. Tianchen, I understand. And the first master. He felt that he was accepted, and Master GD is indeed a very qualified master. Laxus, haha. Finally, you are looking forward to it. We will be able to order food online in the future. Please take care of this. A few. Of course, if you need any ingredients, please mention. Little master. Well, I will try my best. Tianchen, little master, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to go back to Sichuan to inherit Ju downstairs, or come to Otherworld? Little master, well, this, I don't know how to send it. What do you think, master? Master GD. I haven't figured it out now. Tianchen, do you have any good suggestions? If you don't understand, it's best to ask an experienced person. Tianchen, because your current strengths are a bit low. Except for the training time, other worlds are not suitable for wandering in the powerful alien world. My suggestion is that your original plan in this world remains the same, but in addition, choose the initial world to be in the pirate world. Spend a few hours a day here to practice physical skills and go to the small space meditation room. Practice meditation. Wait for the strength to increase step by step. Let's start to venture into another world. It is too dangerous to run to another world wave with extraordinary power without certain strength. In addition, among all the worlds they have been to, Pirate World is undoubtedly the most suitable for them. This is true whether it is practice or the provision of ingredients. Master G. Good suggestion. Just follow what you said. Little Master, hey? Then, I will follow my original plan and start a journey of cooking practice across the country. You can come to the Pirate World and Small Space 3.9 to practice at any time in the middle of the journey. Having just obtained the title of Super Chef, the young master is not ready to go back to Sichuan and inherit Ju downstairs now, nor is he ready to continue to study at Yanchuan Restaurant. The world is so big, he wants to go for a walk and take a look. Master Shirkwan, wow, that's a good idea. It's time to go out and take a look and see the different cuisines and outstanding chefs from all over the world. Master G. That's it. Master G also thinks this is pretty good. Tianchen did not comment, let alone tell the little master about the dark cooking world and the legendary kitchen utensils. These are still to wait for 2 years. The little master will grow up a little longer. Let him come by himself. Chapter 318. Tianchen originally thought about taking away 8 legendary kitchen utensils, but finally gave up, because the system has issued a reminder that if he does do this, he is likely to be blocked by the little master world again. It is not that there is really no way to obtain the legendary kitchen utensils. According to the system prompts, as long as he has made enough contributions to the world of the little master, the world will of the little master will still agree. Isn't it that Tianchen's contribution to the world of little master has no chance? In the future, he will slowly try to teach martial arts and the spiritual kingdom that will take shape in the future. Watch it again then. The legendary kitchen utensils are also a good choice for the little master. Tianchen, then I will arrange the initial world for the 4 of you in Pirate World. I will take you there first and set the initial location on Shuanyue Island. With that said, Tianchen immediately instructed the system in his heart to purchase the entry right and initial identity of Pirate World for the 4 young masters. 404 origin points can be deducted. Xiao Dongjia, Lan Feihong, and Di Shifu, and the 23rd Division of Shirkwan University obtained the permanent entry right of Pirate World and the initial status of 1 origin point. Then, all 4 of Zaidangjia received this system prompt. Little Master, thanks. Big Brother Tianchen. Lan Feihong, thank you. All 4 of the young masters expressed their gratitude. Then, Tianchen first took them to the Pirate World Shuanyue Island, and by the way helped them buy a house in their village, and then introduced them to some conditions on Shuanyue Island. Hey, how are you guys? I am Gray. I am an ice magician. Please take care of me in the future. At this time, Gray ran over from a distance and greeted Zaidugia and the others on the initiative. That group is enthusiastic. At first glance, it is to make friends with the young masters and prepare them for future eating and drinking. Hello, what is the ice sorcerer? Little Master responded, and then asked curiously. Master GD, and they also nodded to Gray, as if they had said hello. The ice sorcerer is. Gray listened, and immediately explained the ice modeling magic and other basic knowledge of magic to the young master. Advertisement soon, the two became acquainted. It has been 5 days since the young masters joined Fairy Tail. These days, everyone's life has become happier, because I can taste different kinds of food every day, and I get great satisfaction both physically and mentally. Wuxia cuisine is extensive and profound, and there are countless cuisines and dishes. Yangchuan restaurant alone can make a few tables of good dishes every day. Of course, when it was discovered that the food made by the chefs and the others using sea king meat and other ingredients has more benefits and better effects than usual methods, everyone's enthusiasm for food has become more and more high. Interest in collecting these precious ingredients has also greatly increased. Every day, fairy tale members who have the ability to get those high-end ingredients can get some ingredients that they have never seen before. Most of them are put in the expanded food warehouse on the exchange center for the little masters and others to use. The Red Queen. What scale has the magic communication network reached? How many robot army is there? When he came to the fairy tale world, Tianchen asked the Red Queen. Back to the master. The magic communication network has expanded by 2 million square kilometers. It is expected that it will cover the entire kingdom of Fiori in 3 months. In addition, 400 robots have been produced, of which 300 T-800s. There are 100 TX units, and the remaining models have not been produced yet. Red Queen projected a miniature projection from the space bracelet on Tianchen's wrist, replied, "Is there 3 months left? I see. Besides, are all kinds of mineral resources and materials still enough?" Tianchen nodded clearly, and then asked, "The current inventory can support half a month's consumption. It is recommended to get another batch from the biochemical world. This is the list." With that said, the Red Queen projected a list of resources in front of Tianchen. Tianchen glanced at it and nodded. "I see. I will make time to go there tomorrow. Also, how about the people I asked you to search for?" The Red Queen suddenly smiled and nodded and said, "I'm about to mention this to my master. I seem to have found Kagura.Mikazuchi's trace. Do you think this is her?" With that, she projected a photo of a little girl in front of Tianchen's eyes. "Is that a little girl with dark brown and long black hair? She looks like 7 to 8 years old, with ragged clothes, squatting down and pitifully on a street corner, staring blankly at the people coming. The streets heading are fascinated. Searching for some genius is also the task of Tianchen handing in a Red Queen. It should be her. Where's this advertisement?" Tianchen frowned and nodded and asked. "It is the famous commercial city, Agalifa, on a street near the slum in the west of the city, about 420 kilometers away from Magnolia. Yesterday, when I covered the magic communication network there, I found it through the scanning function of the communication network." Red Queen replied, "Agalifa? I know. I'll go there now." Tianchen nodded and immediately walked out of his manor, waved the fire-breathing dragon, flew onto the fire dragon's back, rode the fire-breathing dragon, and hurried to the city of Agalifa. 420 kilometers, it takes 2 hours to spray fire dragon's speed, and there is rest in the middle. However, now that the Bloodwing flying dragon has also grown up, Tianchen can completely rotate the 2 flying mounts. He did the same. Even if necessary, he can also add Bai Jiao to the rotation team. The wheel speed is faster than that of the carving and 287 to even faster than the fire-breathing dragon. The strength level is much worse than that of the fire-breathing dragon. On the way to the city of Agalifa, the bored Tianchen opened the group chat and found that the group was very lively at the moment. At first glance, I found out that it was the little master who was broadcasting live. "Kana, this Shiro is so shameless. What a good day. Little master, beat him and never take this stuff." Urza, I. Hermione, agree. This kind of person is too damn it. Little master, well, isn't this bad? He has already worshipped me as a teacher. Yesterday his mother asked me to. The little master is still too soft-hearted and discussing and doesn't know how to refuse. Kana, huh. Is that an apprenticeship? That's a stalker. Be careful when he holds your corner. Little master, the corner of the wall. Tianchen, oh what? So your kid understands Duda's feelings for you. Then you still hide it. Little master, ahem. Brother Tianchen is coming online. Would you like to try my fried rice with sour plum? It's appetizing. Of course, provided that you are in a hot zone now. Chapter 319. That's right. As early as 3 days ago, Xiao Dang's family had set off from G East by boat with Dudu. Currently, they are in Fuzhou, Shiro's hometown. I just used sour plum fried rice to solve the crisis in the local county and solve the problem of Master Bao's anorexia. Before, Xiao Dongjia also conducted a live broadcast at everyone's request. By the way, he also prepared a lot of plum fried rice to distribute in the group for everyone to taste. Tianchen, then give me a small bowl. Just try the taste. Little master. Okay, I will send you a red envelope. With that said, the little master sent a small bowl of sour plum fried rice to Tianchen through the red envelope. Tianchen Lu put it in his mouth and chewed. Well, not to mention, it's really refreshing and delicious. Ordinary egg fried rice can achieve this level. Should it be said that it is really a small master? Master G. This Shiro, if you have to accept it, then take care of it. If it doesn't work, let me take care of it at that time. We must correct all his bad problems. I'm determined no one is allowed to compromise Yang Xuan's reputation. Do you know? Little master. Little master. Yes. Master. I will try to discipline Shiro well, but I don't have much hope for this, and I may have trouble for you at that time. My family does his own business, and the young master feels that he is not good at doing this kind of thing. He is just a child himself. Master GD. Okay, I will take care of this stinky boy then. The city of Agalifa. Hey, little girl, what are you worried about here? Kagura, who was in a daze, was stared at by a few hooligans, and the little green-haired rascal who was in the lead stared at Kagura with an unkind expression on his face. Unfortunately, Kagura just glanced at him indifferently, then retracted his gaze, stood up, and was about to leave. She has seen this kind of punks a lot over the years, and it's troublesome whether she talks about it or not. She hates trouble. Hey, 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 are you deaf? Ignore dare me. When I saw the green hair over there, he was immediately annoyed. He is a tyrant on this street. His brother is a D-class wizard. The whole street is under the control of his brother. No one dares to ignore it. When he said this, Kagura did not stop, but speeded up his pace, trying to avoid these troublesome characters. But this just annoyed the little b***************************************************************************************************. Stop. And saw that he raised his hand and ran behind Kagura to grab it. Several other people also encircled Kagura. Scum, why do you have to mess with me? Kagura sensed the situation behind and around her, and her indifferent expression became even colder. Wong. In the next moment, a magic circle appeared under her feet, and the little gangsters immediately felt a depressed sense of gravity acting on them in all aspects. They only felt that the whole person had sunk several times, very uncomfortable. Wow, this gravity directly bent their waists. At the same time, the ground a few meters around Kagura was squashed down to 3 centimeters. Gravity magic oppression, surgery. Touch, touch, touch. Soon, the few gangsters couldn't hold on. One by one, they jumped to the ground directly, their faces flushed, and they looked quite uncomfortable. Don't mess with me again. Kagura didn't even look at these people and dropped such a sentence, then retracted the gravity magic and walked away from the city quickly. She knows these little bastards, especially the green hair who is fighting, and also knows the background of this guy. His brother is a very short-term B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ëu:̈ăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăă possible trouble. She must leave as soon as possible. I haven't found any trace of my brother here. It's time to find another place. Brother, where are you? With a trace of sadness and longing flashing in his eyes, Kagura quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, Kagura came to the east of the city. When she was about to leave the city, she suddenly stopped and looked up at more than a dozen people blocking the road in front. I saw that the green-haired gangster who had been taught by her before and a giant 2 meters tall were at the beginning. Jia, you hit my brother and want to run? Little girl, don't you think Quincy is too much in your eyes? The sweat guarded his fist with a grinning face, twisted his neck, and stared at Kagura like a wolf. What do you want? Kagura held the hilt of the knife in one hand and stared at the giant man with a guarded face. No. The giant man heard it and directly shook a finger and said, It's not what I want. But what should you do? You don't think that if you bully my brother, you can pay no price, just leave safely. I heard my incompetent brother said that you have mastered gravity magic. Fight with me. If you win, I will let you go. If I lose, you will be mine in the future. How? This guy's idea is not so good. He has spent so many years in the city of Agalifa, and he is a wizard himself, but he knows a lot about wizards. Having mastered magic at a young age like Kagura, and still looks like a wandering orphan, he is almost certain that this is a genius who awakens magic. Quincy likes genius the most. If this little girl can join his club willingly, she will definitely become a member of the club in the future and help him grow the club quickly. Don't look at him like this. In fact, he still has a bit of a brain. However, sometimes things are not as beautiful as he imagined. Before Kagura could answer, a huge figure suddenly rushed over from the sky in the distance. At a distance of hundreds of meters, in the blink of an eye, Kagura's eyes suddenly widened, and it was rare to show a trace of astonishment. Dragon? At the same time, she also saw a handsome young man with blonde hair standing on the back of the red dragon, under the background of the sun and the dragon, like God descending. The person here is Tianchen. No way. I only heard that Tianchen's indifferent voice came into the ears of everyone present. What? You, who are you? Quincy had heard that someone had tolerated him and turned his head to go back. As a result, he saw Tianchen standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. To Shang Tianchen's indifferent eyes, he immediately trembled and asked, You are not qualified to know. Tianchen smiled disdainfully, waved his hand. More than a dozen azure blue lights shot out from his hand, and instantly fell on more than a dozen gangsters. What? These people, including Quincy, the sorcerer, uttered a scream and passed out with smoke from their heads. Then, Tianchen's flash of swipe appeared 1 meter in front of Kagura. Kagura also looked at Tianchen with a guard, did not speak, just looked at him like that. After so many years of wandering, she was very alert in her heart, but she would not be grateful because Tianchen helped her solve a few punks. If she were so naive, she might have died long ago. Tianchen met, smiled kindly, and said, Don't be nervous. My name is Tianchen, a member of Fairy Tale Wizards Guild. I am here specifically for you. Kagura, Mikazuchi discusses. Chapter 320. Okay. When Kagura heard Tianchen call out her full name, she suddenly moved in her heart, stepped back, looked at Tianchen alertly and asked, How do you know my full name? Tell me your purpose. Although he became more vigilant in his heart, Kagura couldn't help but raise another thought in his heart, raising a glimmer of hope. Does this person know brother? This is the only thing Kagura can think of. It is possible for someone to know his full name. As for other relatives, since that time the bad guys came to the village to arrest the children, the adults have basically been killed, and there are no relatives other than missing. I know your brother Simon. I know where he is. Tianchen said with a smile. Really? Where's my brother? Kagura listened, no longer able to be alert anymore, and stepped forward excitedly and asked, How many years has it been? Finally I heard the news from my brother Simon, and she couldn't help but not get excited. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. When Tianchen saw it, he quickly raised his hand to calm down and said, Simon's words. You can't see it yet. Let's talk about another thing. Do you still remember the bad guy who hid you in the water tank and caught you by himself? Is that red-haired lady? Yeah, remember. What's wrong? Do you have news about that young lady? Kagura listened, but calmed down a bit and asked with bright eyes. Of course she remembers Miss 287, and she is very profound and has never forgotten it. Had it not been for that young lady, she would have been taken away by those bad guys. Instead, the young lady was taken away by the bad guy herself. Kagura has always been grateful and self-blame. Of course, in these years, when she was most helpless, she hadn't thought about it, but she also let the bad guys take her away. Would she be able to see her brother directly? However, it was wrong for her to think so, and it was even more unlikely that she would blame the young lady who sacrificed herself. Otherwise, what has she become? Yes, Tianchen smiled and nodded. That young lady is in our fairy tale guild right now. She is a member of our guild. The news about your brother Simon is learned from her. I want to meet that young lady with me. Is that right? Miss Sister's name is Urza Scarlet. Good. Kagura thought for a while and nodded in agreement. She hadn't thought about whether Tianchen was lying to her, but with the strength Tianchen had just shown in the dragon beast in front of him, if he really wanted to lie to him, there was absolutely no need to be so troublesome. Moreover, she was really, CDDJ, looking desperate. Even if there was only a little hope, she wanted to try it. Then go. Tianchen smiled, and before Kagura could react, he reached out and touched Kagura's head, and then put a hand on her shoulder. With a thought, he brought her back to the fire dragon's back. Then, let the fire-breathing dragon rush back. Can you tell me what is going on with my brother Simon? Is he still safe? Miss Sister, is she all right now? Kagura sat on Fire Dragon's back, glanced at the surrounding scenery flying backwards, turned his head, and asked Tianchen. Simon should be safe now, and in the next few years it should be safe, but you should not see him now. To be specific, it is a little troublesome to explain. Let Urza come to explain to you. Urza is okay. Now working hard becomes stronger, in the hope that Simon and others can be rescued in the future. Tianchen explained. Save it? Is my brother still in the hands of the bad guys? How did the young lady escape? I remember that she was also taken away by the bad guys back then. Kagura asked a little excitedly. How do you say it? It's a twist here. Don't worry. You can ask Urza in person in 2 hours. Tianchen shook his head and said. He didn't want to explain, because he could feel that Kagura was very wary of him, and she might not believe it when she explained it. It's better to let Urza come. As Kagura's lifesaver, Kagura will definitely believe in Urza. Okay. Tianchen didn't say anything. Kagura couldn't help it, just calmed down, stared at the front blankly, and stopped talking. Tianchen opened the group chat. Tianchen, at Urza, are you there? Urza, ? Yes. What can you do, Tianchen? Tianchen, do you remember the little girl you rescued before you were caught in the village of your hometown? Urza, of course I remember. She seems to be Simon's younger sister. I also learned about it later through a conversation with Simon at Tower of Heaven. What? Tianchen, do you have news about her? After being arrested that year, Urza naturally couldn't have news of Kagura. After escaping from Tower of Heaven, she didn't think of Kagura, otherwise, she would definitely try to find it. For nothing else, because she is Simon's sister, and Simon is Urza's best friend. Makarov, huh? Tianchen, did you find the little girl Kagura, Mikazuchi? The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the news. Knowing the original work, he knew very well that the little Kagura girl would join Mermaid Heel in the future, and she was a genius wizard. His talent and willpower are not much worse than Urza. If it can be abducted, that would be great. As for what to do if Mermaid Heel loses a powerful S-rank wizard in the future, what does this have to do with his fairy tale guild leader? Tianchen, yes? A few hours ago, I received a message from the Red Queen, saying that I found Kagura's whereabouts through the magic communication network, and I rushed over. Now I have received her and took her back to the guild. Hurry up. Urza, come back. I'll be there in about 2 hours. Urza, okay. I'll be back now. Is she okay? How are the years? Tianchen, although it's not good, but it's basically okay. It's just a bit thinner. Over the years, she has been wandering around looking for her brother Simon. I have already told her about you, and that you know the news about Simon. You think about how to explain Simon to her. Anyway, hold her steady first. Urza, okay. I will. It's rare to get news from Simon's sister, and Urza thinks this is one of the best news she has heard recently. When Simon is rescued in the future, she will be able to reunite their brothers and sisters. I believe Simon will be very happy. Kana. Who is Kagura? Why haven't I heard of it? Urza's relatives. Guildarts. No. It's the lost relative of Urza's friend. I remember a heroic little girl. Well, at least she will be a heroic and beautiful little girl in the future. Kendo talent and gravity magic talent seem to be very good. Makarov. Speaking of which, does the little girl Tianchen Kagura master magic and Kendo now? Chapter 321. Tianchen. She has awakened to gravity magic. Besides, holding a worn-out long sword in her hand, she should have mastered a certain amount of Kendo. Regarding Kagura's gravity magic, Tianchen still saw it through the Red Queen's surveillance network. In the future of the original book, Kagura did master gravity magic, but Tianchen was not sure whether her gravity magic was awakened by the day or the day after tomorrow. After reading the monitoring content and seeing Kagura himself, Tianchen has already been able to determine that Kagura is the sorcerer of the awakening. Makarov, haha, is the awakened one. Great. Must be abducted back and cultivated. I announce. She will be the magician of our guild from now on. Guildarts, is this really good? President, Makarov, what does it matter? It's all for the growth of the guild, whereas not to stay. Besides, coming to our guild is the best for her. You can join Fairy Tail in the future, so that she can get faster, grow better. He is never too genius. Guildarts, also, Laxus, awakened again? Or gravity magic? Look, the talent is good. Makarov, hey. That is, in terms of talent, it should be no worse than you and Urza. The original book Kagura is indeed not as good as Urza and Laxus, but the old man thinks that this should be due to Kagura's early years of looking for her brother, not getting a good training, and delaying a lot. Now it's different. When she joins Fairy Tail, he will definitely nurture Kagura. Laxus, wow? Then I'll wait and see. Competitors. Laxus is not too much now. On the contrary, he feels that the more the better, so that he will be more stressed and motivated. Urza, huh? Is Simon's younger sister so talented? It's also the Awakener great. If Simon knows, he will be very happy. Urza remembers that when she met Sister Simon, she was only 4 or 5 years old, and she was just an innocent and cute little girl at that time. Tianchen, just be happy if you are happy. Then she will bring it to you. I believe you both will be happy. Urza, of course. I will teach her well. In the future, I will go with her to rescue Simon and the others. This is already Urza's obsession. Tianchen, don't forget that there are our partners. You are not alone. Urza, don't hold back everything in your heart and fight by yourself. Makarov, yes. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just grow up happily. Everything will be fine. I will also work hard to find the location and information of Tower of Heaven. If you can find it in advance, you don't have to wait until the time period of the original book to act. However, the place is obviously well hidden now, and the old man has not received any news for the time being. He felt that he could wait for the anonymous trumpet Zikrine of Jalal to show up and get the information he wanted from him. Great, yes. We will help you. Urza, Kana. Same as above. Then, everyone in the group spoke to express their support, even many people in the fairy tale world. When they want to come, if it is really necessary, they are willing to spend more than 100 origin points into the fairy tale world to help. Many people are actually very interested and curious about the fairy tale world itself. This is a complete magical world that is different from that of HP. It's vast and fascinating. Urza, thank you everyone. It's nice to have you. Urza was moved to tears. She feels that she is really lucky to join the big happy family fairy tale. Grandpa Rob, all this must be within your expectations. Thank you. I miss you so much. Urza let tears fall from her cheeks and muttered while looking ahead. If Grandpa Rob didn't let her go to Fairy Tale Guild before he died, she would not join Fairy Tale Guild. In the dark, Grandpa Rob has arranged everything for her. What makes Urza sad is that such a respectable and lovely grandpa is no longer there. He chose to sacrifice himself to save her. Kana, hee. Everyone is a family. No need to say thank you. Gray, yes. We have problems. I believe you will help wholeheartedly as well. Urza, well, you can tell me if you have something in the future, as long as we do it. Mira Jane, wow. Then, Urza, can you bring me a glass of iced juice? Urza, she didn't feel like the devil girl in here. 4 flowers, Glisana. Sister Mila, don't be like this. Makarov, huh? The old man thinks that the atmosphere of the guild is very good, and the atmosphere of Fairy Tale and the group is equally good. 2 hours later, Tianchen finally took Kagura to the sky over Magnolia. Tianchen commanded the fire-breathing dragon to fall at the gate of Fairy Tale Guild, and then took Kagura to spray Fire Dragon's back, and said to Kagura, "Here, this is Fairy Tale Guild. Is Sister Urza here?" Kagura looked at the door emperor of Fairy Tale Guild and the surrounding situation and asked. She was a little convinced now that Tianchen was really not malicious anymore. This guild should also be the Illuminati Guild. It's not the Shameful Dark Guild or the Bounty Hunter Guild with mixed characters. Yes, Tianchen nodded and was about to take Kagura in. Then, he saw Urza rushing out of the guild. "Are you Simon's sister Kagura?" "I'm Urza." Urza directly ignored Tianchen and came to Kagura, looking at Kagura with excitement and pity, and asked, "You are? Sister Urza, really that young lady back then?" Kagura was taken aback for a moment and then stared at Urza with wide eyes. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she stepped forward with the same excitement. He pulled up Urza's 2 hands, held them tightly, and asked, "Yes, I didn't expect you to remember." Urza nodded happily. "I only learned that you said Simon's sister later. Let's go in and talk. It just so happens that I also have a lot to say to you, including Simon." With that, she took Kagura and walked into the guild. Kagura also nodded obediently, letting Urza hold his hands, and followed his steps into the Fairy Tale Guild. "Thank you, Tianchen." When Tianchen was a little petrified, Urza turned his head and cast a grateful look at Tianchen, and then led Kagura to open the guild gate and walked in. "Yeah!" exclamation point. Tianchen shook his head funny and stepped into the guild. Chapter 322. Next, the communication with Kagura was naturally left to Urza. I don't know how the two communicated. Anyway, in the end, Kagura willingly joined the Fairy Tale Guild. Haha, you are welcome to join. Little Kagura, little ones, the banquet is up. Let us welcome Kagura to join today. The old man, who had rushed back with Urza long ago, personally printed Kagura's guild's crest, and then stood on the bar and announced loudly, "You are welcome to join. Kagura sauce. Welcome." Haha, Kagura sauce is very beautiful. I will grow up to be a big beauty. The soy sauce parties in the guild roared. Don't do that, right? Kagura met and said embarrassedly. The welcome party or something, is it too much? No, this is the tradition of my 28-7 guild. It will be like this every time a newcomer joins. Don't be embarrassed. Urza smiled and shook his head. That's it. Kagura nodded a little bit clearly, watching the lively scene in front of her, seeing the friendly expressions. Her heart was very moved. In the past few years, she has encountered countless people of all kinds in the process of wandering. Among them, there are good people and bad people. Some are good to her, some ignore her, and some have evil intentions towards her. But none of them gave her the warmth of family as before. She suddenly felt that she was lucky to be able to join here. Brother, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and rescue you as soon as possible. Wait for me. Kagura vowed inwardly. Urza had already told her all about her experience in Tower of Heaven, and also said that Simon and the others were confused by a guy named Jalal. But there is no problem with security for the time being. She is now the same as Urza. The main task is to keep getting stronger, so that she can get strong enough to save Simon and others as soon as possible. Of course, the main problem now is that the location of the Tower of Heaven cannot be found. It is hidden there. Otherwise, both Urza and Kagura are willing to pull their faces down and ask the chairman, Guildarts and others to help save people. In fact, Urza also knows that both the president and Tianchen have been helping to collect information on the Tower of Heaven. Ding. Host Fudge Kagura. Mikazuchi joins Fairy Tale. Reward. 34 origin points. Ding. The host let Urza recognize each other in Kagura, Mikazuchi in advance. Reward. 87 origin points. More than 2 months later, Natsu, Kagura, when he passed the assessment set by the father one after another, and successfully joined the Fairy Tale. After Natsu and Wendy joined the Fairy Tale, Tianchen also negotiated with the Fire Dragon King Igneel and Tianlong Grantine and established a confidentiality agreement with them. I also talked about my general plan for the future of Natsu and Wendy, and also stated that the future will help them eliminate the Black Dragon Acnologia. Fire Dragon King Igneel and Tianlong Grantine had no objection, and they all agreed. However, the two dragons were still very horrified for everything in the small space and for the alien world. Originally, they didn't know if their plan would be successful. Now they are confident. Even Tianlong Grantine saw the hope of resurrection. If she can survive, she naturally hopes to survive, not for anything else, just to accompany Wendy by her side in the future. She really regards Wendy as a daughter. Regarding the arrangement of the three of Natsu, Tianchen arranged the initial world of the three in the world of pirates, as usual. For the wizards of the fairy tale world, this world is currently the most suitable base for physical training. In addition, the Enlightenment College of Small Space was officially established with the participation of 3 people. Currently, there are 6 courses in magic, potions, basic culture, transformation, kendo and physical skills, spells, and Pokemon. In the future, as time goes by, it will naturally increase. At present, these are almost the same. The teachers of these subjects also have a general arrangement. Magic teacher and principal, Makarov curse teacher and vice principal, Buli Dundo Kendo teachers, Jingsalang, Ingyen, Dugu Chiochio, Shiman Chuksu, Yi Guqing, potions teacher, Pelusika transformation magic teacher, Tianchen Pokemon trainer basic education class, Natsu, Sirona, Dr. Oji culture teacher, Red Queen at present, Urza, Gray, Natsu, Kana, Wendy, Kagura, Hermione, Angela, Sauron, Guena, Nazi, Young Master, and others have all joined the Enlightenment Academy and started their own learning courses. According to each person's own situation, Makarov and Tianchen arranged different compulsory and elective courses. Of course, they also considered their respective hobbies and talents. The best course arrangement made. At first, many people must have sighed and didn't want to go to class, but they were forced to arrange it by Tianchen. You don't have to go to class for Tianchen? And Laxus. Natsu expressed dissatisfaction at the time. Huh? I'm an adult, and I have learned everything that I should learn. Unlike your little devil, who hasn't even recognized the words, there is no comparability at all. You should go to class honestly. Laxus expressed disdain. Then, Natsu looked at Tianchen unconvinced. Tianchen is always about the same age as him, right? Why doesn't he want it? Fool. Gray shook his head speechlessly. Tianchen is a real genius. He learns too fast. Where does he need to take classes? Many courses. His level is higher than that of the teacher. Otherwise, how could he become a teacher? Compared to Natsu, who has studied for a few months and didn't know all the words, Gray feels that he is quite knowledgeable. Damn it. This is too cheating. I also seem to want such a convenient learning talent. Natsu looked at Tianchendo with envy. Haha. Tianchen met, smiled and patted Natsu's head and said, then you work hard. When you earn enough source points, it is not impossible to get such a talent. The enhanced functions of the system can do this, but the effort is not small. Humph. I will definitely work hard. Wait. Natsu replied with 3.9 confidently. Pirate World, Cybro Island. This is the hometown of Usopp Enya. On this day, a luxurious metal ship greeted the island. Is it here? On the yacht deck, Nazi and Sirona developed their spiritual knowledge and murmured while scanning the situation on the island. It should be. I seem to have discovered the guy named Crow. Ahem. I can actually think of a trick to get out of suspended animation. I have to say, this guy is still a bit brainy. It's just extremely stupid from another angle. Sirona said with a playful smile on her face. Chapter 323. Who will shoot this time? Nazi nodded, agreeing with Sirona's statement, and then asked, During this time, they often drive yachts to sweep some famous pirate groups in the East Dasha Sea area. Although the gains each time will not be too much, but more or less still can get some original points. The specific income depends on the strength, influence, and luck of the pirate group itself. Regarding the news about Crow, they also published it in recent newspapers. Baiji Crow was killed by a guy named Monka, and then deduced from the information given by Tianchen that this guy should be in this time period. He began to change his face and lurked on Cybro Island, pretending to be saved by Kia's parents, and lurked into Kia's home. Prepare to wait for an opportunity to kill Kia's parents and family step by step, and then finally legally get the wealth of Kia's assets. Let him completely wash away and become a rich man. Whatever. Just a small character. Sirona chuckled lightly. 23. Then leave it to me. Hehe. Kana on the side stepped forward and said. This time it wasn't just Hirona and Natsu who came here, but Urza, Mira, Kana, and Hermione were all here. That's why Gray, Natsu, and others stayed near Frost Moon Island to practice and carry out some daily pirate collections in order to obtain a certain source of origin. Everyone had no objection, so they got off the boat and walked towards the villa of Kia's house in the middle of the island. Who are you? On the way, they met the long-nosed Usopp and saw this guy rushing out of the grass beside him and asking, Hypnosis, surgery. When Natsu and the others didn't stop, Usopp was directly dealt with by Natsu's superpower hypnotism. He fell to the ground with a plop and started snoring to sleep. They know Usopp, and they also know that he will be an important supporting role in the future. They are a little nervous, and Natsu and the others have to communicate with him. It's better to get Crow done earlier and find the next target earlier. Soon, Natsu and his party came to the gate of Kia's house. Explained, it will be very troublesome. Kana, just shoot. Remember to give Crow a chance to reveal his identity. Sirona turned to Kana with her hands in her arms. Okay. Kana nodded, and one raised a few meters high and walked directly over the gate into the courtyard of Kia's house. What do you want to do? The next moment, several guards and bodyguards inside the door were alarmed. Faint. Kana didn't even think about it, waved at a few guards, and directly hypnotized the guards with the sleeping magic created by Tianchen's adaptation. Then, he looked at the door of the villa with his hands in his arms and waited. Who dares to come here to make trouble? Soon, the door was opened, and a well-dressed and elegant middle-aged man walked out, and followed him with Chloe in a real suit and tie. Behind is a lady holding a little girl. There is also a housekeeper with a sheep headgear. Who are you, little girl? The middle-aged man glanced at Kana, glanced at the guards who fell on the ground, and then glanced at Sirona and others outside the compound gate, frowning slightly. It's a little troublesome to explain specifically. Uncle, you just need to know that I'm here to trouble the pirate next to you. Kana smiled and said something to the middle-aged uncle, and then cast her gaze on Crow, with only a playful look on her face. When Crow heard this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he had no other actions for the time being, and he was still watching. At present, his plan has just begun. He does everything possible to get out of suspended animation. If there is no other way, he does not want to really expose it. Otherwise, he will fall into the life of being supported by the Navy in the past. This is not what he wants. Pirate. The middle-aged man was a little stunned when he heard Wei Wei, and he turned his head and pointed to cloth beside him and said, You mean Crow Battle? Did you misunderstand me, little girl? He is just one of the people I saved. Now it's us. The housekeeper's assistant is nothing but a pirate. By the way, what happened to your guards? Kana shook her head. They are only temporarily unconscious and will wake up in a while. As for this Crow baiter you were talking about, Kana looked at Crow narrowly and said, Has the famous Baiji Captain Crow already changed his name and surname? So what secrets do you have hidden in a rich man's house? Don't tell the truth. You are the one who is in trouble. I know your strength very well. Baiji Clo. The middle-aged man frowned deeper when he heard it. He had heard of the name. In the newspaper news not long ago, the Navy had clearly announced that he had been captured and executed. Is there still something he doesn't know about? When Kana said this, he couldn't help but suspicious of Crow in his heart. Quietly, he took his wife and daughter back a few steps and asked Crow, Is what she said is true? Chloe pushed his glasses expressionlessly and met Kana's sharp eyes. He could be sure that he was really exposed. The little girl in front of him has really confirmed his identity, and the person who came is not good. Yeah! Exclamation point. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Crow took out his knives from his arms without any haste, put his fingers on one by one, and shook his head. You know what? I'm very angry. Obviously I have paid so much. It took so much effort to feign death and get out. Why did you come to find death? 290 what? The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard it, and quickly flew back into the house with his wife and daughter, looking at Chloe with a guarded look. What Chloe said just now is already very obvious. He is really the 100-strike Chloe, not a crowbat at all, let alone a person who is in trouble. It's careless. Actually led the wolf into the room. The middle-aged man, Kia's father, said in shock. He never thought it would be like this. Now I can only hope that the little girl who exposed Crow's identity and her companions can really deal with Crow. Otherwise, their family might be in trouble. Thinking of this, Kia's father and his daughter-in-law looked at each other, and they hugged the daughter-in-law together in their arms. They looked at the door with worry on their faces. Huh? Looking for death? Are you talking about yourself? Kana listened and stared at Clodo with his eyes slightly narrowed. Dare to say that. Miss Kana, you are looking for death. Kana, don't talk nonsense. Get it done soon. Let's set off early. The sun is pretty good today. At this moment, Sirona outside the big iron gate held her hand leisurely. Got it. Solve it right away. Kana understood, and immediately drew the long knife from her waist. Chapter 324. Sentence. At this time, Clue on the opposite side also wore all 10 finger blades, and saw that he suddenly seemed to have no bones, and his body swayed back and forth at will. After 2 breaths, his whole person suddenly disappeared, and there was no sound. Powerful. Kana raised his hand and slammed it out in a 45-degree direction to his left hand. Suddenly, Crow actually showed his figure here, and his finger blade accurately collided with the knife in Kana's hand. Wow? Crow was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young girl in front of him could actually block his sentence, and his heart suddenly became serious. Before thinking about it, he had disappeared again. In the eyes of the Kia family, he could no longer see Chloe, nor could he hear any sound, which showed how fast he was. Oh, this trick has some reference significance. You can refer to the development of silent steps. Outside the big iron gate, Zyrona, who was watching the game, said with bright eyes, "Silent step?" Hermione and the others came out of their foreheads to say hello. Is it so powerful? They haven't practiced physique for a long time, and they really can't tell. Of course, you'll know when I figure it out. Sirona smiled and nodded. When she said this, she also used superpowers to transmit Kana's voice, asking her to fight with Crow for a while. She wanted to analyze the principle of Crow's sentence. Kana naturally had no objection, and immediately confronted Crow in a stalemate. Silver. Strong. Strong. But in a while, Kana has played against Crow dozens of times. With Kana's eyes and physique level, she can barely reach the afterimage of Crow, so she can handle it. Okay, it's time to solve him. At this time, Sirona spoke again. Receive. For a moment at the corner of Kana's mouth, her speed and power surged more than doubled. Do not. One sword stream, moon shadow. At the next moment, Kana swiftly and easily avoided Crow's high-speed attack, appeared on the left side with Crow's horrified expression, and Kana slammed a half-moon slash. When Crow's old power was exhausted and new power was not born, the slash directly struck Crow's neck. A bloody light of Puff Girl rushed up. Crow's head grumbled and fell to the ground. His body kept telling to dodge, and he slammed into a side wall, knocking the wall out of a deep pit. Ding. Debunk Crow's conspiracy. Kill him in advance. Change the destiny of Kia's family. Reward. 76 origin points. Huh. Not bad. Hearing the system prompt, Kana smiled, slapped the blood on the knife, and washed it with magic power to make sure that the knife was clean, and then she took the knife back into the sheath. He turned his head and smiled at the Kia family. Crow's finishing work is left to you. But, after speaking, Kana used 2 dodges to jump over the wall and out of the yard of Kia's house. Zyrona and the others turned and walked in the direction they came together. How many origin points did you get? Mira asked curiously. Hee. Not much. Just 76 points. Deducting 30% of the payment fee, it's not much. Kana smiled at Mimi's reply. It's pretty good already. A lot of pirates only look like a dozen points, even at a few points. The level of the pirates in the East Daxiao Sea is too bad. I am thinking about whether to march on the Great Route. That's where the points are scored. What a great place. Mira complained a little dissatisfied. The president will not agree. Our current strength is still a little bit worse. Let's talk about it in a few months. Urza shook his head. Cut. Mila pouted her lips unhappily. This, you guys, hey. Looking at Kana and his party going away, Kia's father raised his hand and didn't know what to say for a while. Mom, Dad, how's it going? Kuyaji, whose mother covered her eyes with her hand, asked curiously. It's over. Kia sauce. Go back to the back room with Mom, and wait until Dad finishes processing this place. With that said, regardless of whether Kia agreed or not, Kia's mother forced Kia to walk upstairs to the bedroom. Butler Mary, help me clean up here. These are not suitable for Kia to see. Kia's father beckoned to Mary Butler and walked out of the villa door, preparing to bury Crow's body. As for the rewards, he didn't have this idea. As a shrewd businessman, he didn't want to invite disaster to himself because of this petty profit. Since Crow can change his face and hide himself in his house, where did his original pirates go? Was wiped out by the Navy? If he saw the newspaper before, he would still believe it. Now, he deeply suspects that those people are afraid that they are lurking near Cybro Island waiting for the opportunity. It seems that you have to hire some stronger bodyguards. While thinking about this, Kia's father glanced at the guards who were hypnotized and lying on the ground sleeping, and shook his head helplessly. Next, where are we going? Sister Sirona. Back on the yacht, Kana asked Sirona. Of course it was to find all of Crow's pirate group, and completely wiped out. You won't forget it, will you? Sirona lay on a recliner on the deck, sipping iced juice, and replied. Leaving halfway is not her style. So is it. Kana heard a flash of embarrassment on her face, and hurriedly said to the air, Red Queen, have you found the location of the Crow pirates? Of course, this yacht is not the one from Tianchen. It is another customized one, which belongs to Zyrona. It has also been modified by Tianchen, and it is also equipped with the Red Queen subroutine. I have found it. It's on a small island 400 nautical miles from Cybro Island. Do you want to set off now? The next moment, a projection of the Red Queen condensed in the air, and the Red Queen replied with a smile. What do you think? Kana glanced at everyone and asked. Of course it is. This time, Kana, you can't do it. Leave it to us. Mila, Goena, and others verbally replied. Sirona and Nazi also nodded in agreement. Okay, you heard the Red Queen too. Let's go. Receive. Immediately, Hongho started the yacht, whizzing towards the destination. An hour later, including the deputy captain hypnotist Zank, the Pig Brothers, etc. All members of the class pirates were killed by Urza. Several people who shot each received a varying amount of origin point rewards. At this point, the Crow pirate group truly fell. 5 days later, seeing that the date for Macau to marry Miss Lisa is approaching. Whether it was Tianchen, Laxus, Gildarts, and others, they all took time to return to the fairy tale world, ready to participate in the wedding of the two. 3 days before the wedding, everyone had money to contribute and worked hard to help Zhang Luo prepare for their wedding. Chapter 325. The location of the wedding has been determined, right? Laxus asked Macau. Of course. Macau smiled and nodded. I greeted the mayor as early as 3 months ago. I need to borrow Cuddy Cathedral for the wedding ceremony in the past 2 days. The mayor also agreed. The venue over there is Tianchen. They have already arranged it. Laxus, if you are free, please help send some invitations. Okay, leave it to me. Where's the invitation? Laxus nodded, put down his hand, and stretched out his hand to Macau. Goo, it's all here. Macau took a small paper bag from the table next to it and handed it to Laxus. Sorry to bother you. You're welcome. This is your wedding. I'll go now. Otherwise, I'm worried that the time will be too late. Laxus immediately got up and walked outside the guild. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the Cady Cathedral is very lively. Macau Kumbolt, are you willing to marry the Lady Lisa in front of you as your wife, regardless of poverty, wealth, birth, old age, sickness, and death? I do. Lisa Winster, are you willing to marry the Mr. Macau in front of you as your wife? I do. The wedding ceremony proceeded steadily under the auspices of the priest. Oh, seeing Macau and Lisa swear an oath, everyone started to booze. Wakaba, a good friend of 290 Macau, looked envious and looking forward to it. He has also selected a good partner, and if nothing else, it will be almost time to get married in a few months. In the future, this is the world of the younger generation. I should train my successors. Wakaba thought. Then, next, asked the 2 newcomers to exchange rings. Li Cheng, I declare, from this moment on, you are legal couples. Congratulations, the priest said with a smile. Thanks. Macau and Lisa replied happily. Kiss. Kiss. Then, the surrounding soy sauce party started booing. Macau immediately turned red, but Miss Lisa became bolder and calmer and took the initiative to kiss Macau. After the wedding ceremony was over, everyone returned to the Fairy Tale Guild and started to sit in and have a wedding banquet. Zaidangjia, the last dish is all ready. Tianchen, take it. This wedding banquet was taken over by Xiao Dongjia and Master GD. Although Xiao Dongjia is still on the journey, he also stayed in a small city for a few days. Master Ugidi listed the banquet menu here, divided apart, and gave it to the little master to make, and Yanshuan took care of the rest. Tianchen, thank you. Little master. There are also masters and masters, Shirkwan masters. It's a pity that you can't come over, otherwise, it would be better. Master G. It's okay. Our heart is here. Let's not say. I have dinner here too. Everyone is very tired for the past 2 days. The next 2 days, I'm going to give everyone a vacation. Tianchen, it should be. Master Shirkwan. I'm not tired. I basically didn't want me to do it. Hee hee. Little master. Naturally can't bother you, master. This kind of thing should be done by our young people. Oh, Master Shirkwan, huh? After a while, my physical training level will be improved, and I will be rejuvenated for the second time. I will not lose to you by that time. Little master. And the first. After several months of cultivating in Pirate World, Master Shirkwan felt that his body had started to be active and young again. This man, his body improved, as if his dreams were picked up again. This old man can't help but look forward to a more exciting future. What is the pinnacle of a national road in a world? The peak of the national road of the heavens and 10,000 realms is even more compelling. His old man will aim for this in the future. Little master, huh? I'll wait and see. Master Shirkwan. Not only did the young master not feel that there was a lot of pressure, but instead felt very looking forward to the scene of competing with Master Shirkwan and Master D. Master GD, then you have to come on. Master, we young people won't stop and wait for you. On the surface, Master GD is difficult to face, CDDJ, but there is also a fire burning in his heart. Fairy Tale Guild is here. Shoo, what kind of dish is this? Why does it shine? It's incredible. This taste. It's a god-level cuisine that surpasses the world's deliciousness. I have never eaten such a delicious cuisine. I have been fortunate enough to have Fury Royal Banquet dishes, but it feels far inferior to this. I really don't know where the guys from Fairy Tale Guild got so many ultimate dishes. The guy from Fairy Tale Guild is too damn it. After eating this, how can I still eat the same food in the future? Compared with this one before, it's just rubbish. This dish, why do I feel warm after eating it? I feel that my physical fitness has improved a bit. Is it an illusion? The luminous cuisine from the world of Little Master shines brightly in the fairy tale world, making countless people who come to the wedding banquet amazed. Part of the ingredients from the pirate world has made some keen martial arts masters and wizards aware of the benefits of some dishes for their practitioners. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became extremely warm. After tasting the taste of these delicacies, everyone began to incarnate as Rongrong, looting the food frantically. If it weren't for a bit of face, many people would almost fight. This wave of poison was released. I guess that many people in the room will not think about tea and rice in the next few months, and they will chew the wrong way. Triple A. On the side of the guild hall, Laxus and the others were on this table. Laxus was eating spirit wine, eating a piece of barbecue while gloating and laughing. I'm also kind, isn't it? Besides, it was the young master who took the initiative to mention it, and I can't blame it. Tianchen spread out his hands with an innocent look. He has made up his mind, and he is not going to return to the fairy tale world for the next 1 or 2 months. Anyway, what is the task of S and the assessment? He has spent enough in these 3 months. With flying mounts and the magic communication network that now covers Fiori's entire territory, his mission efficiency is terrifying, and 2 or 3 missions a day are like playing. It is Laxus, which has evolved Baidu and Tyrannosaurus's mounts, and the information support of the magic communication check network provided by the Red Queen, which is no worse than Tianchen's performance. If he hadn't always taken care of the affairs of the warship on the pirate world side, his progress would not be slower than Tianchen. I don't care if it's about you. I'm waiting for a good show. Laxus smiled cheerfully. Chapter 326. On the day of the wedding, Tianchen got together with everyone in the fairy tale world, and then that night he ran away and returned to the small space to rest. Early the next morning, after he went to the pirate world to complete his morning exercises, he returned to the small space and was ready to open a new world. There is still a month before the S-level assessment. Recently, many of his research projects have followed up. A lot of magic research has fallen into a bottleneck stage, and he is ready to change his mind. System, buy me the right of entry to Naruto world and the identity of the 10 origin points. In addition, the timeline has arrived a few years earlier before the main story begins. Tianchen told the system in his heart. He had planned to go to Hokage world a long time ago. This time, in addition to the layout to obtain the origin point, his main goal is to obtain ninjutsu such as the Shadow Clone and the God of Thunder, used to study entity clone magic and develop general teleportation magic. Ding. Received, retrieving. Retrieval is completed, 110 origin points are deducted, and the host gets the permanent right of entry to Naruto world, and 10 origin points are granted. Will you open the door of time and space? Turn it on. Tianchen gave an order. The next moment, the gate of time and space opened. Tianchen walked directly into the gate of time and space and disappeared into the small space. In the Naruto world, the Chinsho clan's residence, Tianchen slowly opened his eyes. Chinsho Tianchen. The system actually arranged for me in the Chinsho clan? This is causing me trouble. After digesting the virtual identity information, Tianchen muttered a little speechlessly. That's right. This time, the identity of the 10 origin points gave him the lost orphan identity of the Senju clan, and he was accidentally brought back by Tsunade 2 years ago. And shortly after the death of the rope tree, Tsunade accidentally discovered Tianchen, who had initially awakened the immortal body, while drinking and gambling in the territory of the Fire Country. Perhaps Tsunade regarded Tianchen as a new sustenance and brought him back to Konoha. In addition, after seeing his attributes, Tianchen discovered the changes brought about by his identity. Host, Lu Tianchen, a level sorcerer. Age, 11/220 magic. 1,000,000/1 million. Upper limit, 1 million ticks. Physique. A level body refiner. Talent comprehension, S. Light attribute affinity, S. Space attribute affinity, A. Time attribute affinity, B. Thunder attribute affinity, S. Physique, S. Spirit, S. Magic control, S. Fire element affinity, C. Wind element affinity, C. Wood element affinity, B. Water element affinity, C. Earth element affinity, C level. Fairy body. Grade D. Originally, the 3 elemental affinity of fire, wind, and wood was brought to him by the power feedback of the elf. All are C grade. Now, the affinity of the papaya tree has become grade B, and there are 2 more elemental affinity of water and soil, as well as the fairy body, grade D. At the same time, the upper limit of Tianchen's lifespan has also suddenly increased by 70 years. All this is brought by the fairy body. 10 origin points and a little trouble are worth it. Looking at it this way, Tianchen suddenly felt that these 10 origin points were worthwhile. At this time, he could feel that every cell in his body was full of rich vitality, and even the light of life characteristic in his magic power had been greatly improved. Make a big profit. This is just a D-level fairy human body. With this beginning, Tianchen can spend his origin points to directly improve this physique talent. He immediately checked the origin point required for the ascension of the fairy body. The answer given by the system is 200 source points are needed to upgrade from level D to level C. 4 times more expensive than ordinary talents at the same level, and a little cheaper than 5 times the price of spatial talents, which shows that this ability has a high potential. System, upgrade the fairy human talent to S rank for me. After thinking about it, Tianchen directly instructed the system. The immortal human body is related to physique, resilience, lifespan, and even potential physique cultivation talents, which is of high value to Tianchen. Ding. To upgrade the talent of the fairy human body to S level, you need to upgrade the 3 element affinity talents of water, earth, and wood to level 5. Will you increase it? Soft. This is actually the case? This is more than 4 times the cost. When Tianchen heard this, Wei Wei was a little surprised. Strictly speaking, it can't be calculated like that. Although the 2 sides are interrelated and affect each other, the improvement of the affinity talents of the 3 elements of wood, water, and soil is also real. Okay, then improve it, including the fairy human body. Tianchen shook his head helplessly. The system says so, what else can he do? Ding. After deducting 2,000 origin points, the host, wood, water, and soil element affinity talents have begun to improve, and the upgrade is in progress, and the upgrade is completed. The current host, wood, water, and soil element affinity talent is S rank. As for flowers, the promotion was completed very quickly. In an instant of time, Tianchen could clearly feel that in the world, the wood element, water element, and earth element spiritual energy that had been a little indifferent to him had a 180-degree change in his attitude. Suddenly, he became enthusiastic, and the difficulty for him to absorb and transform the power of these three elements was greatly reduced, and he could do it easily. The change continues. Yes, after deducting 3,000 primordial points, the talents of the host and the fairy human body, level D, are starting to improve. Is improving. At the next moment, Tianchen felt a horror that vitality began to emerge from his body. At this moment, all the cells in his body began to swallow these vitality crazily, and he began to talk about changes. Zero, each cell becomes more tenacious, vigorous, and perfect. At the same time, the breath of life leaked, leaving Tianchen's remaining sitting wooden floor, surrounding wooden walls, and wooden beams to begin to rejuvenate, emitting new green shoots, and everything seemed to come back to life. Not good. Feeling all this, Tianchen's expression changed, and he quickly separated some of his mind, and began to quickly arrange the magic enchantment. Soundproof barrier. Get up. Energy shielding barrier. Get up. However, after a few breaths, the two barriers covering the entire room rose, blocking all movement and changes in the room inside the room, without revealing a trace of it. Good risk. Almost a big problem. After doing all this, Tianchen used his mental energy to sense the movement around the house, and he was relieved when he felt that he hadn't been noticed. It's not that he was afraid of exposure, and attracted Danzo, Dashimaru, and the three generations. These careerists or perverted scientific researchers are the triumphant warships, and they are afraid that they will not be defeated. He is mainly afraid of trouble. If the S-level fairy body is really exposed, then he will be in endless trouble in this world. Then all his original plans will be disrupted. Fortunately, he responded promptly. After arranging the enchantment, Tianchen re-immersed all his mind in the changes in his body, while quickly adapting and controlling these changes, while paying attention to the changes in the attribute panel. Chapter 327. Tianchen was surprised to find that as the fairy body improved, his spiritual consciousness began to change. Rewarded by the physique, the sea of consciousness began to expand slowly, and the mental activity began to increase. In addition, on the rune of the awakening, the rune that represents the light of life is constantly absorbing the characteristics of vitality in the immortal human body, becoming more brilliant and clear. Even the size is expanding. Affected by it, the rune of the awakening also gained a wave of growth. This time, the whole process of ascension and transformation lasted more than an hour before it stopped. As soon as the transformation was completed, Tianchen was suddenly blessed, and countless insights about the profound meaning of light and demon came to mind. The next moment, the horrible magic power disappeared in a flash, and he almost didn't break through the barrier he arranged. Fortunately, with his powerful magical control ability, he managed to control his momentum in time, and his magic 290 Mentor Realm also smoothly broke through from the peak of A level to the early stage of S level. At the same time, he made a series of bean-like noises on his body, and his body training was also able to upgrade to the early stage of S level simultaneously. System. View properties. Host. Lu Tianchen, S-rank sorcerer. Age. 11/420 magic. 1015/10 million. Upper limit. 5 million ticks. Forging body. S-level body refiner. Talent. Comprehension S, wood element affinity S, water element affinity S, earth element affinity S, fairy body S, magic, light magic omitted. Items. Holy light knife, spirit sword, ice soul, slightly, origin point. 6244 life expectancy skyrocketed again for 200 years, reaching a terrifying 420 years, initially reaching the standard of longevity species. The upper limit of magic power has also been increased from the original 1 million ticks to 10 million ticks, and the space within the magic source has been directly expanded 10 times. Similarly, the Spirit Sea has also ushered in a new round of transformation. It's better to say that the magic power has changed. Tianchen only took a few minutes to fully grasp and adapt to the new power. On the contrary, the improvement of physical fitness did not adapt so quickly, especially in the convergence of vitality. Tianchen walked back to the small space private training room, turned on the gravity magic circle, and then practiced in it for a long time before he basically mastered it and converged most of the skyrocketing vitality. At least, not to be exposed. As for internal probing, he was never afraid of this. Because he has a system to help cover up, others can't see the truth inside at all, and he even allows the system to help disguise a result to the investigator and confuse him. After initially grasping the skyrocketing strength, Tianchen flashed back and returned to his house in Naruto World. Looking at the interior of the house that had become lush, Tianchen scratched the back of his head and lightly stomped the wooden floor with his left foot. Transformation magic. A magic circle flashed away, and then, the entire room, whether it was the floor, walls, or beams, etc., was surging like water ripples. Soon, The lush branches and new buds disappeared, and the house returned to its previous appearance. However, if you feel it carefully, you can still feel it, and the room becomes clearer, as if you are in the forest. This is also specially reserved by Tianchen. It's more comfortable to live in this way. Well, I'll talk about the renovation of the house later. Let's talk about it when I pulled Suna into Fairy Tale. Tianchen rubbed his chin and pondered. Originally, he didn't plan to pull Suna into Fairy Tale, but the identity of the system's arrangement this time made him feel that this arrangement is better, so that he can move in this world later and leave the problem from time to time. Tianchen waved his hand to cancel the soundproof barrier and the energy shielding barrier. Xiao Tianchen, my sister is back. Why don't you come out to greet you? I brought you a present. At this time, Tsunade's voice came from outside the house. Before Tianchen could open the door, the next moment, the door was directly pushed open by Tsunade, and suddenly a beautiful, mature woman with broad-minded blonde hair walked in. The visitor is Tsunade. It is now in Konoha's 43rd year. By all accounts, Tsunade is 33 years old. Well cooked. It's so exaggerated. Tianchen glanced at Tsunade's chest and thought to himself. Of course, on the surface, he naturally said helplessly at Tsunade solemnly, Sister Tsunade, is it really okay to break into my house without my permission? Shout. What does it matter? I'm your sister. Tsunade curled his mouth indifferently, shook the seal scroll in his hand in front of Tianchen, and said, Do you still want the gift? What's this? Tianchen looked at the seal scroll. His body still accepted it honestly, and while using mental energy to scan the seal technique in the entire seal scroll, he asked, Know that you like Kendo. The pheasant sword I specially asked for from Dashimaru. This pheasant sword has a very good thunder attribute chakra conduction effect. It is perfect for you. Tsunade came to the coffee table in the living room and sat cross-legged to explain something, then stretched out his hand to Tianchen and asked for credit. Get it? What? Tianchen had a question mark on his face. What else can it be? Of course it is your special spirit wine. Hurry up. My sister brought back such a good gift for you. Are you embarrassed not to give me spirit wine? No more. Just 110 bottles. No, don't be greedy at all. Tsunade looked at Tianchen with a smile. Hearing Tsunade's words, Tianchen only recalled that in his previous virtual memory, he did mention that in the past 6 months, he had created a new name that is good at brewing spirit wine with excellent taste and efficacy. Tsunade drank it once before and was full of praise, and also found that this spirit wine is good for her physique and the improvement of chakra. No, taking advantage of the gift-giving stall, she is asking for it again. These thoughts flashed in his mind, and Tianchen showed an exaggerated expression. 110 bottles. Spirit wine? Isn't it called that much? Hey, this is a pheasant sword. An artifact. Why is it not worth 100 bottles of spirit wine? Do you know how much it cost me to get it from Dashimaru? Tsunade scolded dissatisfiedly. Are you sure you didn't grab it? 3.9 At this time, Tianchen had already finished analyzing the seal scroll in his hand. He sat down cross-legged in front of the coffee table, opened the seal scroll, waved his hand to untie the seal, looked at the bumping grass pheasant sword, and raised his head to Tsunade. Huh? What are you talking about? Doubt your sister's character? Do you still want it? Tsunade asked with a staring eyebrow. Okay, I won't say anything, right? Tianchen met and surrendered directly. What about spirit wine? Here are you 100 bottles. Are there too many? This is so bad. Hurry up. Tsunade's face suddenly changed, and his face was stupidly turned towards Tianchen, and he urged. Chapter 328. I'll get it for you. Tianchen got up helplessly and walked into the cellar in the basement. At the same time, he turned around and warned Tsunade, who was about to follow up secretly. You are not allowed to follow. Otherwise, there will be no bottle. Cut. Got it. Tsunade sat down again with a disappointed look and waved his hand lazily. Then you go quickly. When Tianchen disappeared in the living room, she muttered angrily. If it wasn't for my sister who couldn't solve your revised seal enchantment, your spirit wine would have been mine. Humph. In her memory, Tianchen is a top genius who has awakened the immortal human body and is good at physique and kendo. At the same time, she is also very good at studying and researching, and in a short period of time, she has been handed over to his sealing technique learning and improved. At present, Tianchen's basement and even the whole house are not much modified by Tianchen's modified seal technique, surgery magic circle, and Tsunade can't unlock it at all. Brute force cracking is possible, but she won't do it yet. Mainly because I am afraid that Tianchen will turn his face. Revised sealing technique? Brewmaster 23? Good at physique and kendo, and have always refused to practice ninjutsu? What kind of ghost setting is this? On the way to the basement, Tianchen carefully memorized the virtual identity again and couldn't help but complain. The identity setting given by the system this time is really full of slots. However, he can also understand. He doesn't know how to seal, but only spell magic. I also don't know how to do ninjutsu, and I didn't refine chakras. I only have magical powers. In order to make him a reasonable status, the system can be considered well-intentioned. Going to the cellar in the basement to get wine is naturally an excuse. There is nothing here with Ben, not to mention the spirit wine, and even the spell magic array is not arranged. Fortunately, Tsunade didn't follow, otherwise, Tianchen would show up now. Let's arrange a temporary one. Later, I will arrange it carefully. By the way, I have to learn those sealing techniques first. Waved and arranged a few simple version of the magic circle in the cellar of the basement. Tianchen pretended to go around the cellar, and then turned back to the living room. He waved his hand and took out 100 bottles of primary spirit wine from the small warehouse and put them on Tsunade's side and said, "Hey, 100 bottles are here. No more, no less. Hey, great. It's all mine. Don't regret it." When Tsunade saw it, he immediately rushed over, stretched out his hand to pull Ling Ling into his arms, and said to Tianchen with his eyes shining brightly, "He looks like he is afraid of being snatched away by others." "Yes, yes. It's all yours. No one will snatch you. Be careful not to knock it over. Put it away by yourself." Tianchen shook his head speechlessly, sat down cross-legged, picked up the grass pheasant's sword on the table, strong. I touched it with my hand, flicked it, and injected a little magic power that turned into thunder and lightning, and tested the magical ability of this sword. Very smooth. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Very good. This sword is no worse than his spirit sword, Ice Soul. Even in terms of spirituality, the Ice Soul sword that was forged not long ago is not as good as this grass pheasant sword in this respect. Of course, in terms of potential, the Ice Soul sword is definitely stronger. Of course. Otherwise my sister is embarrassed to send you." Tsunade took it for granted. Then, she saw that Tianchen had put away the pheasant sword out of thin air with a wave of her hand, and she only noticed this. Suddenly, he looked at Tianchen in astonishment and asked, "Have you successfully improved the space seal scroll technology?" "Yes." Tianchen nodded helplessly. He felt that it was a little troublesome to communicate like this. The system gave him and Tsunade and the people in the village who had intersections with him in the virtual memory made a lot of virtual memory. He could only bite the bullet and force an explanation, which was not uncomfortable. "Huh. Xiao Tianchen, you are so amazing. Show it to my sister." Tsunade was overjoyed when he heard it. He walked over with a quick step of tap-tat-tao and stretched out his hand towards Tianchen. "Before this, Tsunade sister, please go to a place with me first. Remember not to resist." Tianchen felt that going on like this was not the way. He could only reach out and grab Tsunade's hand, looking at her seriously. He really hasn't had time to learn the sealing techniques in the house, not to mention improvements. What do you want him to show Tsunade? Is the magic version of the space bracelet? It feels revealing. Don't say that he shouldn't have used the space bracelet to fetch spirit wine and collect grass pheasant swords before. Sword is fortunate to say, so many spirit wines, he won't let him carry it with his hands, right? That way, Tsunade would still ask him why he didn't use the seal scroll to install it. But he didn't have the seal scroll. If he pretended to take it, he would be able to do it when analyzing it before. Without chakra, he could use magic instead. "Hey, where to go?" Tsunade tilted his head and asked curiously. "You'll know when you go. Remember, don't resist." As she said, Tianchen thought. Tsunade only felt a flower in front of her eyes, and then the surrounding scenes changed drastically, and she came to a huge hall. In this hall, there are a lot of tables and chairs, and some strange facilities. There is a strange portal on the east side against the wall. There is a rune on it. She just glanced at it slightly, and she felt dizzy. She quickly moved her eyes away. Then, somewhat wrongly asked Tianchen, "This is illusion?" "No, no." Then, she shook her head abruptly and denied. "It's too real. It doesn't look like an illusion at all." She reached out and touched the side table, felt the texture of the table, and then suddenly burst out all the chakras of 290 carats, trying to break the illusion, but found that the chakras in her body were functioning normally. There is no illusion at all. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Tianchen and asked, "Xiao Tianchen, what is going on here? Where's this place?" "It's a bit troublesome to explain. I'll pass the message directly to you." "Suna, sister." Tianchen shook his head, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers, using the power to directly transfer some basic common sense information about the small space, the fairy tale, and the heavens and worlds to Tsunade's mind. Feeling the swelling of his head, Tsunade quickly subconsciously closed his eyes to digest. After a while, she opened her eyes with a complicated expression and looked at Tianchen and said, "Is that so? In other words, all my previous memories of you are false." Even though she thought this way, she couldn't do anything detrimental to Tianchen, because the related mandatory contract was added by the system as soon as she entered here. She felt that if she dared to be disadvantageous to Tianchen, great horror would fall on her. Of course, she still seems to be unable to believe that these are all fakes. For her, these are real memories of personal experience. Chapter 329. It depends on how you understand it. Tianchen shook his head. "It is indeed semi-false to me, but not necessarily to you. Your memory is added to you by the world will of your world. It is true and perfect. In fact, there are people who have similar memories when I went to other worlds before. One of them has joined the fairy tale now. He is Dr. Omyu. In his opinion, these memories are true. He doesn't resist this either, so it's up to you whether it's true or not. In addition, I now formally invite you to join fairy tale. Are you willing?" "Tsunade, sister." Tianchen looked at Tsunade solemnly and asked. Tsunade didn't rush to answer, but looked at Tianchen with a hint of hope in his eyes and asked, "In the message you gave me, there are some other worlds. I want to ask you, there is really a chance to resurrect the dead in the future?" "Person." Tianchen nodded clearly. This question was not unexpected. The rope tree is always a hurdle in Tsunade's heart. As for Kaido Swan, sorry, this product is not dead in this Naruto world. And it is not Tsunade's lover. Tianchen guessed that this was the will of the system and Hokage world. He was quite satisfied. Pull it far. Faced with Tsunade's question, Tianchen replied affirmatively, "Yes." And there are not too many. Not to mention it. Even the world of Naruto you are in has the means to truly resurrect the dead. I'm not talking about filthy soil. The pseudo-resurrection of rebirth is the kind of true, complete resurrection. Then, Tianchen told Tsunade about the function of the reincarnation eye. Reincarnation eye? If I remember correctly, among the 3 apprentices that Jalea received in the Kingdom of Rain, the red-haired kid's eyes are reincarnation eyes, right? Are you sure that his eyes can resurrect the dead without any defect? Isn't it? This kind of thing, I'm afraid it's not without a price, right? Tsunade asked, narrowing his eyes. She is sober. She doesn't believe there is such a good thing in this world. If you want to do something against the sky, you must pay a painful price. If it weren't for the shock that the small space had brought her too much, she couldn't believe the so-called resurrection. This is definitely anger. Tianchen nodded and said, the cast of reincarnation naturally needs to consume the huge vitality and chakra of the caster. If the resurrected object is too strong, you will even have to pay the price of life. However, these are not unsolvable. I already have a clue. As long as the eyes of reincarnation can be obtained, I believe that it will take a few years to develop a perfect solution. Tianchen still has this confidence. Aside from other things, it really doesn't work. You can clone a Nagato, install reincarnation eyes on him, and control him to perform the reincarnation technique. Thinking about it, this is still extremely feasible. In addition, if it is only vitality, whether it is the sunlight crystallization or his light of life magic can effectively supplement, this is not difficult. Of course, because of the body's complement, the perfect version of Qingtu reincarnation technique may be used. This Dashuan has been studied, and it should be completed in a few years. At that time, we can have a good communication with Dashuan. Communicative. During this period, Uncle Snake had not defected and left Konoha, and the 3 wars were about to begin. I am afraid that the technique of soil transfer and reincarnation has not yet been fully perfected. I trust you. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Tianchen with firm eyes. Thanks for your trust. Tianchen listened, and Jianyan smiled. He thought about it, and then said to Tsunade, I have some information about Naruto world, let me show it to you. Maybe because of my intervention, some things are different, but roughly the past and the future can't be wrong. You'll learn more about it later. With that, Tianchen raised his hand and clicked on Tsunade's eyebrows with a guilty conscience, and a golden light containing a lot of information went straight into Tsunade's eyebrows. Suddenly, countless information and images appeared in Tsunade's mind, and she indulged in it again. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at Tianchen with her eyebrows frowning and said, this is the original future of our world. Therefore, Uchiha Madara is not dead, and he has been doing a lot of things behind the major countries in these years. In addition, there is another Heijue who has been planning for thousands of years in secret, just to rescue his mother, the ultimate boss Daitamyu Kagaya. She suddenly felt how absurd is this so-called truth and future? Feelings, the turbulence, love, hatred, and hatred of the entire ninja world for thousands of years are all caused by Kagayaji's family? Yes. Tianchen smiled and nodded. Tsunade's statement was okay. Originally, I didn't plan to tell you this now, because it involves the layout behind me and the earning of the source point. I am worried that knowing the original plot will disrupt my layout. It's just that you might be messing up, so you should first reveal these original plots to you. You should be very clear now. What I said before is true, but you have to cooperate with me in the layout of the Naruto world. Hehe. Telling has the advantage of telling, and not telling has the advantage of not telling. The benevolent see the benevolent, and the wise see the wisdom. Humph. No problem. Just ask if you have any requests. I am waiting for you to help me resurrect the rope tree. Of course, if my 2 grandfathers are willing in the future, let them also be resurrected by the way. At this moment, the haze on Tsunade's face disappeared, most of the obsessions and obstacles in his heart dissipated, and he smiled. No problem. Tianchen doesn't matter. At that time, the resurrection of 1 and the resurrection of 10 are not too different for him. Then let's go back first. I need to sort out my thoughts. Tsunade turned. Okay, let's go? Tianchen nodded, and at the end he thought of something, and then said to Tsunade, oh, that's right. You must already know about the welfare issues here. Then you just come here to find the red and apply. Now you can join a group first. With that said, Tianchen gave Tsunade Spacetime Rune, and at the same time, gave it the corresponding function. Ding. Tsunade joins the chat group. Chat group? Interesting. After Tsunade received the information of the Spacetime Rune and how to use it, he immediately opened the group chat. Kana. Welcome newcomers to the group. Urza. Welcome. Makarov. Ahem. Welcome. The name is a woman. Tianchen. Is this the person you pulled in the new world? I remember entering today. It's so efficient. Tianchen. Ah. Yeah. Because of the identity setting this time, I think it would be better for Sister Tsunade to get in early. By the way, Sister Tsunade is not only beautiful, but also very strong. It's comparable to Laxus. Tianchen has roughly compared perceptions, and Tsunade should have broken through to the shadow level forever. Although he didn't go far on the road of the shadow class, his strength was indeed not weak. Chapter 330. Laxus, huh? This is a bit interesting. There is a chance to compete. Tsunade. Thank you everyone. Please give me your advice in the future. At Laxus, if you fight, please be with me at any time. As long as you are not afraid of injury. Of course, I can heal the injury in minutes. Laxus, haha. Interesting. That's it. Find a time next time and have a good fight. Tsunade. No problem. Makarov. By the way, Tianchen, what kind of world is Tsunade's world like? Tell me about it. Laxus, I am also a little curious. Myriad, same question. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their interest in Naruto world. The main reason is to find out if there is anything in this world, or exercises, or skills that you need. Tianchen, there is nothing to say about this. This is a ninja world. Nazi, ninja? The kind that uses darts. Sirona, it won't be the kind of orange, is it? Otherwise, Miss Tsunade can't be as strong as Laxus. Aju's so-called ninjutsu Sirona is still heard. It is just an exercise method for ordinary people, to put it bluntly. Although in recent years, due to the world's mutation and the power feedback of the elf, the attack power of Aju's various ninja methods has increased sharply, but there is no way to change the fact that he is just an ordinary exercise method. Tianchen, of course not. To some extent, Naruto world is a powerful world that is not inferior to the pirate and fairy tale world. The various ninjutsu here is powerful. Next, Tianchen gave you a popular science on the basic power system of Naruto world, various blood succession limits, and power composition. The prototype of a powerful ninja world gradually formed in everyone's mind. Gray, isn't this ninjutsu similar to many magics in our world? It feels very powerful. Tianchen, are there any ice-type blood inheritance and ninjutsu over there? This time, without waiting for Tianchen's answer, Tsunade spoke first. Tsunade, yes. There is a family of mist shadows in the water country called Mizuki. They have the blood of ice and the limit, and many ice ninjutsu. Of course, they are very powerful ninjas. Of course, a few people should be incomparable. Before, the information instilled by the system also included some general introductions about the fairy tale world, and Tsunade had a clearer understanding of the magic of the fairy tale world. She has to admit, CDDJ, that the magical power of the fairy tale world is very strong. On the whole, the fairy tale world should be stronger than the Naruto world. At least, at present, Kagaya-ji said that before the appearance of these extraordinary existences. Of course, the fairy tale world also has many extraordinary existences. Not to mention those gods who don't know the specific situation. They are the Black Dragon, the Great Black Sorcerer Zeref, and the Fire Dragon King Igneal. These people or dragons should not be much worse than Kagaya-ji and the others. Gray, late? Is that so? That's pretty good already. When I earn enough source points, I will choose Naruto world for the next world. Tianchen, okay. Tianchen, I have no objection. You can do whatever you want. Of course, come here, remember to tell me. Then we will make a total of. This is no better than fairy tale and pirate world. You need to be more cautious. Ninjas are actually equivalent to professional killers. The darkness of this world is far from what fairy tale world and pirate world can compare. There are countless conspiracies and tricks in it. One is not careful. Gray is easy to be planted here. It's not that fairy tale and pirate world are less dark than Naruto world. It's just that the darkness of these two worlds is more fair and upright. In short, it is very direct and frank, without the big conspiracies and tricks of Naruto world. Whether it is the dark guild of fairy tale, the fierce pirates of the pirate world, and the scum of the world, they are all blatantly bad. Gray, I see. According to my current progress, I should be able to get enough source points in about 3 months. It is 101 points, right? Tianchen, no. The ticket is 100 origin points, yes. But I suggest you spend 10 origin points to buy identity. It's definitely worth it. Because this is what I did. Then, I directly obtained the fairy body talent and the 3 elements affinity talent. In terms of cost performance, it is definitely a big profit. This kind of situation has not really happened in the previous world. Of course, he also spent 10 origin points in the Pokemon world, and then awakened a second-level God-qualified Lulurus. Tianchen is also a little uncertain whether this is due to the purchase of the 10 origin point identity, or the pure Pokemon world. Will and Arceus are more optimistic about him. Want to come, have both. Thinking of this, Tianchen immediately said this guess in the group. Tianchen, so, if you are interested in coming to the world of Naruto or Pokemon in the future, it's best to spend 10 origin points to buy an identity. It shouldn't be a loss. Kana, fortunately, you said it early. Hermione and I are going to the Pokemon world recently. You said that if I also spend 10 origin points to buy identity, can I also awaken a second-level God-qualified natal boy? Where's the elves? Hermione, same question. Gray, +1. Laxus, +1. Sirona, +1. Tianchen. Sirona, don't join in the fun. As a native of the Pokemon world, you don't have this opportunity. Tianchen, as for Kana's problem, I don't know. But the second-level god is probably not good. You can also look forward to the master or third-level god. I don't make any guarantee. This kind of thing has not been tested. How does he know? Sirona, it's a pity. Suddenly it feels like a local person in the Pokemon world also has something bad. She wants the god-level aptitude zombies too. Nazi was also full of resentment. Kana, then I can only test it myself at that time. However, if I invest more in the source of purchase, will my status improve? Tianchen, don't ask me. Ask you don't know. In addition, boldly guess that god-level aptitude is not such a good achievement. Otherwise, the magical beasts in the Pokemon world would have been flooded long ago. Dr. Damu, I agree with Tianchen on this point. You little guys don't look at the beasts and god-level qualifications too simple. Although Tianchen already has 2 elves with the second-level god qualifications, not everyone they are all from Tianchen. As the owner of the small space, This kid obviously has the favor that ordinary fairy tale members don't have. Duh. Chapter 331. Makarov, yes. Don't be too lofty. 10 origin points are enough to buy identity. More may not be better. The world level is placed there. This thing should have its limit. Unless the level is higher in the world, perhaps the cost of purchasing identities should be increased. The old man had obviously pondered this thing too. This is the limit of a person's high-level status in the world. If you are greedy, be careful, and you will lose more than you gain. Kana, hey, okay, let's 10. In fact, I can't bear to have more origins. At present, the vast majority of fairy tale people are in the primitive accumulation stage, and they lack the origin. How can it be wasted? It is Hawkeye and Guildarts who earn a lot of money, and they are also calculating the purpose of each source point, and working hard to accumulate the source point to improve their qualifications in the major system. Laxus. Listen to your general introduction. Naruto World also has a lot of thunder-type ninjutsu, right? How powerful is it? Is there anything worth learning from? Tianchen, of course. The Union Village in the Thunder Country among the 5 great nations is mainly engaged in thunder-type ninjutsu. Although there is no blood succession limit in the thunder-type aspect, the Thunder Shadow One-Vein Thunder-Edging Body Forging Secret Art is very good. The upper limit is very high. In addition, there are a lot of powerful and creative thunder ninjutsu in this world. I will try to collect them next. Of course, if you are interested, you can also come here to stroll around. Laxus. Let's talk about it in a while. I'm about to gather the source points of the enhanced thunder fruit, and there is only a wave of pirates. Hey, Tianchen, hey? You can't. It seems that the strength recorded by Laxus will have a qualitative leap. At that time, it will be easier for him to earn origin points. According to Tianchen's understanding and analysis, the thunder fruit should contain the seeds or fragments of the thunder system law of Pirate World, which will definitely play an extremely important role in promoting Laxus thunder system qualification and thunder system magic comprehension. According to the old man's description, if you want to break through the Holy 10 and reach the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishu Jar, you need a preliminary understanding of the law itself. With the help of shards or seeds of the thunder law of Pirate World, Laxus estimates that it will be able to ascend to the sky in a short period of time. Of course, this law is only the law of Fairy Tale and Pirate World. In a more powerful world, it is certainly not comparable to the laws there, but it is also an excellent foundation. The worst rule is also the rule. Natsu, Tianchen brother. Is there any better fire ninjutsu? Although he learned Fire Dragon Slayer magic, it is not that he can't refer to other fire skills to perfect his fire skill system. Tianchen, yes. There are even several powerful special flames in this world, such as the flame of Amaterasu, the so-called indestructible flame, the four-tailed melt, etc. But now you are still work hard to practice body art and dragon-slaying magic. Don't go too far. There will be opportunities in the future. Moreover, if you want to learn these things, you don't have to go to Naruto World. Tianchen will definitely collect all kinds of ninjutsu in Naruto World and put it on the exchange platform one after another. Natsu, well, Hawkeye my hawk, Tianchen, is there a better kendo in this world? Tianchen, that's right, but it's far worse than the pirate world. This is not the world of kendo. Even I feel, in terms of kendo, it is not as good as the world of Lu Xiaofeng. Some people might say that both the Iron Kingdom and White Fang's kendo are very powerful. The swordsmanship of the Iron Kingdom is indeed okay. Although Tianchen has not seen it before, according to the original work, inferred and converted, the 3 ships of the Iron Kingdom should have reached the level of swordsman level, right? White Fang Kendo should also have the level of swordsmanship, but his real power is not pure kendo, but the combination of chakra's application in kendo and the creation of ninjutsu is very powerful. In addition, according to the information given by the virtual memory, Tsukumo Shikiki had been forced to commit suicide last year. Tsunade, that's true. Especially Tsukumo who has committed suicide. Konoha is now the most powerful kendo, is Tianchen. Well, Tsunade still accepted those virtual memories. No, I can't say the same. What Tianchen said before was not wrong. These memories are basically true to Tsunade and others, and this is where the world's will is strong. Eagle Eye Mihawk, is that so? Forget it. Not coming. Recently, they are still in Fengyun World. There are still many values that can be unearthed, and they are not in a hurry to go to the new world of Kendo. Please ask for flowers. After chatting in the group for a while, Tianchen and Tsunade withdrew from the group, flashed back to the Hokage world, Tianchen's room. Don't you explain to me about the fairy body? As soon as he came back here, Tsunade looked at Tianchen with an inquisitive face and hugged his hands. I found out when I came to your house before. Today, the breath of life in the house is particularly strong. I thought it was an illusion before, but now I see it. Come, your fairy body should have been upgraded by you. To what extent has it been upgraded? The rabbit was bound by his hands, ready to come out. Haha, it didn't improve much, it was just promoted to S grade. Tianchen smiled, and touched the back of his head, and replied, S level? How does it compare with my grandfather? Tsunade raised his brows and asked. I do not know. Tianchen spread his hands. I haven't seen the real first generation. How can I judge the gap? In Tianchen's prediction, the level of the fairy body of the first generation should not be as strong and perfect as him. This can be seen from the lifespan alone. Tianchen's current fairy human body is more like an upgraded version of the strengthened combination of Chinsho and Vortex fairy human body. Of course, even if the human body of the first generation of immortals is incomplete, it has been developed to the extreme by him. and Tianchen's is only a treasure house. Then you let go of the hiding, and let me perceive the life force in your body. I will judge it, Tsunade urged. Tianchen didn't have a problem. He was also curious about his comparison with the first generation, and immediately let go of the concealment method and the partial cover of the system, and fully displayed the breadth of the body in front of Tsunade's eyes. Hiss! Feeling the vitality in Tianchen's body, looking at the floor, affected by his vitality, a sprout actually began to emerge from the floor, and Tsunade took a cold breath. You little monster. Although I was still young, I don't remember very clearly, but your situation is obviously much better than my grandfather. Speaking of this, Tsunade suddenly stretched out his hand to pat on one of Tianchen's shoulders and stared at him earnestly. Xiao Tianchen, learn Mudun with me. It's up to you whether the glory of our Thousand Hands clan can be reproduced. Chapter 332. Learning Mudun? Yes. Tianchen nodded, and then said, however, I suggest Tsunade's sister you can also try. Tsunade heard this, his eyes darkened, and he shook his head and said, I can't do it. I tried it before. Not only me, but before the Senju clan had not fallen, my second grandfather, my father, uncles, and even Rope Tree, I tried it all, but none of them succeeded. Obviously, the key to this thing should be on the fairy human body. The terrifying vitality of the fairy body is the key. Without the horrible vitality of the immortal human body, even if you learn to escape from the wood, it is nothing more than the ordinary wood, vulnerable to a single blow. Of course, it also involves Yang-Tong, which Tsunade has only gradually understood during these years when Kuma medical ninjutsu. Yang-Dun and vitality itself are mutually inclusive. The two cannot be separated separately. 293. Naturally not before. Tianchen listened and smiled slightly, but it's different now. Let's not say that there are strengthening functions in the small space that can strengthen your talent. Just the crystallization of sunlight should be able to activate and strengthen your incomplete fairy body. It will be a great help for you to master Mudun. If you can master the characteristics of the light of life and incorporate it into your fairy body, I believe you can definitely master Mudo. Tianchen, who possessed the exploration technique provided by the system, naturally saw some of Nozuna's attributes. Name, Tsunade talent. Thousands of hands immortal human body, remnant, 9%, thunder, C, fire, D, water, A, plus, A, yang, C, strength. Early stage of the film, thousand hands immortal human body, remnant, 9%. This is definitely a very mutilated thousand hands immortal human body. However, even so, Tsunade's chakra volume and vitality are several times that of ordinary ninjas. The importance of blood is obvious in Naruto world. Sunlight crystallizes? Can I really? Tsunade asked with a trembling body after hearing it. I couldn't ask for it for many years, but now someone told her that she could, and Tsunade's mood suddenly became a mess. Of course, if you don't believe me, you will know if you try. With that said, Tianchen flipped his hand and took out a second-order sunlight crystal, handed it to Tsunade, and said, Hey, this is the highest level sunlight crystal in my hand. You can try to absorb it. Tsunade received the sunlight crystal and felt it finely, and was immediately shocked by the huge vitality in the sunlight crystal. This is the sunlight crystal? What a strong vitality. This kind of vitality, simply absorbed directly, can play a very good healing effect, right? She suddenly looked forward to what Tianchen said. Then I will try. Immediately, Tsunade sat down cross-legged, trying to use mental power and chakra to poke into the sunlight crystal in his hand, and began to guide and absorb the energy inside. With this absorption, she was shocked again. She only felt a strong vitality mixed with a gentle energy following the meridians entering her hand, and then under the guidance of chakra, flowing through the meridians and then the cells all over her body. Then, she felt that the cells in her whole body began to swallow these energies frantically. At the same time, she felt that every cell in her body was sending a message of desire to her. Obviously, the energy crystallized by the sun is what her body desperately desires. This is quite normal. The process of ninja refining chakra is itself an overdraft behavior of the body, always being overdrawn. It is weird that the cells cannot rely on the energy crystallized by the sun. Tsunade immediately increased the rate of absorption. As these vitality and light energy entered her body, each cell was rushing to absorb this energy like a long drought and rain. Cells began to become more full, and at the same time, the hidden injuries and hidden dangers left by countless battles and overdrafts in the body began to be healed and eliminated under this energy. Tsunade's body began to develop in a good direction. Her thousand hands immortal human body also has a trend of improvement and improvement under the installation of this energy. As a powerful medical ninja, Tsunade had a very high control and understanding of himself, and he soon discovered some changes. The joy in her heart was beyond words. Although there is a lot of energy in a sunlight crystal, it can't withstand this madness, but within a few minutes, such a second-order sunlight crystal is completely absorbed. Tsunade was kicked out of the heavenly feeling suddenly, but his body was still sending out the message of desire, which was not to mention uncomfortable. She immediately opened her eyes with a brush and directly stretched out her hand towards the bottom of the sky, begging to ask, Quick, give me some more. According to the rules you set, I also have a certain amount every month. Sunshine crystal share, right? This month, give it to me all at once. If it is not enough, I will upload all the ninjutsu and other resources I have to the exchange mall. and then use the points to redeem Sunshine Crystal. Hurry up. This sister now looks like a drug addict. Looking at Tianchen's gaze, Tianchen felt a little scared. He quickly turned over and took out a wide-mouthed glass bottle and directly handed it to Tsunade. Hey, this is your share of 1 month. It's all here. A total of 30 second-order sunlight crystals. That is to say, the output of sunlight crystals is now up. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many. Moreover, this is the second-order sunlight crystallization produced by the spiritual field and spiritual promotion in the planning area. The light, energy, and vitality in it are far from comparable to the first-order sunlight crystallization. Okay, go ahead and do your job first. I'm going to retreat next. As he said, Tsunade grabbed the bottle directly, swipe, got up, and ran to the retreat room in the back room. Borrow your training room. Finally, such a sentence came from the back room. Boo, ridicule. Are you so impatient? It seems that the effect is very strong. Tianchen shook his head funny. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain Tsunade's current situation. He who possessed the immortal human body and mastered the characteristics of the light of life couldn't be more clear about this. 3.9 He believes that Tsunade's fairy body will be perfected and promoted soon. Correspondingly, she should also be able to master Mudan, and at the same time, her strength will also get an opportunity to soar. After all, the ninja relies on the body to feed. Chakra is the product of the combination of cellular energy and mental power in a certain proportion. With the help of sunlight crystallization, the body is mostly improved, and the mental power that relies on the body will naturally increase rapidly. Correspondingly, her chakra amount will skyrocket again. Boom, boom, boom. Tianchen, are you at home? At this time, there was another knock on the door outside the yard. Chapter 333. What? Tianchen suddenly swept away with some unexpected mental energy, and suddenly found that the 2 little girls who were suspected to be Shi Rihong and Mao Yuxian were knocking on the door outside the yard. He quickly recalled the virtual memory, and he immediately understood. So they are my teammates. Sister Tsunade is still my team teacher? This arrangement. Tianchen grinned. I like it. Come on. Tianchen immediately yelled at the outside of the house, opened the door of the living room, came to the courtyard, made 2 steps in 3 steps, and quickly walked to the courtyard door, opened the courtyard door, let his body shape, and welcomed the 2 women. Coming in, he said, Welcome. Anyway, are you looking for me if you are here today? What do you say? The 2 women asked angrily. Tianchen. I just asked if I didn't know. Tianchen spread out his hands helplessly. He felt that he must have missed something, and carefully passed the virtual memory completely. After remembering it firmly, he found that he still didn't know. Humph. Shi Rihong let out an unhappy cold voice, probed in Tianchen's home 23 and looked for it, but couldn't find the target he wanted, and turned to Tianchen and asked, Where is Tsunade teacher? She said before that she came to you for a task. It's gone. Do you know that we have waited for you together for more than an hour before, and after that, Tsunade-sensei was really impatient and came to you. When Yurihong said this, Yuzuki Yuyin, who had been silent on the side, added with a faint expression. As a result, Tsunade-sensei also disappeared. Yes, it's more than half an hour after missing. Add up, it's more than 2 hours. Really, can you still do the task today? Shi Rihong said angrily. What else can Tianchen say? He doesn't know. All this is the fault of the system. He swears that he only came to this world today and didn't even know about the mission. COD. However, it is not the time to think about this. Tianchen immediately transmitted to Tsunade in the training room. Sister Tsunade, Hong and Xian have come here. How can you get out of the shadow clone? Although Tsunade in the retreat room already knew some of Tianchen's abilities from the information given by the system, this time the sound transmission still frightened her so much that she almost didn't make her feel bad. Smelly boy. She immediately replied in an angry voice. I know. Let's split into shadow clones. There will be no village missions today. I'll pick up some village missions for you. With that said, Tsunade stopped the big action of absorbing the sunlight crystal. Jane separated a shadow clone and let the shadow clone come out to join Tianchen and the others, and her body continued to absorb the sunlight crystal. Tsunade-sensei. Seeing Tsunade's shadow clone came out, Hong and Xian certainly didn't know that it was a shadow clone, but just shouted and complained. Didn't you say that you came to find Tianchen for a mission? Why did they disappear with us? Waited so long. Ahaha. Tsunade smiled wryly and waved his hands and said, Well, I felt something in my heart before, so I closed up for a while. Now this is also a shadow clone. So today, I won't leave the village mission. I will pick you up a few D-levels. Mission. Hong and Xian suddenly Spartan. Huh? D-level mission? Haven't we stopped doing this kind of low-level mission in the past 2 months? Can't we change it? Hong and Xian were obviously unwilling. It has been more than 3 months since graduation. Both Hong and Xian have experienced the boring career of D-level missions, and now I really don't want to experience it again. Not negotiable. Tsunade directly waved his hand domineeringly. If you want to do a higher-level mission, let's talk about it when I leave the level. Let's go. Now go to the Hokage Tower to pick up the mission. With that said, Tsunade directly led the next step and walked out of Tianchen's house. Hong and Xian suddenly looked like a country. Turning his head to ask Tianchen, What's the situation with Tsunade-sensei? What did she realize? What happened before? Obviously, the 2 women didn't believe much about the nonsense reason that Tsunade said. Feelings or something. It's not about cultivating immortals. If it is a ninjutsu comprehension, you just came to Tianchen for a mission. Why did you comprehend it? I don't know. Wow. Tianchen spread out his hands with an innocent look. He wouldn't say everything about killing him. Let's go. Tsunade-sensei is gone. Let's follow soon. With that said, Tianchen greeted the two women to leave his house and hurried to chase Tsunade. Really, Hong and Xian stomped their feet, but they could only helplessly follow. Old man, I'll change the task. Soon, Tsunade brought Tianchen and the three people to the Hokage building. Tsunade kicked the door of the Hokage office with a kick of touch, said the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. Obviously, Tsunade had already taken over the task before. After that, because of Tianchen's accidental appearance, a series of changes occurred afterwards, and the present one came out. Yeah, can you stop kicking my door? The 3 generations shook their heads with headache, reached out to catch the task scroll that was thrown over, and then asked, isn't the task already determined? Why? What happened? Tsunade listened and explained casually. I suddenly felt something in my heart, and the main body was closed. Now this is just a shadow clone. Naturally, I can't take the 3 little guys to wipe out the blood of the bandit for the time being. Let's wait a few days. Now let me change a few D-level tasks. There is no need to leave the village. According to the memories of Hong and Tsunade, the Tsunade squad was only 3 months old. They had done an escort mission 293 before. Fortunately, they have not seen blood yet. Sentiment. Retreat. The reason why the 3 generations heard this nonsense was also a slight twitch of their eyes. However, looking at Tsunade's disapproval of her, she would not give up. Maybe he will demolish his office, and the 3 generations can only nodded helplessly and agreed. Okay, let's change it for you. With that said, he found out the total list of task orders, cancelled the tasks previously taken by Tsunade, and then selected 4 D-level tasks, and handed the task orders to Tsunade said, hey, that's all for today. You as soon as possible. Finish your business. Take Tianchen and the others to get used to the battle. Speaking of this, he suddenly became serious and exhorted. Next, the ninja world will not be peaceful. Let them gain some self-protection experience as soon as possible. Recently, the entire ninja world has been surging, especially on the side of Sharon in the Kingdom of Wind. It seems that there has been a big change. Recently, there is a rumbling of wind over there, and it seems that the whole Sharon village is looking for something. Specifically, although Konoha has sacrificed a lot of dark pillars, he has not yet received definite news. I know. Give me 2 days. She had this hunch before Tsunade got the Naruto world plot from Tianchen, let alone now. After that, I will take you out of the village to do advanced tasks. Isn't it okay? Don't complain, Min. Tsunade said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Chapter 335. What you said. Tsunade-sensei. Don't regret it anymore. Hong and Xian grabbed these words and said, yeah, it's a deal. Tsunade definitely nodded, and then exhorted. Also, don't relax because of low-level tasks. Remember to practice harder. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Don't drag Tianchen back. Tsunade, who knows the future, understands that both Hong and Xian's talents are okay, and they are worth training. Yes, we will work hard. Speaking of this, Hong and Xian first looked at Tianchen, then glanced at each other, and said firmly in their voice. In their memory, although Tianchen is just a freak who likes to practice physical skills in Kendo, his strength is absolutely beyond doubt. Although, it is said that Kakashi is stronger than Tianchen. But they, who have been doing tasks together for more than 3 months, know very well that Tianchen's strength is far more than what it used to be. Perhaps Tianchen is better than Kakashi? The Red Queen sucked Xian and thought. This is only due to physical skills in Kendo. Tianchen said it before, and now it's time to refine chakra and practice ninjutsu. The 2 women don't know how much Tianchen's strength will soar next. For a time, the pressure doubled. They don't want to be thrown away far, and secretly swear in their hearts that they must practice desperately to improve themselves. It was impossible for Tsunade-sama to be accepted as students by Tsunade-sama with Tianchen. Otherwise, according to their parents, it was impossible for Tsunade-sama to take the class at this time. It is also the first time that Tianchen has experienced the task of picking up garbage. He has never done such a low-level commission task in the fairy tale world. Because it is not easy to expose superpowers temporarily, waiting for abilities other than physical skills in Kendo, Tianchen can only honestly and Hong and Xian together with his hands and a little bit of photography. Fortunately, he has a strong physique and it is not tiring for him to bend over to pick up things. The entire process of cleaning up the garbage lasted an hour to complete. Really, these littering people are too damn it. Don't let me see it. Otherwise, they must be crushed. Humph. After cleaning up the garbage, Hong and Xian rubbed her sore waist with her hands and complained angrily. Okay, next task. Weeding the farmland. Yes, Hong and the 3 replied feebly. Speaking of weeding, Hong and Xian have done this task several times, and they have also mastered the lazy way of using chakras attached to the soles of their feet and weeding while walking. Therefore, this task is quite easy for her. By the way, they can also exercise their chakra control ability. Because Tianchen didn't have chakra, he couldn't use this method. Therefore, the 2 of them couldn't help turning their heads to look at Tianchen and asked, Tianchen, or let us complete this task for you. Forget it. Do you have more burden for the next task? The 2 are also kind. Tianchen smiled and shook his head and said, no, I thought of a good way. After finishing speaking, Tianchen took out a seal scroll and in Tsunade's playful eyes, pretended to unblock the pheasant sword. It was actually taken out of the space. The seal scroll or something is just a cover-up. He hasn't had time to learn seal art yet, let alone improved. Then, Tianchen walked to the edge of the field in the curious eyes of Hong and Xian, and slowly pulled out the pheasant sword hanging on his waist. One sword flow. Earth Dragon turns over. At the next moment, Tianchen slashed out at the field. A tornado-shaped slash directly bombarded the field, plowing past, and instantly shattered the weeds in the area 1 meter and 5 meters in front of Tianchen. At the same time, he plowed the ground again. This is because of his strength. Otherwise, with his swordsman's pinnacle kendo strength and S-level physical fitness, the slash is definitely not only so weak. Who made him now, just a few months after graduation? Can't act too much, isn't it? After the start of the 3 wars, he will gradually show his strength. Good. Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a single blow, he began to constantly change positions and clean up the weeds in the fields. This is fine too. Hong and Xian murmured with a dull look in their eyes when they saw it. Use kendo slash to plow and weed. It's also fortunate that Tianchen can figure it out and do it. This kid. Tsunade shook his head amusingly. If the kendo masters in the group know that Tianchen uses kendo in this way, they, CDDJ, will probably be petrified, right? With the move of one sword flow, Earth Dragon turnover, Tianchen's work efficiency suddenly picked up, directly surpassing the speed of Hong and Xian, but he completed his workload in more than 10 minutes. Call. However, with Tianchen's powerful physique and physical strength, Rao was very tired after slashing so many times. Tianchen has been completed. We have to speed up too. Xian. Seeing Hong and Xian over there, she quickly began to speed up. Tianchen came to Zuzushu, sat down on the ground, panted, and rested. What are you going to do about chakra and ninjutsu? Tsunade lowered his voice and asked. Tianchen shrugged and said, after finishing today's task, you will give it to me when you go back, including chakra refining art, shadow clone art, and some commonly used ninjutsu. I will think about it. Speaking of this, he added, oh, that's right. Remember to give me a chakra at that time. I have to study and analyze it. As for directly extracting chakras, let's forget it. Now you should be very clear that this cultivation system is flawed. It is constantly overdrawing its potential to gain strength and cannot last for long. Tsunade listened and nodded with some ugly expression on his face. Yes, this is also where I am troubled. It is a bit unrealistic to change to practice now. I should practice more lower physical skills first. My first alien world is also arranged in pirate world. Tsunade looked at Tianchen. Okay, if you don't say that I would suggest that too. Tianchen nodded and then said, don't worry. I will complete the preliminary analysis of the chakra cultivation system as soon as possible and try to come up with a perfect solution. It's not that he is arrogant and is supported by multiple power systems of the world. With his insight and ability to study and research, he is still confident that he can perfect the chakra cultivation system. Huh, that sister is waiting for your good news. Hee. Tsunade smiled at Mimi's hand and touched Tianchen's brain. Tianchen was speechless. He has always liked touching Wendy and Lysana's little brains. Now it's his turn. Retribution? Reincarnation, what are you going to do with your eyes? Tsunade asked again. She is very concerned about this, which is related to the resurrection of Shangshu and others. Don't worry. Tianchen shook his head. This matter is not anxious. In the case of Uchiha Madara's death, rashly disrupting their plan will not do us much good, especially when we are not sure to beat him. Under the premise. Furthermore, reincarnation is not perfect yet. After a few years, Dashuin will be perfected. Are you in a hurry? With that said, Tianchen turned his head and looked at Tsunade seriously. Chapter 336. Tsunade looked at Tianchen's eyes, and after a few seconds, Maran smiled and said, then do what you said. Anyway, you said that the resurrection of the rope tree is a matter of time, and it is useless to rush, and there is no need. She really figured it out. Tianchen could feel that after she said this, her expression suddenly became a lot more relaxed. Obviously, this matter has basically been put down. Once a person has absolute hope, he will not be so desperate. You can figure it out. Tianchen nodded in satisfaction and reminded, remember to collect some of the flesh and tissue of the person you want to resurrect in advance. It will be very useful at that time to avoid accidents. I will do this as soon as possible. Tsunade nodded seriously. I have kept a copy of Mudong's ninjutsu everywhere. I will give it to you when I go back. Do you have anything else you want? Tsunade asked next. Tianchen listened and smiled slightly. If possible, get me a copy of the training method of Flying Thunder God. I want to study and see if I can transform a general version of teleportation magic. At that time, everyone can practice. That's right. It is recommended that you take the Pokemon Research Institute in the planting area as soon as possible to choose an elf egg incubation contract. The first one is the superpower system. It will be convenient for you to obtain superpowers. Of course, if you have extra points, you can also redeem a few more, such as grass, water, earth, and fighting. It's very helpful for you to master Mudun and improve your physical combat power. The elf is good enough, and the power of feedback is enough to improve the aptitude of the corresponding attribute. This is very important. Oh, is that so? I know. I will do it as soon as possible. Flying Thunder God is not a problem. I'll find it first and ask. Tsunade's eyes lit up slightly, and she remembered that this magical species of elf was mentioned in the message. Its contract and power feedback are much stronger than psychic beasts. As for Fei Lei Shun, she is not planning to find 3 generations for the time being. It would be great if she can solve it through July. Tsunade-sensei. Tianchen. We are done too. After more than 10 minutes, Hong and Xian finally completed their task of pulling weeds. Both of them walked past and sat down directly on the ground, rubbing their legs with their hands. Obviously, after using chakra for weeding for a long time, the burden on the legs is not light, and the two women are slightly panting. Then rest for a while, and set off for today's last task in 10 minutes. After that, you can go back to each home and practice. Tsunade said with a smile. Yes, Konoha, in a hot spring shop in a hot spring street. Several people in Tianchen looked at the huge hot spring pool that was emptied of water in front of them, a little surprised. What's the matter with this? Use a rag to scrub the whole process? Tianchen asked with a headache. The project is a bit big. No wonder Hong and Xian hate this kind of D-class mission so much. They are ninjas, not handymen. Can you not send all quests to the Hokage Tower? The main thing is that Tianchen is not suitable for using cleaning magic here temporarily. Otherwise, these hot springs are just a few clean things. We still have to put the magic power into chakra and magic transformation ninjutsu on the agenda as soon as possible. Tianchen thought to himself. Otherwise, hurry up, triple it. Tsunade stood aside, chuckled happily with his hands in his arms. All right. The Tianchen trio took the rags weakly, jumped out of the empty hot spring pool, and started manual cleaning. Although magic cannot be used directly, this does not prevent Tianchen from secretly using the power of mind to assist in cleaning under the cover of a rag. The hot spring cleaning task was busy for more than an hour this time, and the three of Tianchen left the hot spring street with their tired bodies after eating. Thanks for your hard work. When the task is handed in, I invite you to eat barbecue. Tsunade reached out and touched Tianchen's head and said, Tianchen, big sister, are you sure you have the spare money? Tianchen expressed doubts about this. A female gambler or a fat sheep type, how much can you expect her to have? Purely thinking too much. Huh, Xiao Tianchen, do you have an opinion? Tsunade noticed Tianchen's strangeness and immediately stared at him and asked. No. Tianchen shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. This kind of weird girl is better not to offend. God knows when she will punch you. Humph. That's good. Let's go. Soon, Tsunade led the three to hand in the task and received the reward, and then took Tianchen and the others to the food court, chose the barbecue restaurant opened by the Kaido clan, and walked in. Huh? It's Tianchen guy? And read them. As soon as the four of them came in, they were found by Takedo and Noera Lin. Hong, Xian, Tianchen. Here. Noera Lin immediately stood up enthusiastically and waved. Asked for flowers. Then, Watergate and Kakashi also looked over. Seeing Tianchen, Kakashi's gaze fluctuated, and he moved his eyes away. It's you. What a coincidence. Are you eating barbecue here too? Hong and Xian waved over and said unexpectedly. Tianchen and Tsunade also followed. Tsunade-sama, Tianchen, and Hong and Xian. Are you together? I have a treat today. Mizamon said to Tsunade and Tianchen with a big smile on his face. Okay, that's it. Before Tianchen could answer, Tsunade hurriedly replied. It couldn't be better if someone was willing to help her save money. Tianchen shook his head speechlessly and said to Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, pay attention to your image. Are we a person who lacks money? Are you afraid that you haven't seen the gold exchange price in the point redemption platform? As long as you upload all your ninjutsu, it will be enough for you to exchange for massive amounts of gold. When Tsunade heard this, he turned his head in a gloomy voice and said loudly on Tianchen's collar, You're really telling me? Seeing her eyes were green and blue, Tianchen nodded with shame. Really? Also, you should pay attention to the next occasion. Go back and talk in detail. Only then did Tsunade notice that both of them looked at Mizamon in amazement, and Tsunade's face suddenly reddened, and then he quickly converged back. Uh-huh. She cleared her throat solemnly, sat down at the side of Yi Yuan Lin, Hong, and Xian, knocked on the table with one finger, and said, What is it? Hurry up and order. Yes. Pertunum. They nodded their eyes again and again, took out the menu, and started adding meat and side dishes. They have just arrived here, and they haven't finished ordering. There are twice as many people, so naturally they need to order more dishes. Premium snowflake beef, pork, venison, etc. Watergate is ready to bleed today, because he knew that Tianchen was a big stomach king. To mention here, in his memory, he and Tianchen were acquainted with each other, and they were quite familiar. The reason was Tsunade and Kusina. Many of the sealing techniques that Tsunade gave Tianchen were obtained from Kushina, and some of them were taught by Kushina. Familiarity is normal. Seek support. Seek first order. Seek flowers. Seek collection. Favorites. Seek rewards. Seek subscription. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Maltha. Chapter 377. Tianchen has completely digested the virtual memory of Tianchen's identity, so it doesn't feel like showing birth points. In his memory, Pertunum and Jioshinai were very good to him, and he recognized this sentiment. How is Tianchen's recent mission? Is it going well? Are you still adapting? After Kakashi and Daitu and Shuemin moved inside and gave a place for Tianchen to sit down, Shuemin smiled and asked Tianchen. Tianchen nodded and said, It's okay. The low-level tasks are a bit boring. I still hope that I can take on some high-level tasks as soon as possible, so that it will be a little more challenging. Saying that, he actually hopes that things will be less. He can't stay in this world forever. It is often a few worlds to run. However, it doesn't matter if Tsunade is playing cover now. In addition, he also needs to think carefully about the layout here, and then specify a perfect plan. Ugh. 297. Watergate heard, and Wei Wei was a little surprised. Have you not yet started the mission to leave the village? Don't mention it. At this time, before Tianchen could answer, Hong complained first. I originally took on the task of crusade against bandits today. As a result, accidents happened frequently. First, Tianchen was late for more than an hour and didn't see Du Ren. Then Tsunade teacher went to find him and disappeared. When we went to find them, we learned that Tsunade teacher was in retreat. In the end, we could only change a few D-level tasks. D-class mission or something. She is really a thief. Huh? Your little girl is getting bolder? How dare to arrange me in person? When Tsunade heard this, he gave a red stare. It made a red-hearted tongue and stuck out his tongue. It turned out to be like this. But I believe you will receive advanced tasks soon. Pertunum replied with a smile. So you haven't done any missions out of the village yet. We have done several C-level crusade missions, even one of the B-level missions. You are too shameful, said to Tianchen with a face of dirt. It's not your credit. You crane-tail. Kakashi spit out expressionlessly. After listening to it, I was furious and stared at Kakashi fiercely. Kakashi, do you be ************** do you want to fight? Kakashi rolled the dead fish eyes and said lightly, you can't beat me. This was so confusing that he could not wait to punch Kakashi in the face. However, in the end he gave up. Forget it. I'm not as knowledgeable as you. Humph. At this time, Tianchen raised a finger and said to Dai Tu, correct it. We have already taken an escort mission out of the village. It's just luck that we haven't encountered a robbery enemy. In addition, Kakashi is right. You can't beat him, and you can't beat me. It's not a wise choice to provoke me. Bring soil. Haha. Everyone roared with laughter. You should keep a low profile if you bring the soil. Nora Lin persuaded with a laugh. Humph. Sundara raised his chin. What's so great? Wait. As long as I open the ring, you will all be defeated by me. Humph. Kakashi expressionlessly said. However, you have not yet. So, you are still the tail of the crane. The more down-to-earth work will be better. This guy has always been talking about opening the riding wheel, and he doesn't practice hard on weekdays. He has a very kind heart and likes to help the old and the weak, known as the friend of the grandmother. However, this does not change the fact that he is just a crane tail. Bring soil. He said he didn't want to talk now, and threw a figure of Lord Madara to Kakashi and Tianchen each. Do you know that you are geniuses? What's so great? Sooner or later I will surpass you and trample you under your feet. Humph. Dai Tu yelled in his heart. The barbecue soon came up, and everyone started grilling, eating, and chatting. The atmosphere is lively. After graduation, the two teams have not met for a while, and there are many topics to talk to each other. Tianchen, go to learn sword skills later. During the dinner, Kakashi said to Tianchen. Night? Tianchen glanced at Kakashi with some surprise. Since Shimao's accident, this guy has rarely come to him to learn about his sword skills. Yes, I also want to see your growth during this time. Tianchen nodded immediately and agreed. Kakashi is undoubtedly a genius. If the original work hadn't been dragged down by the riding wheel, Tianchen felt that his achievements would definitely not stop there. In terms of talent, he is better than his father's white teeth. White Fan can become a shadow-level powerhouse by virtue of swordsmanship and thunder dance, and he is also an extraordinary shadow-level powerhouse. Without being dragged down, there is no reason that Kakashi would be worse than his father. If the time is right, Kakashi can be pulled into fairy tale. Tianchen thought to himself. Not yet. The time has not yet arrived. This side is not as loose as other worlds. Kakashi disappears to other worlds for no reason. It will cause trouble for him. Tianchen felt that he could first try to teach Kakashi some of the pirate world's sword skills and basic forging skills. It's an initial investment. Shall we compete? Count me. Bringing the soil listened, and suddenly said active again. Kakashi, no. Tianchen, ugly rejection. Just forget Kakashi's words. Tianchen's words immediately caused the fire to go into the air. Tianchen, you guy. Disagree or disagree? What do you mean by ugly refusal? You explain clearly to me. Where am I? Don't take you like this personally attacked. Ugly or not, you said it doesn't count. It depends on the comparison. Tianchen turned his face to face the soil and said lightly. Seeing Tianchen's perfect appearance, the soil suddenly became dumb. He is a little autistic. Immediately picked up the bowls and chopsticks silently. Ayo woo, eating frantically. It seems to vent all the depression in my heart to the barbecue. Yeah. Watergate shook his head dumbly. This guy with soil knows that he can't talk about Tianchen and Kakashi, but he always likes to plunder these two people. Isn't this purely seeking abuse? It's really hard for him to persuade him as a teacher. Tianchen, remember to come to our house for 3.9 when you have time. Sister Joshinai, she said yesterday that you haven't been looking for her for a long time. After the barbecue, before the parting, Watergate still did not forget to say to Tianchen. Okay, I will come. Tianchen touched the back of his head and replied. Is it Joshinai? In my memory, this is a violent big sister. It's not easy to get along with each other, but both Pertunum and Kushina are very nice to him. Hey, in virtual memory. Forging. Strong. Bump. On the third training ground, at this time, Tianchen and Kakashi were coming and going, constantly colliding and fighting each other at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 338. Tianchen didn't use the grass pheasant sword, but instead used the alloy long sword he built at the beginning, which kept hitting the white teeth of the short sword in Kakashi's hand. The speed of the two is getting faster and faster. In the eyes of the soil and red, they are almost completely turned into afterimages. Damn it. These two guys are getting better again. Seeing the scene of the two fighting against each other, he clenched the fist unwillingly and whispered, "It's amazing. This kind of strength is stronger than the average Zhongren." Hong, Xian, and Lin also whispered. Tsunade also raised his brows and said, "Tianchen is fine. The boy from the White Fang family really lives up to the name of a genius. It's just, if Kakashi still follows the fate of the original book, then his talent will be mostly abolished. That would be a shame. Maybe what should I do? Let Tianchen come. I'll mention it to him." Tsunade thought that finally decided. People in the local world will not be rewarded with origin points if they change anything. She already knows this. Therefore, let Tianchen come to this kind of thing. The fighting continues. However, from Kakashi's point of view, Tianchen, this guy, seemed very calm in dealing with any of his attacks. From this, it can be seen that Tianchen was not serious at all. This frustrated him a bit. Outsiders seemed that Tianchen was not as good as him. In fact, only he and Tianchen knew that Tianchen had always been better than him. Efforts to catch up still failed to surpass Tianchen, and even the gap between the two widened. This made Kakashi a little frustrated. After his father committed suicide, he actually became more concerned about the outcome. He did not live up to his genius name, and has always used his peers far away. In addition to Tianchen. What? Is this discouraged? This is not like you. Kakashi. Tianchen, who saw Kakashi's thoughts, stepped back a few meters, stopped the attack, and said to Kakashi. Kakashi listened, and then gave Tianchen angrily. "You guy, you are a monster? I really don't know how you got to this level only with physical skills and kendo. This time it's better. I lost. Let's stop here today." "Good too." Tianchen nodded, put the sword into the scabbard around his waist, and turned around and said to Kakashi, "If you are interested in my physical skills and kendo, come and find me tomorrow afternoon. I can teach you." After speaking, Tianchen walked over to Hong and the others. "You got." Kakashi listened, clenched his fist to protect it, and finally loosened it suddenly, sighing. Sure enough, it can't be compared with you. In various senses. He thinks he can't do this kind of courage. After entangled in his heart for a while, he looked at Tianchen, who was about to leave over there, and said loudly, "I will come to you tomorrow." At the same time, he added a sentence in his heart. "In exchange, I will teach you my father's Haki Kendo phone and my own Thunder Dunge, Chidori." It is an exchange. It is unacceptable for him to be purely favored. I'm waiting for you." Tianchen over there paused, looked back at Kakashi, replied, and then left with Hong and the others. "Kakashi, you fellow, you actually lost to Tianchen? What happened? When did Tianchen become so powerful?" Dai Tu and Lin ran to Kakashi's side, and brought Tu Chao in disbelief. "Idiot." Kakashi was white with dirt, put away his dagger, and left training ground 3 on his own. Lin He and Tawatu followed suit, and Tawatu screamed madly and unconvincedly, Hey, you make it clear. Where am I an idiot? Did I say something wrong? You were the number 1 in the class before, right? Now that I lost to Tianchen, am I wrong?" Without waiting for Kakashi's answer, Lin smiled and said, "It's not like that. Tianchen Jun has always been better than Kakashi Jun, but Tianchen Jun rarely shows it. In addition, this time I feel Tianchen Jun has made great progress. I feel that I can hardly catch up with him." "Count, really? Is that guy so strong?" With a look of disbelief. "Really, yeah." Lin nodded and replied, "That's true. That guy is the real monster. He can get to this point only by physique and kendo." Kakashi served the airway. After Tianchen's house separated from Hong and Xian, Tsunade's shadow clone followed Tianchen back here. She went to the main body to fetch the chakra refining technique of the Thousand Hands clan, and then took a small copy of her chakra to be sealed by the seal scroll for Tianchen's research, and also gave Tianchen a copy of all the ninjutsu, whatever she had. "By the way, don't upload the ninjutsu I gave you to the point redemption platform. Leave it to me. Otherwise, I won't have a place to earn points." At the end, Tsunade did not forget to tell. She hasn't forgotten that the points can be exchanged for gold. Before, she secretly opened the property panel of the exchange platform to check it, and 1 point can return 100 grams of gold. Great value. Of course. Tianchen nodded affirmatively. "I've always planned this way. You will collect all kinds of ninjutsu as much as you can this month and upload it. I won't fight with you. After a month, I will rely on my methods. How about?" "Sister, after such a long time, Tsunade has collected all the ninjutsu he can obtain in a short time. Are you sure you want to let me do this? Don't regret it." Tsunade was very moved when he heard it, and joked with a smile. "I don't lack this point." Tianchen shook his head amusedly. The point itself was created by him, although it was issued according to the total value of all items. But not to mention, it was just that he went to the Pokemon world several times to sweep high-qualified elven eggs for everyone to exchange, and the points he earned it's countless. "Okay, I think it's bad. You are the real tyrant." Tsunade patted his forehead speechlessly, and then said, "I will collect it as soon as possible. You want to come? You also need more ninjutsu to study. If you have any questions about the research on chakra and ninjutsu, please feel free to ask me this video. Doppelganger. I will not release her for the time being." "Okay, I'll study it first." Tianchen nodded, put all the ninjutsu scrolls sent by Tsunade on the table, sat down cross-legged, first opened the chakra refining scrolls, carefully checked, and analyzed them. From time to time, he would also use the seal to view and analyze the seal of Tsunade's chakra in the seal scroll. If this is not enough, he will directly ask Tsunade Kage Avatar on the side, or let her condense and practice some of the characteristics of chakra. Throughout the process, Tianchen's savvy talents were fully developed, and even took out the wind-reading eyes to assist in viewing the information. Let the Red Queen help to run and analyze. Sad face. With the passage of time, the mystery of chakra was gradually solved by him. If we say that the magic of the fairy tale world, the magicians absorbed the magic in the atmosphere, refined, and converged after being imprinted with spiritual thoughts by the meditations. It is the direct refining and absorption of natural elements. Na chakra is the product of the combination of cellular energy and mental power in a certain ratio. After research and analysis, Tianchen found that in terms of energy level and quality, the magic of the fairy tale world is stronger than the chakra of the Naruto world. However, chakra is not without its advantages beyond magic. In addition, ninjas of different levels say that they have different quality of chakra. In this regard, sorcerer is no exception. Because chakra is a mixture of physical energy and mental power in a certain ratio, it can easily constitute the conditions required for the entity clone, physical energy, and mental power. Moreover, under normal circumstances, it is not so easy to distinguish the authenticity from the body. Fairy Tale's mind-body is composed of the spiritual power and magic power of the wizard. In terms of stability and deceptiveness, it is not as good as the shadow clone formed by chakra, and it often has extremely high requirements on the magic upper limit, mental strength, and the degree of magic control of the wizard itself. The key point is that the avatar of the missing body is generally limited in strength and just a mere appearance. Unlike the shadow clone that can be used to fight, as long as it is not subject to a fatal blow, it will not disappear. There are only two things Tianchen learned that the thinking body has good combat effectiveness. One is the president of Hua Mao Ji Su, the undead Robin Lu 400 years ago. One is Jalal when he grows up in the future. Don't underestimate this product just because Jalal is young. This product is indeed an out-and-out genius. In this regard, since he was a teenager, he learned the magic of self-discipline collapse in a short period of time. After that, as he grew older, he learned the magic of celestial bodies, the seven-star sort of celestial magic, and the magic of celestial bodies. Wait, you can see it. These magics are pretty good. It seems that it is not so easy to transform magic power into chakra. You have to first transform magic power into the characteristics of physical energy, and then blend it with mental power in a certain proportion. With my control over the body and the light characteristics of life, it is not difficult to transform the characteristics of body energy from the magic power. After all, body energy and vitality are inseparable. However, it is not so easy for others to use this method. More than a year passed, except for Tianchen himself. Only the old man Makarov was able to master the characteristics of the light of life, integrating it into his own magic power and the main magic rune. This step is obviously not so easy. The old man himself knows the magic of light, and he has a little bit of magic healing, and his talent in magic control is not low so fast. Others, according to their talents, have different time to master the characteristics of the light of life. Forget it. Get a personal version first. Later, I will study the general version of the chakra conversion practice method. Just do what he said. Tianchen immediately began to try to transform the magic power into the characteristics of physical energy, and then merge with the spiritual power. The process was a bit twists and turns. The main reason is that Tianchen's magic is not pure body energy. It is more accurate to say that it is the product of the fusion of body energy and natural energy. It's just that this natural energy is not as rough and reckless as the natural power in the Naruto world immortal art. It has been refined and has been branded with the Tianchen spirit, a very gentle natural energy. Of course, this has advantages and disadvantages. While the difficulty of fusing chakras increases, it also means that the power of chakras transformed after Tianchen will be far more powerful than ordinary chakras, possessing some of the characteristics of fairy chakras. Perhaps it is not as destructive as the real Xianshu chakra. After all, the Xianshu chakra is formed by direct mixing of physical energy and mental power with unrefined natural energy, and forcibly balancing it with powerful control. Successful cultivation of this thing requires entering the state of mind of the unity of nature and man. Only in this state of mind can the cultivator have enough control to achieve a certain balance among the three. But correspondingly, while Tianchen's special version of Xianshu chakra is better in control, it can also do a lot of things that the Naruto version of Xianshu chakra can't do. For example, treatment, improvement of cultivator's vitality, lifespan, and life level. Plasticity is also stronger. In this way, in fact, the chakra transformed by Tianchen will be closer to the cultivation power of the three holy places of psychic beasts, the big toad immortal, the toad pill, the snake immortal, and the slug immortal. After an hour of constant attempts, success, Tianchen suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the pale golden chakra condensed from the palm of his right hand, the corner of his mouth slightly. You are a success? The fluctuation of chakra awakened Tsunedekage avatar, who was dozing off. She came over with a surprised look, sensing the situation of Tianchen chakra, and suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. This is Xianshu chakra? She has practiced Xianshu, although she didn't succeed for some reason. But she had seen the characteristics and breadth of Xianshu chakra from the slug fairy. Tianchen looked a bit like Xianshu chakra. When Tianchen saw it, he smiled and shook his head. Chi is not strictly speaking, but it can be regarded as a mild version of Xianshu chakra. Then, Tianchen described the nature of his chakra and the Naruto version of Xianshu chakra in detail with Tsunade. Then, he he said, "So, I prefer to call it spiritual power or mana. Isn't the power that blends the characteristics of the spirit, energy, and spirit just mana? So, I have the power to cultivate the immortal side?" Tianchen also thought in a little astonishment. No. Immediately afterwards, he shook his head again. It should be somewhat different from mana, right? When you come into contact with the mana on the side of Xiaoxian in the future, it will be clear by comparing it. What are you talking about? Mana? Tsunade looked at Tianchen with a question mark on his face. Tianchen shook his head. Nothing. Let's talk about this spiritual power. I may have found a way to get rid of the defects of the chakra cultivation system. It's this immortal, lingering Nua Zhao Li? Tsunade asked in astonishment. Yes. Tianchen nodded. This mild version of Xianshu chakra will be named spiritual power. Spiritual power is the product of the characteristics of my body energy that I use magic power to transform, and the product of spiritual power. Directly, it is a bit unrealistic to let you concurrently cultivate magic power. I am afraid that there will be conflicts between the two, but I have seen a lot of martial arts system forging body and inner power. The inner force is the product of refining chi. It can achieve the effect of replacing body energy. If the internal force system breaks through to the innate realm and attracts and transforms the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into innate energy, it will basically be almost the same as the magic power that transforms my physical characteristics. The explanation is somewhat convoluted, but Tianchen has basically figured out a perfect solution to the shortcomings of the chakra system. Chapter 340. Of course, at present, this idea is still a bit immature. It takes a lot of time to verify and experiment, so you have to wait a while. However, I suggest that you can start to try to practice the body exercise method and the inner power method. Tianchen said to Tsunade with a smile. Let me try. Tsunade nodded clearly. If it can be done, that would be great. However, try to wait until the day after tomorrow, at least until her body has absorbed enough sunlight crystals to allow her fairy body to initially complete its transformation. Before, the sunlight crystals given by Tianchen had been absorbed, and her body had already exchanged it once in a small space. At present, her fairy body has transformed into 1,000 hands immortal human body, remnant 49%. She has a hunch, as long as it can reach 100%, she should be able to complement her 1,000 hands immortal body and make her change. Oh, that's right. Although you can't concurrently practice magic for the time being, you can still practice meditation. It can condense and improve your mental power, and it should also be of great help to your improvement. Tianchen added. There are two major factors that limit the amount of chakras, physical fitness and mental power. In physique, with the absorption of sunlight crystals, Tsunade's fairy body is about to be perfected and awakened. This will naturally allow her mental power to passively gain some growth and increase her chakra volume. But to practice meditation, take the initiative to accelerate the growth of mental power and make mental power more condensed is the correct way. I see. I will go back and study when I finish 297 things about the fairy body. Tsunade nodded, and then turned to ask, It's you. Is your chakra transformation already completed? Is that to start learning ninjutsu? Not yet. One step short. Tianchen shook his head. Now I have just tested the formula for transformation and fusion. It is very slow to directly transform like this. It is impossible for me to spend a few minutes temporarily to transform and merge chakra before the battle, isn't it? It would be very rhythmic to die like that. Tsunade nodded. Then how are you going to solve it? I have a clue. Let's try again. Tianchen smiled slightly, closed his eyes again. Most of his mind sank into the sea of spiritual consciousness and began to try. His method is very straightforward, and that is to imprint the characteristics of chakra into his rune of awakening. This mysterious and inclusive rune of awakening, since it can absorb the various attribute characteristics of the CDDJ, when the elf feedbacks the power and condense the attribute rune on it, perhaps his mild version of chakra or spiritual power, maybe it will do. If you want to do it, Tianchen slowly transformed into a trace of chakras, carefully transferred into the sea of spiritual consciousness, and leaned toward the Tian awakening rune. The next moment, the rune of heavenly awakening burst into light and directly absorbed these chakras. Then, on the surface of this day's wake rune, a huge pale gold rune faintly appeared. However, perhaps because of the lack of chakras absorbed, this rune is still illusory. Effective. Continue. Tianchen was overjoyed and began to orderly, constantly transforming chakra into the sea of consciousness for the absorption of the awakening rune. As the absorption continued, the rune representing chakra became clearer and more condensed on the rune of the awakening, and the whole rune became more and more mysterious. At the same time, the rune of awakening also began to grow with the growth of the chakra rune, and the volume began to become larger, and the lines that constitute the rune of the awakening became more and more complicated. Even with that, Tianchen's mental power began to grow. This is a surprise. After an hour, the chakra rune on the awakening rune was completely formed, and the entire awakening rune burst into a dazzling light, and its volume expanded by 1/10 again before it stabilized. Tianchen's mental power has also increased by 1/10, and even with superpowers, he has gone from the half-step championship level, directly crossed the threshold of the championship level, and entered the initial state of the championship. Tianchen's strength soared. This guy? It seems to have gained a lot of benefits. The Tsunade shadow avatar who had been observing Tianchen suddenly discovered that part of the breath of Tianchen had suddenly leaked out, and the breath suddenly rose a little, she murmured in surprise. Call. At this time, Tianchen slowly opened his eyes, with a look of joy on his face. It seems to be a success? What is the specific situation? Tsunade asked curiously. I can easily transform the magic into chakras in the future. No more preparation time. Tianchen grinned, and then roughly told Tsunade about the awakening rune and chakra rune. You are really? The magician's runes are so easy to use? Tsunade doesn't know what to say. Envy. Of course envy. Tianchen shook his head and explained. My awakening rune is special. Others may not be able to do it. However, with this experience of condensing chakra runes, I have absolute confidence in researching a general version. The chakra transformation rune is out. At that time, all the magicians in fairy tale, as long as they condense a chakra transformation rune in the sea of knowledge according to the method I provided, they can easily transform their magic into special chakras and perform ninjutsu just like me. Of course, if you want to use ninjutsu, you have to learn the corresponding ninjutsu first. However, with one more energy conversion method, there will be a lot more of its own methods. In this way, even if you don't magically turn ninjutsu, you can still perform ninjutsu, including shadow clones and the like. You are really amazing, just as I remembered. So now you can learn ninjutsu. Tsunade shook his head in amazement. In her memory, Tianchen is a research genius who has completed a lot of research on ceiling improvement. But the reality is that Tianchen has not had time to really study it. However, with this understanding, Tsunade believes that Tianchen will be able to do it soon. She was a little looking forward to the space bracelet of the seal technique version. Of course, she can also buy the Pokemon World Space Edition bracelet or the Magic Edition Space bracelet on the exchange platform, but these can't be used in Naruto World in an open manner for the time being. It is the right way to make the ninja version. Of course, Tianchen nodded and said, Next, I will learn these ninjutsu as soon as possible. But before that, I want to learn the shadow clone and multiple shadow clones first. Do you have multiple shadow clones here? Give me one too. Share. He has long wanted to experience the feeling of accelerating learning by opening and hanging multiple shadows. Tsunade nodded. Yes. But are you sure you can use multiple shadow clones? The burden of this multi-spiral power is very large. Yeah, forget it. You are a wizard, and your spiritual power seems to be very good. Horror. That's okay. Just stay a little longer, and don't divide too much at once. With that said, Tsunade took out a sealed scroll, unsealed several blank scrolls from it, and began to write the practice method of multiple shadow clones temporarily. In addition, she is also going to write down all the ninjutsu she owns, so that it will be convenient for the body to exchange points with its exchange platform later. Chapter 341. The Art of Shadow Clone. When Tsunade was writing, Tianchen was not idle either. He stepped aside and started Jane, first trying to learn the shadow avatar technique. With his own control over energy, he just tried it once, and it basically succeeded. It's just that there are still some flaws, and the shadow clone is not condensed enough. He tried and perfected it over and over again. In just a few minutes, he had cultivated the shadow clone technique to a very proficient level. At the same time, the printing speed is getting faster and faster. Just when Tianchen was about to try to simplify the not printing process, Tsunade had already written the cultivation method of the multiple shadow avatar technique. Pass it to him directly. Hey, here you are. Thanks. Tianchen took it, thanked him, and checked it happily. This guy, in addition to his super talent, he also has a great learning attitude. Tsunade looked at Tianchen immersed in the study of ninjutsu and shook his head funny. Then, he started writing other ninjutsu. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Art Fire Escape, Ho Fireball. Lay down. Go. Water Channel. The technique of Water Dragon Bomb. Wind Escape. Vacuum Jade. Tuduin. Talon Gun. Soon, Tianchen moved the position to the yard, and after setting up a few strong magic enchantments in the yard, he began to learn ninjutsu one by one. Of course, the first thing to learn is the multiple shadow clone. The learning experience of this shadowy clone, coupled with his energy control and strong learning ability, succeeded in the same time, and the degree of completion was very good. After improving his proficiency several times, he also tested the upper limit of his multiple shadow clones by the way. Finally, Tianchen separated hundreds of shadow avatars at once, and one learned a kind of ninjutsu, and began a crazy ninjutsu learning journey. Boom, boom, boom. Duong. Bump. Porphyrin. Tsunade inside the house only heard the constant roar and vibrations coming from outside the house, and could no longer calm down to write ninjutsu. He simply recognized the pen and went out. Sitting on the railing post in the corridor outside with his hands in his arms, watching hundreds of scenes of Tianchen practicing different ninjutsu on a small practice site not far away, it was a little stupid for a while. What kind of monster did I release? After a while, seeing Tianchen making rapid progress and mastering ninjutsu to a very high level, Tsunade murmured. Following this progress, Tsunade felt that Tianchen would surpass her in terms of ninjutsu alone. The horrible upper limit of magic power and the quality of magic power are there, and the quality and quantity of chakras transformed by Tianchen are naturally amazing. When Tianchen improves the nature and form changes of various ninjutsu and various attributes, the shadow level may really be nothing to him. The boss who has more than 1 million chimes of the upper limit of magic power find out. If all were transformed into chakras, it is estimated that the tail beasts may not be able to have an advantage in the amount of chakras in front of Tianchen. Xiao Tianchen. You have learned this strange power technique and these medical ninjutsu together. After thinking about it, Tsunade went back to the room and fetched a few ninjutsu scrolls and gave them to Tianchen over there. Okay, thank you, Sister Tsunade. The result of Tianchen's beautiful ninjutsu scroll thanked him and looked at it earnestly. Whether it is medical ninjutsu or strange power, the test is the fine control and mastery of chakra. Of course, medical ninjutsu has to test the learner's familiarity with human body structure. In these aspects, Tianchen is completely fine, and it can even be said to be super strong. Immediately, he lifted several shadow clones who had completed a ninjutsu practice, and then Jane separated several shadow clones and handed over medical ninjutsu and strange power to them. Boom, 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 boom. Soon, those shadow clones of Tianchen began to bombard the training site, with Tsunade's eyes twitching. If it weren't for Tianchen to see the situation wrong, he quickly partitioned a field, arranged several powerful magic enchantments, and then let several shadow clones who practice strange power techniques enter it to practice. The entire yard might be demolished by him. After more than 10 minutes, watching Tianchen's shadow clones progress at a speed visible to the naked eye, after a while, they will master the strange power technique in a decent way. Tsunade is a little autistic. I think back then, how much energy and time did she spend to develop and perfect the strange power technique? For the first time, she felt the deep malice from the enchanting and gully. He didn't look at it anymore and ran directly to the closed room, opened enchantments one by one, hid inside, and continued to write ninjutsu. Out of sight, out of mind. Early the next morning, Tsunade brought Tianchen to meet in front of the Hokage Tower. 4 flowers. Can I not do the D-level mission today? Tsunade-sensei. Before Tsunade could speak to pick up the task, Hong and Yuyen looked at Tsunade eagerly. Tsunade's expression suddenly stagnated, and then he smiled and said, "You can't take your vacation, right? Other classes are making rapid progress in the experience. Why don't you guide us in our cultivation today?" Hong and Xian's eyes were slightly bright, and she looked at Tsunade with expectant eyes and asked, if they can get the guidance of Tsunade-sama, they believe that they will be able to make faster progress. Not to mention catching up with Tianchen. At least don't be thrown too far. For the powerful and handsome teammate Tianchen, the two women have different ideas in their hearts. Want to stand with Tianchen forever. They feel that at least they can't become Tianchen's burden, don't they? Is that so? All right. Tsunade thought about it, but nodded in agreement. This is also good. Knowing the plot of the original novel and the talents of the two women, she thinks it would be nice to spend some energy to cultivate it. Anyway, this is just a shadow clone, and it doesn't delay her own promotion. Tianchen probably doesn't want to do D-level missions, so they will be fulfilled. Let's go. Go to training ground number 3. Tsunade waved his hand. Yeah, Tsunade-sensei is the best. Hong and Xian jumped up excitedly, their excited smiles flushed. Soon, the 4 came to the 3 good training grounds. There are already some people here who are practicing in their own way. Seeing Tsunade coming, they all saluted Tsunade in place. Tsunade also nodded in response. Fortunately, on the 3rd, the training was big enough. Tsunade simply took them to the remote part of the training ground and began to guide Hong and Xian. First, understand the current situation of the two women and then give targeted guidance. As for Tianchen, she doesn't need her guidance at all. After a whole night of training, the strength of this ninjutsu alone has surpassed her teacher. Thinking of this, Tsunade was a bit shocked. However, from the blow Tianchen received, she finally found some confidence in being a ninja and teacher in the next teaching of Hong and Xian. Chapter 342. Sure enough, it's not that I'm too stupid, but that this kid Tianchen is too enchanting. Tsunade sighed in his heart. Sometimes people are really incomparable. When she was lamenting her own waist, why didn't others think she was lamenting her own waist? Without comparison, there is no harm. Red, what you are good at is illusion. Strengthening your advantages in this area is correct, but ninjutsu and physique cannot be ignored. Especially physique. The phantom ninja is too fragile, and once the illusion is forced or does not work, you will lose the strongest means. At this time, if you are strong enough, you can counterattack or have a chance to escape. If you also have ninjutsu, it's okay. It still has the ability to fight back. Otherwise, you will be very dangerous. So, you can strengthen your advantage, but you can't ignore the other 2 aspects. You must improve your survivability. This is very important to the ninja. Tsunade carefully warned and educates on the situation of Red 297 Red. Then, he carefully guided the Red ninjutsu and physical skills. As for illusion, this is not something Tsunade is good at. She has never used such bells and whistles as illusion. Except for the auxiliary medical ninjutsu, she basically uses Wei Li Shu to solve her battles. After honed over the years, she has formed a very personal style of strange power combat system. For illusion, ninjutsu, and even physique ninjas, she has her own set of coping methods, and most of the shortcomings are basically ignored. She made up. I see. Tsunade-sensei. Hong listened carefully and in a hurry. Next is Xian. You are good at swordsmanship, followed by physical skills, and ninjutsu is also slightly involved. Generally speaking, it is more comprehensive than Hong. Then, Tsunade gave guidance on the characteristics of Yuyen. Tianchen himself was on the side of Kuma ninjutsu and the changes in the heart shape and nature of his attributes, striving to increase the power of ninjutsu as soon as possible. In addition, because he knew that it was impossible to leave the village for a mission today, he still left dozens of shadow clones at home to study and research there. In a flash, another day passed. When Tianchen and the others returned home, Tianchen discovered that Tsunade's body had already left the gate. Seeing her look so good, the vigorous vitality in her body can't be concealed, Tianchen suddenly smiled and asked, "It looks like Tsunade, sister. You have succeeded." "Yes." Tsunade nodded happily in his heart. A total of 200 sunlight crystals were consumed before and after, and finally the immortal human body has been perfected, and the problems of dark injuries and overdrafts in the body have basically been solved. This is also thanks to the perfection and initial awakening of the immortal human body. However, if I want to continue to improve the fairy human body, it will not be so easy. Name: Tsunade Talent. 1,000 Hands Immortal Human Body, Elementary. 3%. Thunder, C. Fire, D. Water, A. Yang, B. Strength. The peak of the early stage of the film. Elementary? Shouldn't it be ABC? System. Looking at it with some doubts, Tianchen asked the system in his heart. Yes, Tsunade's 1,000 Hands Immortal Human Body is very different from the host, and it has yet to be developed and excavated. When it reaches its peak, it will show its true aptitude level. Is that so, a ghost? This explanation can't be understood at all. Forget it. Tianchen shook his head helplessly and simply ignored this. Instead, he then asked Tsunade, "So, are you trying to learn Mudun?" Tsunade shook his head. "I tried it, but I haven't succeeded. Obviously, it is not possible to synthesize the blood inheritance limit by relying on the immortal human body alone. This is just a basic rigid condition. Unless I implant myself in me grandpa's wooden escape cell. This is obviously impossible. She hates others for doing this, let alone herself. The ancestors of English and Huxia are taboos in her eyes. She was even thinking about how to kill Tuanzong, this pot king, who made him keep studying his grandfather's Mudun cell. 2. Tianchen nodded, and then said, "Then give me a copy of Mudun Ninjutsu. I will try to learn it. I shouldn't be troubled by it." Become. Tsunade nodded in agreement without even thinking about it, and took out a ninjutsu scroll from his arms and handed it to Tianchen. "Hey, all the wood ninjutsu including Xianshu Muden and Ordinary Muden are here, waiting for you to learn go. Remember to teach me when the time comes." Looking at Tsunade's cheerful expression, she knew that she had been here waiting for Tianchen. Tsunade has seen Tianchen's strong learning ability and deduction ability, and she is very confident in Tianchen. Instead of spending so much time thinking about it, it is better to hand it over to Tianchen, and she will learn physical exercises, inner gong mental methods and meditations by herself. With this calculation, she will be very busy next. I'm thinking whether I will continue your vacation tomorrow. Separate shadows to teach Hong and Xian. Tsunade pondered and said to Tianchen, "Tianchen, don't forget it. In the next period of time, take us to take a few missions and experience it. At least the ones that are going to pass on the surface are not." Tianchen rolled his eyes angrily. "Watch out for the 3 generations to trouble you. Experience or something. Do you need it?" Tsunade obliquely followed Tianchen, who was stronger than her, and said, "Furthermore, actually, it doesn't matter whether I go or not. With your strength, you can completely provoke this team, right? Should I give you the position of captain? It's up to you. I only need the transition period of this time. In addition, help me teach Hong and Xian during this time." Tianchen shrugged. Tsunade did not refuse. Tianchen listened and rolled his eyes. "Do you think the 3 generations may agree? Don't think I will expose all my strength now. It's unrealistic. For my plan, I still have a period of time to prepare for my plan, and then I will talk about it." 3.9. Whenever she thinks of facing opponents like gods in the future, she feels more and more insignificant. What she is leaving is the Naruto world. She is going to go to Pirate World to venture into the Pirate World. While practicing physical skills, internal strength, domineering, etc., she also earns some origin points by the way so as to improve her talent. Although she has decided that most of the changes in Naruto World will be handed over to Tianchen, but she doesn't just care about everything. "Okay, then take you for a while. During this time, you will gradually show your strength. After that, I will hand over the team to you. Then, I will be ready to retire and leave Konoha." Humph. Of course leaving Konoha is just an excuse. Can raise the 2 women early, and he can get away at an appropriate time. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. She had already understood this point. Staying in Naruto World, with the resources provided by the small world, although she can also make rapid progress, she feels that it is not enough. Tsunade is ready. The direct exposure of all the strength is too abrupt, which easily arouses the fear of the 3 generations and the excessive attention of Danzo, which is not conducive to his current development. The strength is not enough to protect nothing. She also has some plans of her own in it. Chapter 343. I'll go to the small space to learn something first, and just walk around, and I won't be back today. Remember to remind me to come back for the task tomorrow morning. Tsunade stood up, stretched his waist, waved his hand to Tianchen, and walked away from the world of Naruto into a small space. It just so happened that Kana and Hermione were here, and she immediately greeted the 2 little girls to take herself around the small space. In the past 2 days, she also allocated some time to communicate with everyone in the group. "Come and go, I know Kana and the others a lot. Then let's visit the planting area first. That's the most interesting place. By the way, you can go to get your spiritual field and plant some of the things you want first." With that, Kana and Hermione took Tsunade to the public planting area and introduced her. "Do-do-do." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Tianchen suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. Sweeping his mental strength, he saw Kakashi standing alone outside the courtyard, with a pair of dead fish eyes, motionless. Tianchen got up immediately except for the house, opened the courtyard door, and invited Kakashi, "Come in. It's been a long time for you." Kakashi nodded silently, walked into the yard, and under the leadership of Tianchen, he went directly to the careful training ground in the yard and stood relatively. "Look at this first, finish reading, and then I'll explain it to you." Tianchendi passed a scroll and said to Kakashi, "Good." Kakashi nodded and looked at the scroll in his hand. After thinking about it, he took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Tianchen, saying, "This is the Kendo phone my father left behind. It's a gift for you." As he said, he didn't care whether Tianchen agreed with him or not. So he sat down on a stone bench next to him, opened the scroll given by Tianchen, and read it seriously. This kind of Kendo and bodybuilding skills, so amazing. Soon, Kakashi read the contents of the entire scroll again. He was not an earthen book that didn't understand everything. He immediately saw the preciousness of the Kendo and basic body forging in the scroll. This kind of system of Kendo inheritance with a detailed general training process is absolutely extremely precious. In particular, the upper limit of the Kendo inheritance given by Tianchen is extremely high. Suddenly, he couldn't help but raise his head to look at Tianchen not far away, and couldn't help but said, "Is it really okay to give such an important thing to me?" He even feels that this Kendo and physical training will not be worse than the chakra system to the end. Did Tianchen create a new cultivation system? It's no wonder that I couldn't beat him with all my strength, but was easily defeated by him with physique plus Kendo. Don't think too much. It's just that you look precious. It doesn't matter to me. Take a good look. If you don't understand, you can ask me later. Tianchen smiled and shook his head. Then he added, "Furthermore, your father's Ninkendo handbook is also very good. It has inspired me a lot. It can save me a lot of time. It explains in detail the process of Baiya's development, understanding and analysis of Ninja Kendo, and the growth and exploration process of Baiya's life in Ninja Kendo. It's hard to be valuable. No, the two can't be compared at all. However, I am at least somewhat comforted in my heart if it can be of use to you." Kakashi shook his head and said nothing more and continued to read and understand the contents of the scroll in his hand. Tianchen was all about it. He didn't need to say anything more. Cultivate hard, improve your strength, and help when Tianchen needs help in the future. It's better than saying anything. After half an hour, "I'm finished. I want to ask you for some things I don't understand." Kakashi carefully pondered the contents of the Kendo and physical exercises in the scroll several times, and also tried to learn a little initially, and gained a lot, and at the same time, there were more problems. He immediately walked to Tianchen and said solemnly, "Tear and pull." At this time, Tianchen had already separated several shadow clones, practicing ninja on the White Fang sword scroll given by Kakashi. With Tianchen's learning ability, he has already mastered it initially, and he feels that the effect is quite good. This is an extraordinary Kendo that combines chakra attributes to the height of Kendo, which greatly increases sword skills. Even it is quite useful for Tianchen. It is even more important for Urza, a wizard who walks the route of both magic and martial arts. Perhaps, people like Eagle Eye who walk in pure Kendo won't be very interested, right? Have you already learned this? Seeing Tianchen's kung fu for a while, he has concentrated on his hard-to-learn ninja skills to such a degree that Kakashi was a little bit shocked. It's a preliminary learning. Tianchen's body nodded, turned to Kakashi, and said to him, "Come, let's solve your problem. By the way, I am fully aware of your practice again." "Good." Kakashi nodded, and when he was about to ask Tianchen about all the problems he had encountered before, Tianchen also gave detailed and accurate answers one by one, making Kakashi seem to see the fog, and his understanding of the pirate Kendo system and basic forging skills began to improve rapidly. "I will practice physical training and basic swordsmanship for you now." After all the problems encountered by Kakashi were solved, Tianchen took a common long knife from the weapon rack on the side and began to practice Kakashi slowly and in detail. Make sure that Kakashi can see clearly. After that is the exercise of physical training. After the set came down, Tianchen retracted the knife into the scabbard, put it back in place, and said to Kakashi, How many have you remembered?" "Remember it all," Kakashi replied. Obviously, his memory is also quite good. "Oh, then you rehearse and show it to me." Tianchen was a little surprised and gestured to Kakashi with a please. "Good." Kakashi nodded in response and immediately began to dance the body exercises. After a set, it was indeed completely beaten. Although there are still many flaws and non-standards, it can be achieved this level only by looking at it. It has been 297 very good. Then comes basic swordsmanship, which is easier for Kakashi. After all, he has years of solid Kendo foundation. Although the basic sword skills given by Tianchen are very different from what he learned, some things are the same. He showed his basic sword skills very standard. "Very nice." Tianchen looked at Kakashi with satisfaction and said, "Next, you can practice here first. I will guide you specifically. Then you can go back and practice by yourself. If you encounter any problems in the middle, you can always come find me." Teach genius is easy. He doesn't care about the experience of the master. He doesn't have this vanity. I hope the apprentice is smarter, the better. This is the most trouble-free. "Thank you." Kakashi didn't say much, just bowed deeply to Tianchen and expressed his gratitude. Then, he continued to practice in silence. Tianchen seemed more mysterious in his heart at this time. He thought that the Tianchen he had seen before was all. Now it seems that he is still too young. Tianchen is like a mist, making him unable to see through. However, these are not important. Tianchen is his friend, and his cultivation is the most important thing now. The 3 generations didn't say much, but looked at Tianchen and said with a smile, I heard that Xiao Tianchen is finally willing to extract chakras and practice ninjutsu, and the results are pretty good. Congratulations. You really are all-rounder. Although the level of Tsunade who opened the fairy body has only been raised to the peak of the early stage of the shadow, the amount of chakra has increased by at least 4 times, and the recovery ability and physical fitness have also been greatly improved. Seeing that the 3 generations had a tendency to keep preaching, Tsunade interrupted the words of the 3rd generation directly, turned around and waved at the 3rd generation, and took the Tianchen 3 people to the Hokage office and walked outside the Hokage building. The combat power has soared by at least 50% over the previous few days. Alright, Chapter 345. Boom 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 boom. Before they walked out a few meters, Tianchen and the others heard a rhythmic wooden tapping. When they looked forward to the corner, they saw a bandage on their hands and head, covering their right eye, and a wooden cane. The middle-aged man appeared before their eyes. This person gives a very gloomy feeling at first glance. Danzo. Seeing Tianchen, he raised his brow slightly. He really didn't expect to see Danzong here. Coincide. Tianchen didn't think it was necessary, because he felt that as soon as Danzo appeared, his eyes were locked on him, full of inquiry and sternness. This old thing has bad intentions. Huh? Why is this old thing here too? The moment Tsunade saw Danzo's appearance, his brows were immediately guarded, and he followed the old man's gaze and found that he was looking at Tianchen. An unnamed fire burst into her heart immediately. She hadn't forgotten that when she brought back Tianchen, who had initially awakened the immortal body, this old thing actually wanted to grab Tianchen and let him join the roots. Although, after joining Fairy Tail, she knew that this was just made up by the will of the world to modify everyone's memory. But when all the parties think it is true, this incident 300, these memories, are themselves true. So, she was very upset. Also very wary of Danzo. Grandpa, Owen hasn't settled the account with you, the old thing. You dare to make Tianchen's idea. Wait for me. Tsunade vowed secretly. Tsunade, who didn't want to say anything to this old man, immediately greeted the 3 of Tianchen. Hurry up. Okay. Although Hong and Xian didn't know who Tuanzong was, they could feel that this person was very stern, and he didn't look like a good person, so it was better to stay away. The 2 women hurriedly followed Tsunade's pace. Tianchen is the same. However, when he was intersecting with Danzong, the old thing lowered his voice and said to Tianchen, You are welcome to join me at any time. Tianchen kid. After finishing talking, he didn't wait for Tsunade, who stopped abruptly, to get angry, so he left straight and walked to the Hokage office. He is confident that he will be able to take Tianchen into his palm sooner or later. I don't worry about Tianchen not knowing him either. When Tsunade brought Tianchen back, Danzo had seen Tianchen in order to fight for Tianchen. He believed that Tianchen must remember him. This old thing. Looking at Danzo who was going away, Tsunade gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Then he hurried to Tianchen's side and asked with concern, Are you okay? What do you say? Tianchen chuckled and spread his hands. Others don't know his details. Is Tsunade still not clear? Duanzong, if Tianchen is willing, he can die at any time with a sense of rhythm. Moreover, it is still the kind that makes people undetectable. Snapped. Seeing Tsunade, he slapped his forehead and shook his head amusingly. I'm really confused. Since it's okay, let's go. After speaking, they took Tianchen and the 3 people in addition to the Hokage Tower, and went straight out of the Konoha Gate, and quickly entered the forest, leaping over the big trees, and marching towards the mission destination. At this time, inside the Hokage office, Rijan, that Tianchen has mastered chakra and ninjutsu? Has he awakened Mudan? Danzo and Sandai were alone here, and Danzo asked Sandai. After listening to the 3 generations, they immediately stared at Tuanzong with a vigilant look and asked, What do you want to do? I don't allow you to make Tianchen's idea. I have warned you about this. I hope you keep this in mind. Facing the warnings from the 3 generations, a stern look flashed in Danzang's eyes, and he replied, You are still too naive. Chinsho Tianchen is the best choice for me. Whether it is used to study the immortal human body, the secret of the wood road, or the ace tool used to cultivate Konoha, are better than they are now. You can't control him. With his talent, sooner or later it will become a hidden danger for Konoha. 3 generations heard this and shook their heads non-committal. No matter what you say, I won't agree with you. You die this, CDD heart. 3 generations of this kind of shit have heard too much from Danzo. This time, he would not allow Danzo to mess with Tianchen anyway. 3 generations have high hopes for Tianchen, hoping that he can become the heir of Konoha's will of fire, become one of Konoha's pillars. Over the years, Danzong has been continuously expanding its roots, trying to grab more power from him, and is constantly testing. The 3 generations are very guarded against Danzong. It's just that, on the other hand, he really can't do without Danzo. For many things, he needs Danzo, Konoha's darkness, to help, especially those dark things. However, this does not hinder his vigilance and defense against Tuanzong. You will regret it. Tuanzong sneered and stopped arguing with the 3 generations. Instead, he talked about other things, including the news that the roots were inquired from the Kingdom of Wind. In the Shrine village of the Kingdom of Wind, it seems that there is a high level missing. The whole Shrine is guarding and searching for the trace of that person. Judging from the information collected, I preliminarily speculate that the missing person is likely to be the third generation of film. Even the 3 generations of foaming are probably dead, Danzo said to Sandai with a sullen face. What? How sure are you? The 3 generations were shocked. If this is true, Sa-in, in order to cover up the real situation and to divert the sight of various countries, maybe desperate, choosing to use the pot to Konoha and launch a war against Konoha. At this time, you can be indecisive. The 2 immediately began to act. After all, his goal is Hokage. If Konoha is gone, where will he go to become Hokage? Therefore, prepare to mobilize ninjas and enter the border across the river, just in case. Various signs indicate that the possibility of Shine going to war with us is beyond doubt, because they have secretly increased their troops to the border of the country of Sichuan. Up, Danzo nodded in response. On the other hand, Tsunade and the others spent more than a day and finally arrived at the mission location. After meeting with the local mission client and learning about the information, they spent 10 minutes rushing to the destination. For a while, the whole Konoha was surging, and the atmosphere became tense. Tuanzong spit out 2 words in a cold voice. This possibility is extremely high. Danzo made a decisive suggestion. I understand. I immediately ordered Umbu to inform the patriarchs of the various tribes and Shangren, ready to hold a combat mobilization meeting. You will continue to inquire me for more detailed and accurate information. Please, I understand. Leave it to me. The 3 generations stood up decisively and made a decision, and at the same time gave orders to Danzo. 90%. He will not back off on this kind of thing either. Chapter 346. That's the front. Then it's up to your performance. I'm waiting for you here. Be careful. On a big tree, Tsunade looked at the cottage in a mountain collateral hundreds of meters away and said to the Tianchen trio from his side. Yes. The 3 of Tianchen nodded seriously. Immediately, he checked his weapons and equipment and used the instantaneous technique straight away, trying to conceal the way to the mountain. Colonel Tsunade opened the group chat. Tsunade. Remember to take care of Dianhong and Xian. Don't let them get into trouble. Tianchen, received. Don't worry, leave it to me. Urza, What are you talking about? Tsunade, hehe. It's Urza-chan. It's me who is leading Tianchen and my other 2 students on assignments. Don't mind. Urza, the mission? Is it like a mission commission in the guild? It's dangerous. Tsunade, similar. This time is a bandit crusade mission. It is naturally easy for Tianchen, but it is a bit dangerous for my other 2 students. They are the first time to participate in this kind of blood-seeing the mission, and the strength is not strong enough. Then Tsunade introduced the situation of Hong and Yuyan. Urza, that's it. It seems to be a cruel world. I have been attending a ninja school since I was a child, and I participated in this kind of mission after graduation when I was 10 years old. The cruelty of the world can be imagined. It felt completely different from the Sorcerer's Guild. Urza doesn't like Konoha, and she prefers Fairy Tail, which is homely warm. Tsunade, yeah, it's really cruel. Ninjas are tools for killing. They are completely different from wizards. I now hope that you Tianchen can change this situation soon. After thousands of years, enough people have died. Tsunade thought it was time to draw a Terminator. Urza. Tianchen's words, it should be fine. I believe him. Ever since Tianchen healed her eyes, Urza has an unusual affection for Tianchen. This is even more true for subsequent contacts. After Miro appeared, she often fought for Tianchen with him. Urza, who was still rather hazy about this aspect, became more clear and persistent in her heart. Mira Jane, isn't that taken for granted? Our family Tianchen is the best. Besides, Tianchen belongs to me. Urza, don't want to grab it with me. Urza, didn't you devil girl go to practice? Why do you have time to be lazy? Mira Jane screamed. What qualifications do you have to call me a girl in armor? Forget it. Don't talk nonsense with you. I will continue to practice. You just wait to eat ashes behind me. Lisena. Sister Mila like this gives her a headache. She always feels that Sister Mila is getting more and more into the trend of being a little sister. It seems that what Brother Tianchen said is true. I have to find a way to persuade Sister Mila to improve his control over the power of the devil. Lisena thought to herself. Tsunade, AAA. The relationship between you 2 is really good. Urza, it's nothing. Back to Tianchen and their side. The 3 of them quickly touched the cottage and got together. Tianchen lowered his voice and said to Hong and Xian, the 3 of us are divided into 2 groups. Hong and Xian cooperate with you. We will enter through the back door, and I will enter through the front door. Be careful. Is there a problem? No. Hong and Xian shook their heads together. That's good. Scatter. Immediately, the 3 of them were divided into 2 groups and soon reached their respective predetermined locations. Tianchen's mental power swept the entire cottage. Shadow clone technique. With a thought, 3 shadow clones were directly separated, and the shadow clones were ordered to teleport into the cottage. 2 of them cast light and shadow distortions and followed Hong and Xian secretly to protect them. When they are in a real crisis, they can help at any time. The other one touched and lurked above the house in the center of the cottage. 1 upper ninja, 3 middle ninja, more than 10 lower ninja? Obtaining the results of the spiritual power exploration, Tianchen shook his head with a playful look. If the world's bandits have this strength, what is the matter of the 5 great ninja village? It seems to be the spy of the water country. This mission is a bit tricky. Fortunately, it is our class who takes over the mission, otherwise, maybe there will be casualties. These thoughts are nothing more than a brief moment. Cut. In the next moment, Tianchen turned into a streamer and rushed straight into the gate of the cottage. Using instantaneous technique, 2 dodges, and the knife fell with his hands, and the 4 bandits guarding the gate were given the result. Then, the non-stop Tong went to the depths of the mountain city and deliberately made a lot of movement to attract the ideas of the people in the cottage to relieve the pressure on Hong and Xian. 4 flowers. At this time, the 2 also rushed into the cottage, 1 for each, and the 2 guarding the gate gave the result. Vomit. However, compared to Tianchen's sophistication, the 2 women were both murdered for the first time. They were splashed with blood and smelled of blood. Looking at the dead bandit, both of them turned pale and almost didn't vomit. Fortunately, they were all psychologically prepared and their psychological qualities were good, so they adjusted quickly, glancing at each other, speeding up to the cottage. Although the 2 girls are just forbearance, they are much better than ordinary bandits. These ordinary bandits on the periphery can't stop them at all. As more and more people were killed, the 2 women began to adapt quickly. Good. I don't know when Tsunade appeared on the top of the Shanghai Central Conference building, holding his hands, watching Hong and Xian's performance from a distance, and nodded in satisfaction. 00 Sister Tsunade, can't you tell me? Seeing Tianchen's shadow clone, he spit out a little speechlessly. I don't worry about you. I have no conscience. Tsunade said angrily. Who? The 2 talked so openly. As long as the ninjas in the room below are not deaf, they will naturally find out. Suddenly, with a sound of touch, several holes broke through the roof. 1 upper ninja and 3 middle ninjas rushed up, directly surrounding Tsunade and Tianchen's shadow clones. It's Konoha's ninja. Kill. Seeing the Konoha ninja's forehead hanging on Tianchen's waist, they launched a fierce attack on Tianchen and Tsunade without saying a word. At the same time, the remaining dozens of Xia Run in the house also rushed out of the building one after another, some scattered around the building, faintly surrounding the building. Hearing the movement of the front and rear doors, part of them slammed to both sides. Shoo! Suddenly there was a flash of sword light in the distance, and a screaming sound followed. This movement caught everyone's attention. Ta-ta-ta. Then, there was a sound of footsteps and they approached. Soon, the few Sharon around the building saw a blonde young man walking in Xiantian with a knife. Kill. In the opposite direction, 2 sweet shouts sounded, and the 2 young girls also killed them. Chapter 347. Strange Power Fist. On the roof of the building, looking at Shangnin and the 3 Nakinen who rushed over, Tsunade's mouth curled slightly, his feet accelerated, and directly greeted him. This person turned into a remnant shadow, explosive power emerged from his fist, and a punch was held on Shangrin's chest. Crack. Kaga level is against Shinobu, and Tsunade is still a strange power Kaga level. Shangnin couldn't react at all, so he was hammered out. The entire chest collapsed. In the middle of the flight, Kamen Shinobu sprayed out blood. The impact of boom hit a wooden wall tens of meters away, directly smashing the entire wooden wall. Along the way, several trees were smashed, and finally a long pit was dragged on the ground before it stopped. This weird power, you are Konoha's Godoheim. Before he finished speaking, this Shangrin spewed out another mouthful of fresh, 300 blood. His eyes lost his look, and he was so dead. 1 sword stream, flashing slashes. At the same time that Tsunade made a move, Tianchen's shadow clone also drew his sword in an instant, and his figure flickered. After passing through these 3 Zongnin, they easily cut their necks. Sure, was that teleport just now? Tsunade looked surprised at the handsome Tianchenian clone who was shaking the bloody water that didn't exist on the sword mountain equals ridiculed. No, it's a new usage of instant light slash. It uses the power of light. Tianchenian avatar smiled and shook his head. Huh, interesting. Tsunade raised his brow slightly. The more you contacted, the more Tsunade Kaiten's various methods understood, and the more surprised he became. This kid is so young that it is hard to imagine that he knows so much and masters so much. However, thinking of the scene where Tianchen was learning ninjutsu 2 days ago, Tsunade felt reasonable again. Next, Tianchen's body instantly cleaned out most of the lower ninjas, leaving the 2 lower ninjas to let them go to Hong and Xian to flee. Soon, these 2 Xia Rin met Hong and Xian who had been killed from another direction. The 2 women looked at each other and immediately killed them one by one. Depend on. When the 2 Sharon met, they immediately swearing, they are now running for their lives. How can they bother to fight with these 2 little girls? One party's intention is bound to cause them to pass by directly. This Hong and Xian were taken aback when they saw each other. What's going on? Chase. The 2 looked at each other, spit out a word at the same time without hesitation, cast a blinking technique, and directly chased them out. The speed of these 2 Sharon was obviously not as good as Hong and Xian, but they were caught up after a few breaths. Xian swung the knife directly and slashed at one of them. When it flew back, she suddenly turned over and slashed at the other Shurjin on the other side. The 2 ninja had to stop and avoid. Damn, since you are looking for death, then we will fight with you. When faced with such a crazy opponent, the 2 of them were so angry. What hatred, what resentment, do you want to chase us so desperately? Immediately wanted to desperately. Magic tree binding kill. At this time, Hong appeared behind Xian in great cooperation, facing the 2 Xia Rin. Directly Jiayin performed her signature illusion. For a moment, the 2 Xia Rin only felt that the surrounding space became distorted, and then 2 big trees suddenly grew from the ground, one by one, binding them up. In addition, vine-like branches began to tighten their limbs and necks, making them breathless. All this is just their illusion. 2 ordinary and extremely Xian Rin can't resist the red illusion at all. From the perspective of Hong and Xian, These two people just stayed in place, shaking their necks and struggling. Chi-Chi. Xian immediately rushed over without hesitation, and a sharp knife slashed through the necks of the two of them, causing the two of them to be killed directly in the hallucinations. He couldn't break free from the illusion until his death. Snapped. Happy cooperation. Hong and Xian looked at the two dead Xiaoren, stretched out one hand to clap each other, and smiled knowingly. Then, rushed to the center of the cottage. After they arrived, they discovered the situation here. Is it all solved here? Looking at the corpses in one place, and seeing Tianchen and Tsunade standing here with a smile, they couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes. Next you clean up the battlefield, collect information and materials, and then you can go back to hand in the task. Hard work, Tsunade said with a smile. Although there were some unexpected situations and many more ninjas, Tianchen and their response undoubtedly made her very satisfied. When the three of Tianchen went to clean the battlefield, she also searched the dead Shangren. After finding a secret letter, she returned with satisfaction. After half an hour, let's go. Go back to the village. After Tianchen dug a hole to bury all the corpses, and at the same time collected all kinds of useful materials in the cottage. After sealing the seal scroll, they began to rush back under Tsunade's greeting. Konoha Hokage building, inside the Hokage office. Tianchen and the others are reporting the situation of this mission to the third generation. This is the secret letter I found from the leader of the bandit. It belongs to the country of water, including one upper ninja, 3 middle ninjas, and more than a dozen lower ninjas. These people are obviously also from the Water Kingdom. I'm not honest recently. Tsunade handed the secret letter to Sandaido. Haze, thank you. 3 generations of Weiwei were taken aback for a moment, and then took the secret letter to reassure Tsunade, and then opened the secret letter to look through it. The more I look, my face becomes ugly. In the end, he raised his head with some headaches and said to Tsunade, I see. Keep Tsunade for a while. I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Tianchen, you go back first. I will let your teacher Tsunade bring you the reward for the task later. This time, you have done a good job. I will raise this task to be level, and the corresponding rewards will also be raised to be level. Go back and rest. Bar. Tianchen spread his hands. Maybe, but if it's just the country of water, it can't make Hokage-sama like this. Even if you don't know the original plot, with his mental power, if you want to listen, it is difficult for Konoha to hide the information from him. Hong shook his head. 3.9. You mean? As he walked, Xian said to Tianchen and Hong. Didn't you find out? Yes. 3 generations have already ordered the armament to prepare for war. The goal is Shain. Tianchen and the 3 looked at each other, and under Tsunade's nod, they quickly came out of the Hokage building except for the Hokage office. Tianchen nodded, and then said, the atmosphere in the village today is also very wrong. There are signs of supplies and many ninjas being mobilized. I vaguely heard that something went wrong in the Kingdom of Wind. It seems that something happened that we don't know. I feel that Hokage-sama is very sad. Could it be related to the country of water? The war is about to start. When Xian and Hong listened, they stopped in their footsteps and suddenly looked at Tianchen together, with horror written on their faces. Seek support. Seek first order. Seek flowers. Seek collection. Favorites. Seek rewards. Seek subscription. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. I have no idea. How is he vague? Duh. Chapter 348. Isn't there going to be a war again? What? Can't we fight in peace? Both sides will die a lot of people. Hong and Xian were puzzled. At the same time, thinking of the cruel scenes of the war described by their parents, the two women's faces turned pale. Tianchen understands the situation of the two women very well. After all, it was only the initial contact with the cruelty of the ninja world, and it was understandable that when I saw blood for the first time, I was afraid of war. Don't worry. Even if a war breaks out, I can protect you. Tianchen immediately smiled and comforted. Hee. When the two women heard this, their pretty faces blushed, but they didn't refute them. They seemed to have acquiesced to Tianchen's statement, and they were very moved. See you tomorrow, Tianchen. Soon, the two women said goodbye to Tianchen and went back to their homes. Tianchen also wanted to go back to his home here and open the group chat to check everyone's latest developments. Eagle Eye, my hawk. What's the situation in the world? What's going on with Xiongba? Yi Guqing. I'm ready to shoot Niefeng coming to Wushuang City. Let's proceed according to the plan. Let's get Niefeng in first. We will soon get Bu Jingyan done. Hawkeye my hawk. 23 good. Try to be careful. These two people are the sons of luck, which are related to our subsequent plans, and we can't make mistakes. Dugu defeat, huh? Don't worry. I have been watching. Bu Jingyun has a strong hatred of Xiongba, and it is not difficult to recruit. Of course, this person is also very wary. In advance, we are prepared focus on investment teaching. Only by showing kindness can we ensure that Bu Jingyun is on the same line with them. Eagle Eye my hawk. That's good. Then leave Niefeng to us. It can be seen that they are in the next big game. Tianchen. Are you planning to take action against the world? Or do you have other plans? Well, the Holy Spirit of the Sword Saint. Eagle Eye my hawk. I have already got 22 swords and 23 swords. The Sword Sage has not yet realized it. However, we have provided blood bodhi and some sunlight crystals for the Sword Sage to absorb and restore vitality and heal the body. Secret wound on the back. At present, he has recovered many of his lost lifespan and created the 23 sword in retreat. Wushuang City is already under our control. Next, Our goal is to unify the world and change the world based on Wushuang City. Hearing this, Tianchen's eyes twitched. Tianchen, playing so big? It takes a lot of time, right? You are planning to stay there for a long time. Kung Shiro, it's actually okay. Central Plains itself is about to be unified by the World Association. Hawkeye and the others only need to control the World Association in their hands. It is not difficult to change the world and the land. However, even so, it will take several months to a year. In addition, after unification, old monsters such as Di Shitian, Tianmin, and Xia Sangxio will inevitably be provoked. It's better to say something about the former, and for the latter, they don't know the depth and are not sure to deal with it. However, these have nothing to do with Kashiro for the time being. He is not in the Central Plains, but in the island country of the world. Shimin Chuksu. It's true. The key to victory is to get to the point. Tianchen, listen to your tone of Master Jingshilang. Are you not in Central Plains? Didn't you go to the island country? Koshiro, yes. This side is more suitable for me. This is very similar to the country of Wano, and the Kendo here is more suitable for me. Tianchen, then take your time. As far as I know, the two laughing sons, the great demon god, and the great master are all sealed in the island country of Kyoto. Those two guys are not easy to deal with, and it is easy to cause laughter. Koshiro, oh, it's like this. Then I really have to be careful. He would rather earn a little less than risk too much. Because he still has a daughter who can't let go. Tianchen, it's good if you know it. Hawkeye, my hawk, there is actually such a character. The information that your kid uploaded to the exchange mall is not complete. Tianchen, I can't help it. Some things are not sure whether you are in this Fengyan world. Although, the current world is more like the world of TV dramas. But who knows if there will be accidents. Eagle Eye, my hawk, yes. I have uploaded the Holy Sword technique to the exchange mall. You can exchange it first. Wait until we get the 23 sword, and then I will give you the last sword. Tianchen, okay, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. He has a lot of things to study and work on recently. His most important thing is that he is interested in the contents of Sword 23 concerning the soul and time and space. Although the previous Swords 1 to Sword 22 are also very powerful, they are not so attractive to him. Yuanshin is a very important thing in the martial art and immortal system. In this world where strength is respected, conspiracy and trickery alone cannot achieve great things. Tianchen, yes. Just tomorrow morning. Guildarts, do you play Myhawk so big? It seems I can't fall behind. But he has a lot of difference in age and seniority, and it takes more merits to make an extraordinary promotion. Laxus, Uncle, what are you going to do? Recently you have been spotted by the Navy and the world government. If you have the opportunity to do meritorious service, remember to call me. I was almost promoted to Lieutenant General. Old man, I think it's good too. It's best to have our talents for pirates, Navy, world government, revolutionaries, some kingdoms, and other big forces. Of course, the most important thing is to improve everyone's strength as much as possible, otherwise everything is empty talk. It involves high-level transformation of spirit and soul. Guildarts, ha ha. I think Tianchen's idea is pretty good. It's very exciting. Then take some time to plan together. Anyone who has purchased access to One Piece World can join in. With the supply of Sunshine Crystal, Spirit Fruit, Spirit Wine, and other resources, Uncle G300's physical skills, physique, and domineering improve quickly. Laxus, Shintei is a small goal. Guildarts, no. It's just that the physical skills and domineering have improved a lot recently. I am going to go to Kaido for a fight. Later, I may join the Kawaii or form a pirate group to play. It is always small. If you make a fuss, the original source point earning speed is too slow. Even magic has improved a lot. Tianchen, Uncle Domineering. I think we can discuss this carefully and make arrangements in advance. The final small goal is to eliminate the Tianlong people, overthrow the rule of the world government, and establish a new order. What do you think? It is very helpful to his future path. Chapter 349. Eagle Eye, my hawk. Wow, you guys are playing bigger. The world government and the Tianlong people are not so easy to deal with. They can stand on the top of the world for more than 800 years, and the world government is far away from the Tianlong people. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface. Before the strength is not enough, it is better to relax a little. Koshiro, I agree with Hawkeye's statement. Don't be careless. However, if you want to be stationed in revolutionaries, you can find me. I have channels. He is quite familiar with the revolutionaries and has a good friendship. Xingjin also provided a lot of food resources to their East Dashiasi branch. Tianchen, sure enough, Master Koshiro, you have a lot of contact with the revolutionaries. That's good. Tomorrow you join in and participate in the discussion. Let's brainstorm and come up with the best plan. Try to spend a few years on the solution. The pirate world is completely taken. At that time, the entire world can become our base and back garden. In contrast, other worlds are not so easy to handle. There is no need for a bad world. Similar worlds, such as Fairy Tail, are not so easy. If one doesn't get it right, gods will be provoked here. Only take it slowly step by step. Naruto world is not bad, but, relatively speaking, the cost performance is far inferior to the pirate world, and the resources and size are also far inferior to the pirate world. Add up to the 5 major countries, and I don't know if there is a major Alabastan. Koshiro, okay, I'll come to comment. However, it is limited to this. It is not impossible for him to have more energy to handle these things, but he has to pay for the original point. It's not that he is greedy. He is a native of pirates, and no matter how busy he is here, No matter how much he contributes, he won't be rewarded by his original point. Maybe the world will see him working so hard, it will give him more luck. Although not bad, it is far less affordable than the original point. Guild Arts. My Hawk, won't you come and join us? Hawkeye My Hawk, let's play. I'm very busy here. Of course, if it's useful, I have to talk about it. I will take the time to come and help the girl. At any rate, he is also the holder of the world's #1 swordsman, the king's 7 martial Cs, and the supreme big knives in the Dark Knight. It's not a good idea to help. Mutual benefit. The days when everyone is dealing with each other are still long. He might need other people's help when he could. He will not despise anyone in Fairy Tail, whether he is old or young. Entering Fairy Tail basically means having an infinite future, and sooner or later everyone will catch up. Guild Arts. Okay. Haha. Konoha. In a cubicle in a tavern. Ashimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade gathered together after a long time. Humph. Deshimaru drank the wine, glanced at Tsunade and asked, "Is there anything to ask us to come together? You won't ask us to come together for no reason." Since the rope tree before he could finish speaking, Jilai immediately put his elbow on Deshiwan's waist, winking abruptly, and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Dashimaru is really speechless. You must know that the students who started Ashimaru by Shungshu also followed Ashimaru to perform their tasks at that time. Tsunade was also relieved to hand over the rope tree to Ashimaru. The result is gone. At that time, Tsunade had the meaning of blaming Ashimaru in his heart. In the same way, Ashimaru himself was a bit self-blame about this matter. Deshimaru chuckled lightly and said nothing. However, both he and Jilai found that Tsunade only frowned slightly and ignored the matter. This surprised them. Tsunade has already seen the death of the rope tree. They feel a little weird. This is not Tsunade. Did she really find a new soul sustenance through Tianchen and walked out of the shadow? The two thought again. Only this explanation makes sense. This is a good thing. The Shiwan has always been interested in Tianchen, a geek who has awakened the immortal human body but has been obsessed with physical skills and kendo. It's just that he was ashamed and Tsunade about the rope tree, but he had never hit Tianchen's idea. Even though Danzo had mentioned him recently and also mentioned Tianchen's super talent when he started to learn ninjutsu, Ashimaru just smiled. Don't talk about the others. Tsunade glared at Ashimaru as well as Jiraji, then looked at the two slowly and said, "I am looking for you today for nothing else, just for some ninjutsu. Ashimaru, I need all the ninjutsu in your hands that I don't have." With that said, she ignored Ashimaru's astonishment and then looked at Zilai and said, "I need the Flying Thunder God art in your hands." "What?" Zilai also said with a different face. "What do you want this for? You haven't been in touch before, and you can't learn it. It should be for the little guy Tianchen. I heard that he has recently started practicing ninjutsu, and he is very talented in this area." Ashimaru sipped his drink and stared at Tsunade. "That kid." Without waiting for Tsunade to speak, Jiraji said with a playful look, "Tsunade, don't you think he can learn the God of Thunder? But not everyone has such a wise martial artist as me, and can teach such a good water gate. Disciple, when it comes to the water gate, this guy's chin is almost up to the sky. That's a complacent. Shut up for me. Just tell me or not." Tsunade scolded angrily. Jilai also wilted suddenly, and he said, "Since you want it, it's not impossible. I'll go talk to the old man. I guess I have to post some meritorious works. It's not that if he exchanged this ninjutsu before, he could teach it to other people at will. Otherwise, doesn't it mean that in the future, as long as there are ninjas in the village who exchange ninjutsu from 3 generations, they can pass it on to others at will? Will anyone exchange it afterwards? There are detailed and strict teaching rules. Fortunately, he is not short of merit. My ninjutsu can basically be given to you. I am looking forward to the growth of Tianchen-jun." Deshimaru also nodded and said, "He doesn't care about these ninjutsu. Others may not give him what he wants, unless he waits for a good price to be exchanged, and the other party has what he wants. But Tsunade is different. The 3 of them have been born and grew up together, and their feelings are different. Moreover, he hasn't completely blackened and abandoned all his bottom lines. Tsunade wanted it, and he was willing to give it. Thank you. Give it to me now." Tsunade directly reached out to the 2 of them to beg for points. Jilai also met with Oshimaru, and he was suddenly stagnant. "Now? Do you want to be in such a hurry?" Jilai couldn't help but vomit. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up," Tsunade urged impatiently. "I don't have it with me. I'll go to Watergate and ask for a copy. By the way, I will inform the 3rd generation." With that said, Jilai quickly got up and ran to get it. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to put them in the comments. Chapter 350. I have a lot. Need time to sort it out. Can I give it to you tomorrow morning? Shiran held the wine glass and asked faintly. "Okay, that's a deal. Come and continue drinking. Cheers." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and then happily drank with Oshimaru. Drinking and drinking. She was happy. Her eyes turned ghostly, and she took out a bottle of spirit wine from Tianchen from a seal scroll and poured it on herself and to Shiwan. "Please say, drink this. This is the spirit wine carefully brewed by Tianchen. It is very good for the body and cultivation. I was reluctant to drink it for you. Today I am happy. Make an exception to let you taste it." "What?" Smelling the wafting aroma of wine, feeling the rich natural aura in this spirit wine, Dashuan looked on. "Thank you." Immediately, he picked up the wine glass, brought it to his mouth cautiously, and took a sip. The spirit wine flowed down his throat, and soon, the mild spiritual power in the wine spread out, entered his cells, and began to nourish his cells and body. Oshimaru felt a sense of warmth after a long absence. The cells of the whole body are hunger and thirsty, absorbing the aura from the wine. Dashiwan can feel that there is a little more vitality in the body. This is simply incredible. He immediately drank all the spirit wine in the cup in one gulp. 300 this time. The feeling of improvement is even more obvious. At the next moment, Oshimaru's eyes burst with extremely hot light, staring at the wine bottle in Tsunade's hand, suppressing excitement, and saying to Tsunade, "Tsunade, can you give me some more?" "What?" Tsunade looked at Oshimaru meaningfully and said with a smile, "Yes." With that said, she poured another cup of Dashiwan. This time, Oshimaru didn't rush to get bored with a mouthful, but slowly held it in his mouth and tasted it, suppressed and ecstatic, and looked at the opposite Tsunade and asked, "This is really made by Tianchen-jun? How many? Do you know the specific brewing method? I can buy it with what you need. You can ask for money directly." Tsunade listened and smiled at Oshimaru and said, "It seems that you have discovered the benefits of your spirit wine. Good." Looking at Tsunade's look, Osaki Maru knows that Tsunade is very aware of the effects of this spirit wine, and he nodded without evasiveness. This spirit wine seems to contain a kind of gentle natural energy, which is of great benefit to the evolution of ascension. It seems that it can also increase life expectancy, which is good for hidden injuries and potential overdrafts. It is completely different from those natural energies in nature so violent. He has also studied CDDJ, celestial arts. It is basically certain that the gentle energy in this spirit wine is natural energy. Tsunade nodded slightly and said, "Don't think about the recipe. You can't brew it if you give it to you. You don't have the raw materials for this thing. It's unique to Tianchen. Don't ask, don't know how it came from. Go to Tianchen and ask. Otherwise, you will know the consequences." Speaking of this, Tsunade went to fist, threatened, and then said, "In addition, I can sell you some a month. But at this price, you know." Tsunade finally sees poorly. However, what she wants this time is not money, but ninjutsu, various precious resources, technology, and so on. What about money? After seeing the exchange price of gold in the exchange platform, she no longer cares. On the contrary, the precious resources unique to the various Naruto worlds are the most important. Don't look at Oshimaru who said that she will give her ninjutsu, but it must be ordinary ninjutsu. Don't think about the more cherished and secret ninjutsu. And what she is playing now is these ninjutsu ideas. In addition, Tsunade, who is familiar with the original plot, knows how good Dashimaru's brain is and how much technical information he has produced. These should be able to sell a lot of points. Also, Dashimaru seems to be a collector. I am very interested in collecting swords and treasures. For example, the grass pheasant sword given to Tianchen a few days ago was snatched by Tsunade from Oshimaru. Okay, let's discuss the price carefully. Talk about what you want. How can Oshimaru still not see Tsunade's thoughts? However, he did not refuse. He saw the hope of longevity without changing his body in this spirit wine. Although it is not clear yet, he is not willing to let go of any opportunity. As for Tsunade's warning, let's wait for him to study this spirit wine first. If necessary, he will discuss with Tianchen first. It doesn't have to be strong. Isn't the price at which everything is always traded? Since Tianchen can give it to Tsunade, it means that this thing is not that important to him, and there is a possibility of trading. Tsunade, who had just found a new sustenance, went crazy. In order to make up for the self-blame in his heart, Oshimaru at this stage is still willing to solve it in a more peaceful way. Ha! Good. Next, Tsunade and Oshimaru began to negotiate exchange rules and prices. What? Why don't you ask her to come here? Sorry, that guy is a pity. It's so poor that there is only some money left. All of them were torn off by Jalea in the past few years. So, did you trade spirit wine with Dashiwan? After Tsunade and Oshimaru finalized the price of the transaction, he obtained the art of Thunder God from Jiraiya. Then he returned home, used the scroll of the Fei Lei Shun art to Tianchen, and told Tianchen about his transaction with Dashiwan. And, licking his face, let Tianchen provide a batch of spirit wine every month. For this reason, Tsunade is willing to share the account with Tianchen. You will really trouble me. Tianchen shook his head speechlessly. He has no shortage of spirit wine. Especially with more and more spirit fruit trees in his private planting area, he can brew a lot of spirit wine every month. In addition to the monthly supply to the exchange platform, for everyone in the group to exchange, there is still a lot of balance. However, he didn't think it was a reliable thing to trade with Dashimaru. Uncle Snake's bottom line is not high. What is the trouble? Don't worry. Leave it to me. I have warned Dashiwan. He dare not come to trouble you. Now he can be saved. You can say yes or not. That guy's good. There are so many things. You know, Tsunade tempted. In fact, she worked hard on this matter not only to earn points by trading with Dashiwan, but also to deduct some spirit wine every month to drink by herself. This spirit wine is not only good in efficacy, but also better in taste. After drinking, she can no longer drink other ordinary wines. This is intolerable to an alcoholic. I still have to plant all my spiritual fields with spiritual fruits as soon as possible, and be partially self-sufficient. Tsunade thought to himself in his heart at the same time. You actually save the Oshimaru. Don't let him degenerate into a bottomless person like the original book. Tianchen leaned at Tsunade and said amusedly, still want to hide from him? Without mind reading, he could see through Tsunade's careful thoughts in the same way. No matter how bad things are about Oshimaru, Tsunade still hopes to save his teammate.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.